boy, shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on. Spacey got the swords on. Spacey got the swords on.
It's the top of the week. It's the top of the week. What's going on, early No Cap crew? We in the building. How y'all feeling this evening, man? Monday. No Cap crew. Rick Ross just got into a fight with the Drake mob. It's a lot to talk about. We're gonna discuss a lot of things. What's keeping the black man down? What's keeping the black man down the most in 2024 and beyond? Make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit that like button, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate you. And if you're watching the replay, you can always support this channel by sending a super thanks. That's right, a super thanks. That's the heart shape with the dollar sign in it, right below the video.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy, shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the swords on.
Shout out to all the mods in the building. Shout out to all the top tier mods in the building. Yeah. Make sure y'all share this live stream. Share this live stream if you got the capabilities.
Spacey got the swords on.
To any one of your social media platforms. I appreciate you in advance. Thank you.
Spacey got the swords on.
covering the Rick Ross fight tonight. We will be covering the Rick Ross fight tonight. What's keeping the black man down the most? Are you ready to have the discussion?
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on.
To share this live stream, all you gotta do is hit the share button. All you gotta do is hit the share button right below the video. I know it takes a lot for some people, but for some people it takes very little, and I appreciate you. That's how we grow this family. Shout out to everybody who's hit the like button so far. It's almost time to rock and roll.
Spacey got the sauce on. Spacey got the sauce on.
Video with your boy Freezy. Join in tonight. No captivity. Only the boss motherfucking bitches fuck with motherfucking Freezy. No captivity. Get into it.
Sauce boy shit, what you want me to prove?
Spacey got the sauce on. swords on.
Times in our life,
You got time to sing on it. You sing.
we all have pain.
So then you gonna sing.
We all have sorrow. Then I look at Wayne and I know that he will be ugly tomorrow. Lean on me when you're my cousin and I'll be your friend. I help you carry on, for it won't be long till I'm gonna need my cousin to care.
She need a lap dance. She need for you to come.
Ah.
No captivity. Freezy.
What up? You are officially locked into No Captivity with Freezy, where we tackle issues that sometimes have us trapped in this thing that we call life. But if you know me, you know my motto. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And if you're rock with your dog, please hit that like and subscribe button hard right now. And also comment and share. Share this video. That is if you rock with your boy Freezy.
No captivity.
So, I just did a new update on my damn software, and it's been freezing for some reason. I don't know what's going on. I'm gonna have to call the customer service or something. I don't know what's going on. They need to get this stuff together, because Ecamm, you need to come on now. I like Ecamm, but you need to get it together now, because I pay good money. I pay good money now. Shit. Make sure my camera. Okay. Yeah, I pay good money. Shout out to everybody in the building. Y'all see the question of the night? What's keeping black men down the most? Y'all see the question of the night, but we're gonna get into it just that fast, because we gotta do a roll call and some more stuff. But before we do all that, I want to say thank y'all for holding on to God's unchanging hand and holding on to the No Cap crew, because this month been very challenging. And like Jerome said it. I seen Jerome comment. He said Freezy ain't seen in a while. Yeah, I'm telling y'all, I need y'all to believe me. June has been very challenging. May was challenging, but June is challenging. I think I got a lot of stuff sorted out. I see everybody rolling in, coming through the door. We're gonna have a great discussion tonight. Rick Ross got into a fight. Y'all. And I don't know how many of y'all seen the fight, but it get deeper than the fight. We're gonna talk that fight. When I seen that fight, I was like, this shit getting deep. The symbolism, the meaning behind things nowadays. Right? Do y'all see where we're going? Does anybody know where we actually going? Especially black men.
No captivity.
Can you see? Can you see it? Cory Hardrick shared some things about how he felt about his family and everything being broken up. Right? He appeared on a talk show. He was interviewed, and he candidly shared some things that was uncharacteristic of him, you know. And I'm tying that in with the conversation tonight. Yes, I am. I'm tying it in with the conversation tonight. We're going to have a good discussion. Tonight is going to be fun. It's going to be controversial once again, like we always do. I made an announcement last week that I'm about to start going live on a regular. I want to do a marathon. I want to go live every day without no breaks. Now, the challenge is I be trying to find topics that are captivating and full of substance. And the biggest challenge is making sure I can do that every day. Because listen, I can sit up here and talk shit all day now, you know. And I know y'all like to see Freezy talk shit. Let's just call a spade a spade. I know y'all like me to do it. But I want to talk about stuff that's going to be meaningful and that everybody can chime in on and give their individualistic perspectives. Because that's what it's all about. I'm about collective thoughts, individual thoughts, bringing it together as a commune. Tonight is going to be one of those discussions. I'm telling you, I don't care. I don't care what you say. I don't care.
No captivity.
I don't care. Shout out to everybody that's in the building so far, man. Make sure y'all hit that like button. If you haven't hit the like button yet, make sure you please hit that like button. I'm begging you. I know it's hard for some of y'all. I be asking y'all to share the live stream. I know the No Cap crew will share. If you a real No Cap crew, I know either you done shared this live stream already or you're about to share the live stream. I'm not worried about the No Cap crew. I'm talking about the real No Cap crew. And make sure when you share the live stream, screenshot what you screenshot it and send it to either my Instagram. Send it to my Instagram. Send it to my, if you ain't got Instagram, send it to my send it to my email, freezy76@gmail.com. That's freezy76@gmail.com. Let me see. Let me put it in the chat. That it? That ain't. Oh, y'all, I put condom. Hold on. Freezy76@gmail.com. I used to type fast, man. When you get older, your eyes get closer together. Hold on. Let me do this. Let me say that one more time so I can land it. When you get older, your eyes get closer together. Yeah. I just want to land that, you know. Yeah, send it to either freezy76@gmail.com. Send it to my Instagram so I can call y'all out. You know what I'm saying? That's what the No Cap campaign is about. Shout out to the No Cap campaign, everybody that's a part of the No Cap campaign. Listen, please hit that like button. If you haven't hit the like button, hit that like button. And also what's more important, to support this platform and to support stories of this magnitude. And especially if you would like your comments highlighted and read by none other than me, the Freezy way, you could either send a super cap, aka super chat, or you can send a cash cap, aka cash app to $Freezy 1976. That's $Freezy 1976.
No captivity.
Yes. Soon, y'all gonna be able to call me Marathon Freezy. You understand what I'm saying? Marathon Freezy. Maratheezy. Which one y'all like? Marathon Freezy or Maratheezy? Marathon Freezy? It's about time for the roll call. It's about time for that roll call. Shout out to Justin Wade in the building. He said top of the week. What up, Freezer? Yep, it's Monday. Out to a fresh start. Thank you for being here, man. I appreciate you. Thank you, Justin Wade. Shout out to Justin Wade. Shalom to my brother.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Hassan Tair in the building. As always, he said, Freezy, peace and blessings to you, bro. Appreciate you, Hassan Tair. Appreciate you being here, bro. Shalom. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
And shout out to my brother, man. The mob father, Big Bad Bull in the building. He say, Freezy, salute to my big brother, Freezy. Shout out to Big Bad Bull. Shalom to my brother.
No Cap-tivity.
And he painted the No Cap crew as always, man. Shout out to Jerome. I told y'all what Jerome said. Jerome said, Freezy, we ain't heard from you in a while, bro. Shout out to Jerome. I said Jerome in the house. I said Jerome in the house. Watch him out. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Love W. My dog Love W in the building. Said, what up, Freezer? And shout out to the chat. Shout out to Love W, man. I appreciate you. Always good to see you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
And he reminded y'all to like, share, and subscribe. Shout out to my sister, Impressive Vibe. I'm talking about always holding her brother down. Shout out to my sister, Impressive Vibe. Shalom, special shalom to my sister. She say, hit that like button on your way in. Be sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the notification bell so that you don't miss any future live streams.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to my sister, and she always painting the No Cap crew all over the damn city. Shout out to Joseph A. Gomez, all the way from New Mexico. Say always have love for Freezy and the No Cap fam. Bam. Shout out to Joseph A. Love. Thank you. I think always good to see you, Joseph A. Always holding us down. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Who else is in the building? Let me see. Vegan Sweat. How you feeling, Vegan? How you feeling, Vegan Sweat? In the building, Vegan Sweat in the building. Vegan say, she said, good evening, Freezy. How are you? I'm doing fine, Vegan. Thank you for asking. How are you, Vegan? How are you feeling tonight? Hope you're feeling blessed because God is in control. You're blessed by the best. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Let's see what's in the mid. Batman say, oh, here we go. Let's get it. Batman, you know what time it is. You know what time it is. It's time. It's time to take off. Like none other. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Next level MFer in the building. He reminded y'all to hit the like button on the way in. That's my dog. Next level. Solid 100 without a shadow of a doubt. Shalom, next level.
No Cap-tivity.
Say what it do, Freezy. Andy painting the No Cap crew. There he go. Doing it big ENT. My dog DJ Easy in this thing. He say real hard. Shout out to DJ Ant. What going on with your bruh? Shout out to DJ Ant in the building, man. Love you, bro. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to the Drip Show. Shout out Big Bad Bull. Shout out to the Drip Show, man. Appreciate you, bro. Always good to see the Drip Show. Thank you, bro. Always holding us down. The Drip Show is in the building. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Angela Reddick, how you feeling, Angela? Angela said, hello, everyone. Appreciate you being here, Angela Reddick. Thank you. Always great to see you, sis. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Blessed and highly favored. October will also be challenging. October will also be challenging. Oh, for me? Or you know something I don't know. I don't know. Clarify that in the chat. Blessed and highly favored. Nevertheless, thank you for being here. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
Who else is here? Wilbert Earl. How you feeling, Wilbert Earl? He said, what up, No Cap Freezy? What's going on, Wilbert Earl? Great to see you, bro. Shout out to Wilbur Earl in the building.
No captivity.
Emperor. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. Say what up, though. Freezer in chat, smash that like button. Emperor, I hope your mom is feeling better, bro. Shout out to your mom. I'm gonna keep shouting her out. Shout out to your mom. Much love to your mom, Dukes, man. Much love to you too, man. Shout out to Emperor Kojak 313 the Great. Make sure y'all subscribe to Emperor's gaming channel. Shalom, bro.
No captivity.
Impressive. Say Marathon Freezer. Chief Santana, what's up, bro? Chief say Freezer, what going on? Let's effing go. Chief Santana in the building. Hey, listen, I'm gonna show the fight video, but I don't know, man. I hope YouTube don't flatten me, but I'm gonna try to show as much as I can. Yes, right. That's right. Rick Ross footage of being in a fight just surfaced a few hours ago, and we're gonna look at it. Shout out to Chief Santana.
No captivity.
Kwan Yasharala. Let's get it. Smart guy in the building. Smart guy say much love. Smart guy, much love to you too. Thank you for being here, smart guy.
No captivity.
Thank you. Dr. Frizzle, what's up, Dr. Frizzle? Dr. Frizzle, another solid guy, say, what up, Freeze it. Let's run this marathon, Freeze it. Yep, I'm gonna try to do it, man. It's about time. It's about time, y'all. It's about time. I done got all that feet wet stuff over with. That's over with. It's time. It's time to put our feet in the sand. Shout out to Dr. Frizzle Frost in the building.
No captivity.
TB, what's up? What? TB say, no cap crew salute. TB, what going on, bro? Shalom to TB.
No captivity.
Always good to see you, TB. Blessed and highly favored say, for everyone, I will email you. Okay, email me, blessed and highly favored. I appreciate that. Thank you. And the sweet and lovely Veronica Forever is in the building. Veronica is saying good evening to everyone. Shout out to Veronica Forever. Thank you for being here. Always great to see you, Veronica. Shalom.
No captivity.
Yep, I think that's it. Remind y'all to hit that like button, you know what I'm saying?
No captivity.
It's time to get this show on the road. It's time to get this show on the road. So as we know, for the past 500 years, we ain't going to exclude black women, right? But for the past 500 years, black men have been having a hard time in America, for the most part, right? And we know black women have to. This is not to exclude black women. We're, you know, if anybody knows how I feel, I include all of us in the struggle. I do. And let me tell you something. Even if you got money, I still include you in the struggle. If you have accelerated in life financially, that does not mean that you're not in the struggle. This doesn't mean that. A lot of times we make the fatal mistake saying, you know, making it seem like we got money. I ain't in the struggle with you niggas down there. I ain't in the struggle with you niggas down there. You know how it go. But I mean, for the people with their eyes open that understand true oppression, right? You understand true oppression. You understand what I'm saying. And black men, I'm one to believe that in order for a lot of people, you know, I used to hear people say, it ain't no more community freezer, but we ain't talking like that tonight. Y'all know freezers still believe there is a black community, right? Y'all know freezer believe that, right? Listen, I'm an Israelite. I'm a Hebrew Israelite. You know it's not a military secret. I believe in, and I don't, you know, with my faith, I don't just include black people. I include other races as well, right? But all I'm saying is that as a collective, I still believe in a community. I still do, whether some people do or not. And I believe that in order for the community to flourish as it once did, right? The black men have to take the bull by the horn.
No captivity.
Or is it the horns by the bull? It's the bulls by the horn. The bull by the horns. I think that's what it is. And if we don't, we're doomed. If we don't, we're doomed because we are the strength. We are the biggest source of logic that we have as far as when it comes to black women and children and other black men that need leadership, right? We need that. We need to understand that. But the choices that I've been seeing black men have been making lately, especially this younger generation that's coming up, it's getting bad, man. It's getting bad. I mean, rap music, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I don't even listen to rap music no more. People was going crazy over this Kendrick Lamar beef with Drake. I'm gonna tell y'all the truth. I covered a little bit of it on this platform simply because that's what everybody was talking about. I really didn't care about it. I really didn't care. Anybody, is it just me? I ain't care. I didn't care. That shit didn't make me, see, it didn't make me no money. It didn't uplift me spiritually. It didn't give me no further insight on life. There was no substance behind it. That's how I like to live my life. That's what I like to absorb. That's what I like to collect every day. I like to be better. I like to be a part of things that's gonna make me better. That's why I like to construct these live streams for you guys and myself so we can get some out of it. You understand what I'm saying? Not just about gender war, male against female. No, it's way bigger problems. It's big. That's a big problem, but we got other problems to talk about too. Right? But the black men, in order for black people to take stride again, to get that pace, you know, that pace on track and field, that pace where you know you it's a stride and nobody can catch you. Nobody can catch you. Again, the black men have to be the coaches. The black men have to be the example. We have to. I know a lot of black men, maybe, you know, even black men, there are black men that believe the same thing I do, but they're so afraid, especially this culture with YouTube and, you know, social media. A lot of black men are scared to speak up because they're afraid of being called simps. Oh, I ain't gonna say that because I don't want them to call me no simp. I'ma just fit in. I'ma fit in with everybody else because I don't want them to call me a simp. Well, that's what a leader is. Saying things that you know is right, even if it goes against the status quo. You understand?
No cap.
That's what a real leader is. That's what a leader is. Yes, it is. Who else is in this thing? How you doing, Miss Bella? Shalom.
No cap.
Shout out to Miss Bella in the building. She's in the building. She said, evening all. Fanny P say, Freezer, I'm off work today. We in this thing. Hey, Fanny P say, Freezer, I'm off work today. Shit, I'm off work today, Freezer. I got time today. Shout out to Fanny P in this thing. Shalom, sis.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to J-Rock. J-Rock's giving us a big shalom. J-Rock, thank you. He giving us a big shalom. Shalom to you too, J-Rock. Thank you, bro.
No Cap-tivity.
Travel One. Travel One, how are you doing? Travel One say greetings to Freezer and her. No Cap-tivity chatters. Appreciate you being here, Travel One.
No Cap-tivity.
Up from the norm. Home team in this thing. Home team in this thing. Shout out to Up from the norm in the building. In the building. Brother with a lot of substance. Shalom.
No Cap-tivity.
And guess what? We got our first super chat.
Super chat.
From none other than our beautiful sister Apollonia Beauty, which so happens to be a part of her name, Beauty, right? Thank you for the $5 super cap, Apollonia Beauty. She said, Freezy, the man of the hour. Shout out to Apollonia Beauty. Thank you for the first contribution of tonight's show and helping us keep the lights on, Apollonia Beauty. Thank you so much.
No Cap-tivity.
I really appreciate you. I think we do have a cash cap as well. We do have a cash cap as well. Thank you. I appreciate this. Let me see. Oh, there we go.
You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
Hey, shout out to Love W for the $5 cash cap. Shout out to Love W for helping us keep the lights on. Love W say supporting. Hey!
No Cap-tivity.
I love when Love W right there because it gives me an excuse to say, hey!
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Love W. I appreciate your Love W. Let me put it back on the screen. Okay, here we go. So, yeah. But I don't care what nobody think. You can't, listen, you can call Freezy a simp all you want. My mission is to develop more and more qualified men. Black men, to be to be what I was about to say, to be exact, right? To help lead us out of this damn shithole that we done found ourselves in. Part of it is how we communicate with one another. Part of it is the imagery, being conscientious of the imagery that we put out there. Right? We know part of it is financial, but not just financial. When you get the money, still remaining humble, still having a giving spirit and thinking about your people, still having a desire for, for building your community, right? But we done got to the point so bad now where it's just like, man, F that nigga. F them niggas. I ain't coming back to that. Fuck them niggas. I don't give a damn. I made it out. Damn the rest of them niggas. Y'all know. That's how it is, man. Damn the rest of them niggas, man. But the people that think like that, they're never actually ever remembered. Like, Michael Jackson was the biggest entertainer. Well, this is just my opinion. Michael Jackson was the biggest entertainer known to man. But don't nobody use Michael Jackson as an example for leadership, especially with young boys, right? I mean, let's just be honest. Do you see where I'm going with it? People don't use Michael Jackson for a great example of leadership. People don't like Prince. Let me tell y'all something. Prince is a toss-up. Some people say Prince was better than Michael Jackson. Some people say Prince was more talented than Michael Jackson because he played more instruments, right? But nobody actually just looks up to Prince and uses Prince as a model for black male leadership. Nobody. And these some of the biggest names in history. Prince and Michael Jackson. Do it get any bigger than that? Do it get any bigger than that? Now, some would say Freezer, but when they go into this entertainment world, the higher ups have an agenda on tearing the black male image down. I get it.
Here for the thug.
I get it. And I want to believe partially that you guys are right. But I'm going to put the link in the chat. Sooner than later, we're going to talk about this. What is keeping the black man down the most? Is it entertainment? Is it rap? Is it relationship? Is it some black women, just bear with me, but listen, some men would say, especially in the manosphere rep here, is some men would say the black woman. Is it a black woman? Right? Is it the education system? Is it religion? What's keeping black men down the most? Is it gangs? What is it? Is it fatherless homes? What's keeping black men down the most? Because we got to figure this out tonight. We gonna figure this shit out tonight because I'm tired of this shit. I'm tired of it. We gonna figure this out tonight. Before it's all over with, we're gonna figure it out tonight because we need answers to the question, what is keeping the black man down the most?
I'm at the
But before we do that, I want to get y'all opinion on this right here. I want to get y'all opinion on this right here. Look at this. Can y'all tell me if y'all feel like this black man was wrong? This is a conversation starter. I need y'all opinion to let me know if y'all feel like this black man was wrong. Now, this black man, this is his daughter. This is his daughter, and y'all need y'all to look at this video and tell me if y'all think that this black father handled the situation wrongly, or do you think he handled it rightly? I don't know if that's a word. Shout out to my sister, Cory in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom to my sister, Cory. She say, Freeze, what up, bro? Just chilling, sis. Thank you. It's always good to see you, sis. When I see you, things just get a little better. Thank you, sis. I think I'll come down here to the no cap room. We can watch it together. Here we go. So I want y'all to watch this video. Let me know if y'all think this father was wrong or was right. Matter of fact, let me put a poll in the chat first. Let me put a poll in the chat. Don't answer the poll until y'all see the video. Was this father wrong? Was this father wrong? For how he handled the situation. I'm typing fast now. Don't answer the poll until y'all see the video. Now, as y'all can see, this is his daughter, and she's booed up with her boo while her boo is cuffing her ass. You know, I mean, that's what they you know. It ain't like you know, y'all ain't used to do this in high school. This her boyfriend. This her boo. All right, this her boo. They out in the open. Y'all let me know on the poll, and you can let me know in the chat if y'all think this father was wrong for how he handled the situation. Here we go.
Oh. Yeah, he's getting smoked. Oh. How do you get caught? Like, how does this see?
Oh! As y'all can see, the father just put his hands on the boy. He just hit the boy in the jaw. Was that a hit or a slap? Let me see if he hit him or slapped him. Let me see. Let's go to the big screen. Here we go. Oh Lord. Was that a hit or a slap? Was that a hit or a slap? Let me see. Okay, that was like an open palm slap. That was a UFC slap right here. Damn.
Oh my God. Oh, she got caught with the man. Oh, she got caught. Got caught grabbing the ass.
Is y'all listening to the commentator of obviously they from England, London, England, or somewhere in England. He got caught grabbing the ass. He got caught grabbing the ass. Why is this man commentating like that? Watch this.
She got caught. Got caught grabbing the ass. Got caught grabbing the ass. Got caught grabbing the ass. See, that's done. He's just thinking about life now. After getting pressured.
There's the boy walking home. He walking home sad. Probably won't never see his girlfriend again.
No Cap-tivity.
That's him walking home sad, y'all. You know, he got bitch slapped by the father and probably won't see a girlfriend ever again unless she one of them city girls and sneak out the window or something.
Why can't it be me, man?
That's him again, cuffing ass. There we go. So I need y'all to hit that poll. Oh, wait, no diddy, no.
This one here for the thug.
Man, no diddy. I said I wasn't gonna say no diddy, but I had to say. Hold on. Wait, hold on now. Is that keeping the black man? Is no diddy keeping the black man down? I just want to know. I need y'all to hit that poll. Right now, after y'all seen this video, right? After y'all seen the video, we all just seen the video. Do you think the father handled this situation wrong or not? Yes or no? Do you think he handled it wrong? Yes or no? I'm gonna wait for, let me see. Right now, most of y'all are saying no. 36% of y'all are saying yes, the father handled it wrong. You know what? Let me take some calls. I'm gonna take like three or four, like 3 callers. I'm gonna take 3 callers right quick just to let me know. I need, especially the people that think that he handled it wrong. If you think he handled it wrong, I really need you to call in, because I know the people that call in that say he handled it right gonna call in. I'm gonna put the link in the chat. That's what we gonna do. This is just a call in. This ain't a panel just yet. This just a call in. Call in. Do you think he handled it wrong? Just call in. Just call in if you feel like it, right? Do you think he handled it? I'm not gonna pin the link to the top of the chat just yet, because it's just a call in. Just real quick, I'm just only gonna take like three people. I'm only gonna take 3 people. Just say yes or no. If you think the father handled it wrong, and then if you think he handled it wrong, just tell me why. Quickly. But the reason why I showed that video is because, hey, do we need more fathers like that? Is this what we're missing? Is this what we're missing? Santana, what going on, Chief? How you feeling, bro? Chief, can you hear me, Chief?
Yeah, I'm gonna call right back in. I think my phone's messing up. I'll call right back in.
Oh no, I can hear your voice.
You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Do you think he handled it wrong, Chief?
Yes, I do. I got so excited to get on the call, I'm reversing. Take somebody else. I'll be right back on.
Okay. No problem.
All right.
So, Chief said, yes, he thinks he handled it wrong. Chief, that's our first call of tonight. Chief said, yeah, I think the father handled it wrong. So Chief is a part of that. Oh, damn, it just went to 50. It's 50-50 now. It's 50-50 now. Oh, Lord. The yeses is about to win. It was more no's in the beginning than yeses. Now the yeses are winning. Let me get Trucker Yell's opinion. Trucker Yell. Shout out to Trucker Yell, man. Shout out Trucker Yell. Trucker Yell, did the father handle this wrong? Or do you, yes or no? What do you think?
You talking about the father in the barbershop?
No, you didn't see the video I just showed?
I'm saying the barbershop situation, right?
No, the video I just showed where the father, he threw his daughter in the car because he caught his daughter and her boyfriend hugged up. Let me just show you. Here we go.
What?
That's the daughter and the boyfriend, and he got his hands on her buttocks. Here's the father.
Oh. Yeah, he's getting smoked.
Now the father threw his daughter in the car. He's about to confront the daughter's boyfriend.
Oh.
Obviously he's furious to see his daughter get groped like that.
How do you get caught? Like, how does this see?
So he's putting his hands on the boy, and he open palm slapped him.
Oh damn!
Oh my God!
And needless to say, the boy don't know what to do. He just like a deer. He's like a deer caught in headlights. So do you think that the father handled that wrong? Or pertaining to his daughter, or yes or no? What do you think, Trucker? Yeah, we're very quick because I'm gonna keep going with the shit.
At first I thought he was like, oh, okay, yeah, I'll be pissed off too. So he kind of handled it right. But when he smacked that dude, absolutely, he was dead wrong.
So you think he was wrong?
Dead wrong? He was wrong on that part, absolutely. But he wasn't wrong when he snatched his daughter up. Yeah, I would have snatched my daughter up too. Get your ass in the car.
So if you would have seen your
put his hands on her.
So if you would have seen your daughter getting groped like that from a boy, how would your temper be? Would you be angry?
Yeah, I'd be angry, but I ain't gonna hit no little ass boy. I'm not gonna do that, man.
So he was wrong.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say he was wrong, dead wrong.
Do you think we need more fathers like that though in the homes?
I think we do need more fathers like that at home, but to put your hands on somebody like that, nah, that wasn't cool. So that's the only disagreement I got right there. But there do need to be more fathers that actually ain't afraid to check their damn kids.
Okay, Trucker, you wanna hold on, Trucker. Let me ask Santana. Santana, did you hear what Trucker said? Do you agree with Trucker? Do you think we need more fathers like that, Chief Santana?
You see, I think it's like a balance in the mix on that too. Like, I think that the father had the right to stand his ground and to check the boy, but as far as how he hit the boy and everything, that's where the line was stepped at. Also, I'm not too sure what the history and relationship is between the father and his daughter's boyfriend. If the boy has been warned before in the past, like, hey, you shouldn't be coming around here, or don't touch my daughter like that, whatever. And also I'll say is a factor on the kid as well too, because if you're going to be in the vicinity of your girlfriend's parents' home and stuff, then you should have a little bit of courtesy and common sense what to do and how to react in that environment and stuff. You were somewhere else and he just came to a random park and did that, that's one thing. But I think the father did have the right to check him, but for him to hit him, he just crossed the line.
Let me ask both of y'all this last question, then I'm gonna keep going with the show till later. I'm gonna drop the link for the panel. But let me ask y'all this. If he had, because Chief, you just made a good point. If he had warned the boy a couple times before this, but he ended up catching his daughter with this boy again, do you think it was warranted the way he reacted, if that was the case? What'd you say, Trucker?
Yeah. If I warn you, I'm giving you one chance. I ain't giving you a two. So if I warn you, you know what I'm saying, move a little bit more with respect, and you out here doing what you're doing, yeah, we got a serious problem. Especially my daughter. I'm going there. Yeah. Mm-mm.
What do you think, Santana?
I agree with Trucker too. I mean, if you've had a previous warning, then yeah, that second time. Now he still smacked him like he was smacking a grown man and stuff. Like that kind of strength was a different level. But to check him and hit him to a certain level, yeah, if you've been warned and you still do it, then hey, you get what's coming to you. But he hit him like that was somebody that like violated him in his past.
That was a UFC slap. Yeah.
My nigga poured powder in his. My nigga smacked him like how high. Nigga poured powder in his hands and said, "He Rick James. He literally Rick James. That nigga in real life."
Do you smell what the Rock is cooking?
Yeah, what did the 5 fingers say to the face?
Yeah, smacked the hell out of that nigga. Like, god damn.
Yeah. I think that I think that was a father's presence. And I think more households do need that, because let's just be honest, black women handle things differently than black men. Men in general, women handle things differently than men in general, right? And so men are more stern, men can be more aggressive. Now I do understand there could have been some type of liability in that. You know, the boy's parents could have got involved or whatnot, whatever. I think what the father was trying to do was instill an element of fear in the boy. When he put his hands on him, you know, he was already in the boy's face, pointing at his face, and you know. And I mean, the boy could smell his breath. That's how close he was to the boy. He was practically spitting on the boy's nose. I mean, he was that close to the boy's face. And the dude looked like he had some stank breath, though. You know, he was a little big and like he had just finished a steak dinner. You know, and but he was mad. He was mad at his daughter. And I think what I see, it was just a look of disappointment. And I could feel the disappointment. I could see why your father would be so disappointed seeing his daughter getting groped like that. No father wants to see their daughter get groped and just treated like a whore in the street, right? But I think what you guys are saying and what the majority of people that voted yes in the chat is the father needed to have more accountability for his, for the whereabouts of his daughter and how he raises his daughter, right? I mean, there's going to be more boys out there ready to cuff his daughter ass. There's just going to be more boys out there. You just can't stop it. The only thing that you can do is make sure that, you keep a close eye on your daughter and you stay in your daughter's ear and give her the best advice as you can. Would you guys agree with that?
I agree. And I bet also, Freezy, though, just real quick, I bet also if that same footage was shown to that boy's mother, I bet she would have reacted the same way, though, too.
Oh, you talking about the boy's mother?
Yeah, that same footage was shown to the boy's mother. If the father had never smacked him, but that footage was shown to the boy's mother, she probably would have smacked him the same way, too.
Oh, okay. That's another perspective. Well, we're going to close this part out, and we're going to keep going. Fellas, I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right?
All right. Appreciate it.
All right. Appreciate Trucker Yell and Chief Santana calling in. I appreciate that. They gave a excellent perspective. Shout out to the chat, man. The chat, the majority, 64% of the chat said yes, the father did handle that wrong. He could have handled that better. 36% said no. No, he handled it the way he should have handled it, Freezy. But see, here's the rock and the hard place that black men are stuck between, right? we want more leaders. We want more. We need more black men to be leaders. Well, I would consider him a leader in a way. I would consider this father a leader. He's leading his family, and he was taking control of the situation, which was probably in poor taste. Most would agree is in poor taste, but yet and still he took control of the situation, and he went and grabbed his damn daughter up, yoked her up, and put her in the car. He threw her in the car with one hand, and then he went over to the boy, and he made the boy feel his presence. Right? And I'm gonna just be honest with you. I think if I had a choice between not having fathers in the home at all and having a father like that in the home, I would still want a father like that in the home. That's what I'm gonna say. That's just me. I just feel like we still do need more fathers like that in the home, you know. I mean, I remember during I forgot what it was. It was like I don't know if it was a George Floyd protest or something like that, but I remember seeing a black mother yoke up her son. Her son was out there protest. He had a mask on and everything. Y'all remember the black mother that came out there during the protest and she started beating her son with something? Do y'all remember that? She started beating her son in the street, and he was protesting. He was out there protesting. So if she can beat her son for protest, I'm pretty sure this man can, you know, he can get a quick lick in, you know, on the boy who covering his daughter's ass. No cap. But I do understand what y'all say. It could be a liability. He could have handled it better, but just off sheer instinct, I mean, I don't know. But that, that was a conversation starter. Let's keep it moving. Shout out to Hot Sauce in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Shalom, bro. Shout out to my nephews, man. RJ, DJ, and Stage, aka Cory in the building. Shout out to my nephews. Love y'all, man.
No Cap-tivity.
Shout out to Mel in the building. How you feeling?
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you, Mel, for being here. I appreciate you. Thank you. So we're gonna keep it pushing. So do y'all remember this? Do y'all remember let's talk about Cory Hardrick. Cory Hardrick expressed himself the way we've never seen him express himself in history. I'm talking about we already know what's been going on with Cory Hardrick and his damn ex-wife now. His ex-wife. It ain't to be no more. I think they're officially divorced, right? We all know what's been going on with Cory Hardrick. Cory Hardrick has been pretty much quiet during the situation with him and his used-to-be boo, Tia Mowry, right? Tia Mowry said she needed to separate. She needed to graduate from high school to college. Y'all don't remember that? Let me remind y'all what she said.
You and your husband, like a lot of couples, decided that it was better to be lived, your life's better lived apart than together.
Yes.
How did you know that it was time?
That's a really good question.
To take that route?
I knew when I really started to focus on my happiness. I feel like women, we tend to focus on everybody else's happiness, making sure that everybody else is okay, meaning our children. Meaning, our children, our friends, our, family. But at the end of the day, it's about self-love. And when you start to really work on yourself, love yourself, know your value, know your worth, and then all of a sudden there's this awakening. Wow. And it's not easy. It's a hard journey. But at the end of the day, I feel like it is so, so worth it. So
yeah, wow. You're stepping in to see this.
From a woman who got a divorce. One of my friends, she sent this beautiful letter to me from a woman who got a divorce. And it's all about, this perspective, in my opinion, and just changing the narrative. My marriage was a success.
Yeah.
I look at it as like a curriculum when you're in college or high school, right? You're learning, you're growing, you're evolving, you're creating. And I was able to create with Cory some beautiful, amazing children. Yeah. And at the end of that curriculum, and at the end, there's a graduation, there's a celebration. So that's basically, how I'm looking at it now.
She said at the end, there's a graduation and a celebration. She said she was celebrating, y'all. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. Some people can make things seem so pleasant, can't they? Shout out to Bandit Nation in the building. Shout out to Bandit Nation.
No Cap-tivity.
Some people can make things seem so pleasant, right? Like she just made it seem so hunky-dory. Like it's just full of balloons and cotton candy. She just made it seem so pleasant and made it feel so good to get divorced. Like Tia Mowry made it feel good to get divorced, didn't she? She made it seem like she did nothing wrong. And this is the damn twistedness and confusion that we living in. She almost made me feel happy. Look how she talking. Look at
When they look at marriage, that success equals longevity. But no, at the end of the day, it's, are they happy? Are they thriving? Are they growing? And I feel like that is what is most important. It's not about staying in something because however long you are in that situation, that equals success. It's about really, again, are you happy? Because life is really short. With Cory, some beautiful, amazing children. And at the end of that curriculum, and at the end, there's a graduation, there's a celebration. And I was able to create with Cory some beautiful, amazing children. And at the end of that curriculum, and at the end, there's a graduation, there's a celebration.
Did she do a great job at making that sound so good? Listen, if you didn't know no better, you would think that when she go home after the divorce, she just have flowers and it's just flowers and stuff. And beautiful weather. And when she look out the window, the trees are blowing and it's just so much peace and tranquility. That's how she described it. Loving, she said it's all about loving yourself, self-love. That's what this whole situation was about. It's just about self-love. Loving yourself. That's what divorce is about. Divorce is about loving yourself and it's about celebration. We made beautiful kids and I'm just so happy that we made beautiful kids. And, that's what it's all about. And it's just celebration. And now I get to celebrate and graduate. Yes, I love myself. Yes. Well, guess what? While Tia Mowry was over there loving herself, Cory Hardrick recently revealed what he was doing while Tia Mowry was loving herself. I don't know if y'all seen the video, but Cory Hardrick had a different story. And I'm about to play it for y'all. Here we go. I do it like this.
Because, it's tough when it feels like you're going through something alone and no one understands and, no one's there for you. And it's just like, when you're a man, especially a black man, they're like, oh, he's tough, he's strong. But it was a year and a half crying myself to sleep every night.
Cory Hardrick said he went through a year and a half of crying his damn self to sleep. Do y'all understand how long that is? A year and a half of heartache and pain. And I'm gonna tell you, that shit made me so damn mad when I heard Cory Hardrick finally speak up for himself. Because the way Tia Mowry has been smiling and parading, and the way she says, she been celebrating and graduating and stuff like that. When I heard what Cory Hardrick had to say, it broke my heart, man. Here it is. Finally, we have a man in the entertainment business at that. Grab hold to the reins, the driving, the steering wheel, and desire to lead his family and He just couldn't do it. He couldn't do it. It was out of his control. He couldn't keep that family. He couldn't keep that family together if he wanted to.
No, but you know, it was a year and a half crying myself to sleep every night. You know, nobody see that.
Yeah.
Nobody see that.
Yeah.
You know, like, you know, you live 5 minutes away from your babies, you know what I'm saying? Because people who know Cory Hardrick know that his kids and his family was everything to him.
Got his kids stripped from him. He lived 5 minutes away from his kids, from his family.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I'm stronger than I thought I was.
Yes.
His depiction is more of a nightmare. His depiction is more of a nightmare, and the way she described her experience with it all, it was more of like wasn't it like a Disney story? The way Tia Mowry described what her experience was with their divorce, it was more like a Disney story. Why Cory Hardrick's story ain't the same? Why doesn't his story echo hers? I think Cory Hardrick's story is the real story.
Really stronger. And that by the grace of God, it's like I'm here and I'm still going.
Shout out to Cory Hardrick, man. Shout out to Cory Hardrick. Cory Hardrick, I salute you. Cory Hardrick is a leader in my book. He's still a leader in my book. We need more men like Cory Hardrick. He basically slowed down his career to focus on his kids and his family, right? And we could tell he was a good man to, we know for a fact he was a good man to Tia Mowry, right? Because she said so. She said he was a good man. Oh, he treated me good. She said that. That was to her own attestment. She said that her husband, Cory Hardrick, treated her wonderful. She just left. What is keeping the black man down the most? I'm going to keep asking this question before I open up this panel, right? What's keeping the black man down the most? Because we need to get it together. We need answers. We need to get it together, man. Is it the black woman? Is it religion? Is it music? Is it entertainment? Is it fatherless homes? Well, we just seen two situations where the fathers are in the home and they try to do the best. They're doing the best they can. It might not be to everybody's 100% liking or approve it. I just keep making up words. But they're doing their best. Why we keep dropping the damn ball, man? Why? Here's a man that's rich. Used to own several wing stops. This guy right here, he goes by the name of Rick Ross, just in case some of y'all are unfamiliar. JV for Rick Ross just had an unfortunate event happen to him that made the news. We're living in a society now where can't too many things happen to you without somebody catching it on camera or on their camera phone. As a entertainer or as a rapper per se, or hip-hop, world-renowned hip-hop artist, you got to be careful with how you're moving out here, because it could be perceived as you taking an L or you involved in some unadvised activities. Rick Ross was just in Vancouver, Canada. I think he did a concert over there. Rick Ross did a concert in Vancouver, Canada. Now, we all know that Rick Ross has been beefing with Drake. Now, that beef with Drake has not been as loud as the beef that Drake had with Kendrick Lamar. Of course, that's obvious. We know that. But nevertheless, Drake fans, even Drake homeboys or his entourage, whoever Drake hang with, they know it's nobody's oblivious to this feud that Rick Ross had with Drake. After all, Drake was the first, after all, Rick Ross was the first person to say, stop saying white boy. He was, not white boy. No, he was the first one to call Drake white boy. He was calling Drake white boy, white boy, white boy, white boy. He was calling Drake white boy, and then everybody else started calling. I think that Rick Ross was the first one to actually spearhead that and influence people to start calling Drake white boy. He was a troll. He was trolling Drake. And of course, I showed y'all some of the footage here on Graham Spam here on No Captivity with Freeze. I showed y'all this. Rick Ross was heavy into the trolling Drake. I'm talking about before the Drake and the Kendrick Lamar beef really went full throttle. Rick Ross was already, I think he did a diss song against Drake. He did a diss song against Drake. It didn't take off. Nobody really cared about Rick Ross's diss song. You know, people commented on it, but ain't too many people care about Rick Ross diss song. But yet and still, he did make an impression, a negative impression on Drake and Drake's entourage or whoever rocks with Drake. But Rick Ross found himself in an unfavorable situation, let alone an unfavorable place, which was Vancouver, Canada. He performed. He did a concert in Vancouver, Canada. Now, Rick Ross is what we would call a black man with a lot of damn money. I mean, come on, let's just be honest. He did something right. You know, he did. We ain't gonna just shit on Rick Ross 100%. We ain't gonna do that. Let me get rid of this poll. Okay, the no's, it ended up being 56%. It ended up being 56%. Let's see. I ain't did this in a while. Have you hit the like button? Family? Let me see. There we go. But I got some footage. I got some video footage, but before I show the footage, let me just show y'all some of the still shots from this altercation. Here's Rick Ross. He's in Vancouver, Canada, having a confrontation with some people out of Drake's camp. What some people say, these people out of Drake's camp. Then I heard some other people say, because this situation is still fresh and brand new, so we really don't know what the hell really, how, you know, the real breakdown. These might have just been people with Vancouver pride or Canada pride or Drake pride. We don't know, right? We really don't know. But, you know, here's some still shots of the altercation. There's Rick Ross again. Look like Rick Ross' shirt was off. No diddy. I'm just saying, look like his shirt was off. Here for the third. But you know, I think he had just a brown shirt on. There's Rick Ross again. Here's 3 images of Rick Ross getting into the altercation again. I got some video footage I'm about to show y'all. If you guys haven't seen it, we about to see some exclusive footage of Rick Ross. We're about to see some exclusive footage of Rick Ross getting into it with people who side with Drake, obviously, right? Let me cue up this footage. And shout out to Apollonia Beauty for her. I want to say shout out to Apollonia Beauty for her $5 super cap. Thank you, Apollonia. I want to say shout out to you again. And also shout out to Love W. Shout out to Love W again for your $5 cash cap. Thank you, Love W, for your $5 cash cap. I really appreciate both of y'all. I want to remind you guys.
No Cap-tivity.
If you want your comments highlighted or read, please send a super cap or a cash cap. I really appreciate y'all in advance. So we're gonna try to show some of this footage. It's like three videos I'm gonna play for y'all. I'm gonna do the best I can. Right? Here we go. Here's Rick Ross in Vancouver. And the person that actually videoed this fight, this is actually another angle than what's actually going around. This angle, the reason why I want to show y'all this footage is because it's actually closer to the incident. Whoever had this camera, because there were several footages, several angles. There are several angles floating around the internet. But whoever had this angle, it was a little closer to Rick Ross, so you could kind of see exactly what took place and how it took place, and you could hear the voices a little closer to, a little louder. But here we go. Here's the first video. That's Rick Ross. I don't know who Rick Ross talking to right there. Look like he's talking to security right now. Oh no, that looked like it might be somebody in Rick Ross's camp. That guy with the black hat on. Look like that's somebody, might be somebody in Rick Ross's camp. But right there, you see the white boy, the skinhead on. Listen, why Drake got skinheads taken off of him?
No Cap-tivity.
Why Drake got skinheads taken off of him? Can somebody tell me that, please? Drake, come on, man. They already playing. They not like us, and you got skinheads taken up for you, man. Anybody notice that? That's why Kendrick said they not like us, man. Come on, dog. You were supposed to call them off. You were supposed to tell somebody, hey, man, don't let them people fight Rick Ross. That's a bad look, man. Come on, man. Got skinheads taken up for you, man. These the white boys that Rick Ross is arguing with. Y'all check it out. There we go. Somebody just raised their arm or something. Oh, okay. See, there's a white guy with the black hat. He's got his phone right in Rick Ross's face. I'm just giving y'all the play-by-play breakdown. This is the breakdown. This is the whole breakdown. See the guy? There's another white guy got his phone in Rick Ross's face. See, let me tell y'all something, man. This is why Kendrick said they're not like us, all right? Shout out to the white people. Shout out to all the white people out there, but you listen, y'all know Freezy gonna tell the truth. This is why Kendrick said that, because look who you got taken up for you, man. I don't know if this just because he in Vancouver, right? But I mean, come on, Drake. I mean, look who your homeboys is. I mean, right there. Dude took a cheap shot. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. He took a cheap shot on Rick Ross. He took a cheap shot. Rick Ross was... Now, I think it was ill-advised for Rick Ross to even be yapping with these people. You understand what I'm saying? You're supposed to be a celebrity. You're a very wealthy man, right? Why are you up here going back and forth with these people, man? it wouldn't have been nothing for you to just walk away, Rick Ross. Sometimes we just gotta learn to just walk away, man. I had to learn that. Sometimes we just gotta walk away, don't we? Now, I'll just be honest with y'all. He took a cheap shot. The white boy took a cheap shot. Let me back it up a little bit. He took a cheap shot. Right there. The same white boy with the skinhead. Same skinhead right there. He took a cheap shot. Right there. Now, did he connect? Look like he missed a little bit. Look like he missed. Right there. Shout out to No Jumper for actually censoring this. Look like he missed. Did he connect? Did he hit Rick Ross in the face? Do y'all think he hit Rick Ross in the... Put a 1 in the chat if y'all think he actually connected with Rick Ross' cheekbone. Put a 1 in the chat if y'all think the man actually connected or did he miss? Did Rick Ross... Do y'all think Rick Ross... It looked like Rick Ross was able to do a Mr. Miyagi. And his drink went flying. Looked like Rick Ross did a Mr. Miyagi and his drink was in his hand and it just went flying. He did a Mr. Miyagi kind of, I don't know. But when I first seen it, looked like the dude connected. I don't know. Angela say it looked like he connected. Angela say it looked like he connected, man. Put a 2 in the chat if y'all think he didn't connect. Put a 2 in the chat if you think he didn't connect. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he did connect. Let's see it one more time. Let's see. Right there. Now Rick Ross, he got heated. Rightfully so. He got heated and he got angry and he did kind of try to charge at the dude. And his security held him back. Now, where the hell Rick Ross security at? Where your security at? This why I be trying to tell y'all, these guys be talking about they got security. These so-called guys with money talking about, oh, I got security. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with me. Listen, I don't give a damn. I tried to tell y'all this. I told y'all this shout out to everybody who attended VIP Friday. I keep trying to tell you that security shit don't mean nothing. Listen, I don't give a... If you ain't got the Secret Service with you, y'all motherfuckers talking about y'all got security, that shit don't mean nothing. All these so-called black dudes with money talking about they got security, even on YouTube, they don't say, yeah, I got security. Ain't nobody gonna F with me. Man, y'all see... Listen, Rick Ross is worth probably about $30 to $50 million. Okay, Vegan Sweat don't believe that the dude connected with Rick Ross. From that angle, that's why I wanted to show y'all that angle, because it don't look like he actually connected. It looked like Rick Ross did a wipe on, wipe off, Miss Miyagi. I don't know. But that security shit don't mean nothing. Let me tell y'all something. The security don't mean nothing. If you ain't got Secret Service, your ass can get got. Cause I'm gonna tell you, if you got Secret Service, now Secret Service, they got snipers from the top of the building. They would have had snipers at the top of that damn club, and whoever that cracker was that actually tried to take the first punch, he would have got murked. I'm talking about as soon as he would have lifted his hand and tried to hit Rick Ross. I'm talking about, listen, as soon as the cracker would have lifted his hand and tried to hit Rick, it's like, this one here for the thug. I'm talking about as soon as he would have tried to lift as soon as he would have clenched his damn fist, he would and tried to. I'm talking about, he ain't even have to clench his fist. As soon as he would have did like this to Rick Ross, it's like, ain't even have to punch Rick Ross. I'm talking about as soon as he would have did like you, as soon as he would have said, "You motherfucker." Secret Service won't be playing. Secret Service is not gonna play around with your ass. Exactly, Emperor.
I'm gonna give you one more time. And you're through. I done gave you too many chances, baby. It ain't no joke.
So y'all must be out here talking about y'all got security, man. If y'all security is you ain't got enough security. I'm try to tell y'all, especially if you in this Vancouver, this like they hood. This like the white boys hood. You ain't got enough security for these. This is like a gang. You ain't got enough security for these guys. You know, you should have took you should have paid for all you trying to be cheap. You should have paid for all your Dade County homeboy, Carol City to get on the plane to come to Vancouver with you. You know how you're moving out here. You're going into Drake's territory. You're slipping, dog. You're slipping. And here it is. It's just a fight just broke out and it just got bad, man. It just got bad, y'all. It got bad. There's Rick Ross right there. There's Rick Ross right in front of the camera. He's not running away. He's confronting them. And I think that was the only attempted punch against Rick Ross. Now, word was that Rick Ross got stumped. No, this is the video. Rick Ross did not get stumped. The skinhead attempted to hit Rick Ross. It's still up in the air. It's still, the jury's out on if the skinhead actually connected or not, right? The jury is still out. Don't look like Rick Ross is phased or nothing like that, right? And but the fight got bigger. So Rick Ross was about, it looked like Rick Ross was about to, looked like he was about to charge. Like he was about to charge in there, but somebody got in front of Rick Ross. Seen that? What? Look at this. Look at Rick Ross. Like he was about to go, but somebody, see the dude jumped in front of Rick Ross? I mean, all right, Ross. Okay, that guy right there. See the big guy? That's the guy that got stumped. That's who everybody, that guy right there, that's who everybody thought was Rick Ross. That big guy now. That's who everybody thought was Rick Ross. This is why I gave y'all this angle of the camera of the footage. This is a better angle because this is the guy that got stumped right here. This guy right here. Now it looked like this is the club security and he wanted to be a hero. And yeah, they put all kind of foots in his ass. Shout out to Zero. Shout out to Zero. Appreciate you.
No Cap-tivity.
Zero the Infinite. Thank you for being here. I think Emperor wrote fair use. Yeah, he did. Let me start that. Let me start at fair use. Yeah, he did. There we go. That guy right there. Yeah, they got him on the ground and they about to put all kind of foots in his ass. You see him covering his face up. They kick him in the face. It got bad for him. They didn't get bad for Rick Ross. It got bad for him. But I don't even think he's with Rick Ross's entourage. I think he's with the club. He's club security. They need to fire him because he ain't athletic enough. Like he ain't quick enough. I'm talking about as soon as he rushed him, he tried to do a 2-yard dash and got tired and fell to the ground. That ain't good, man. Look, this man did a 2-yard dash and fell to the ground. Oh, look at it. Look, he rushed him and just somebody hit him and he fell to the ground. And that was all she wrote. They started stomping his ass. It was bad, man. It was bad. They just see. It just got bad, man. Now everybody thought this was Rick Ross. Everybody thought this is not Rick Ross. That was the club security. That was club security.
No Cap-tivity.
That was club security. There's a couple more videos, which I'm hesitant to show, but I'm gonna show them anyway. Here we go. Here we go, y'all. Oh Lord, I can't show that shit, man. Oh Lord, let me see. Here we go. See, I can't show that shit, man. They giving that man, they serving that man up with a can of ass whipping. Whoever that big dude was, man, I'm pretty sure his face looked like Martin when he fought Tom and Hearns on the show. Y'all remember Martin? Yeah. Pretty sure he woke up and saying, I'm pretty sure he woke up the next morning saying, I should have never. And they just see, it's just too, I can't keep showing that, man. Hold on. I can't keep showing that, man. It's just too much. It's too much, man. It's too much. And there he is on the ground. And it was just mayhem. That's him. He made it up. Damn, they must have had some powder blows. They had some soft air blow, cause he wasn't even supposed to look how quick he stood up. He wasn't even supposed to be able to stand up. He stood up like he ate that stuff. Like he ate it. No did.
It's waiting for the thug.
Look at him. Oh, he a little woozy. Oh yeah. They fucked him up. Look how he walking, man. He woozy. Oh Lord. They fucked him up. They did him bad, man. Somebody get him, man. Somebody grab him, man. He don't know where he at right now. He don't know. He think he at the foul. He think he at the foul right now. He wants some popcorn. Okay, so that's the club security. He walked over there by the security. He took one for the team. Oh no, wait, that might be Rick Ross. Is that Rick Ross security? Because he went and stood by Rick Ross. Hold on, he went and stood by Rick Ross. Is that Rick Ross security? It might be Rick Ross security because he went and stood by Rick Ross. So Rick Ross, you know what? That might be Rick Ross. That's Rick Ross right there. Oh! Rick Ross homeboy got off on him. Y'all seen that? Rick Ross homeboy got him one just then, nah. Oh! Y'all seen that? He caught him one slipping. Right here, in the green shirt. Bam! Oh, Rick Ross team got him a few licks in now. They ain't go out bad. Oh Lord. Look at this. Now see skinheads. Canada might be a little different. See the skinheads. What the hell this shit say on the back of his shirt? Neck mob. What the hell is a neck mob? What the hell that is?
It's waiting for the thug.
This skinhead on the back of his shirt say neck mob. Neck mob? What the hell? Look at that homeboy. You see Rick Ross homeboy? See, that's who you need on your team. He ready for whatever. They deep in Canada too, right there in the center, in hard. Yeah. I can't keep showing that, man. We got one more. I don't know how this last video gonna go, y'all. I don't know how this last video gonna go, but we got one more. I'm gonna show y'all this stuff, man. That's his homeboy again. Here we go. He putting his dukes up. Oh Lord, somebody throw Somebody throw the Vancouver beer can. Somebody just throw the Vancouver beer can, man. Here we go. Now you know damn well you don't need to be fighting. That boy skinny as hell. I know him. That's Rick Ross's I think that's Rick Ross's DJ. That's Maybach Music DJ. Now he know he ain't got no business fighting. Right there, that's the DJ. That's the DJ. DJ ain't got no business fighting, man. Yeah, they got their ass whooped, man. It's time to go home. It's time to get up out of here. It's time to go to the hotel. Yeah, it's time to go home, man. But that's who Drake had. That's who Drake had fighting for him. Hold on. So the dude, one of Drake's homeboys, got knocked out. Y'all seen him on the ground? One of Drake's homeboys got knocked out. Hold on, look at it. Right there. Is that one of Drake's homeboys? I don't know what happened just then. Is that Rick Ross? I hope Rick Ross ain't left his homeboy. That's Drake home. That's one of the skinheads homeboy. He got knocked out. See, we getting play by play. We gonna know the whole fight. We gonna know the whole thing. Yeah, he got knocked out. Exactly, Apollonia. Man down, man. Man down. Damn, they got it. Damn, they picked him up like. They picked him up like this is. Like he ain't gonna make it. That's the end of it, y'all. That's it. I can't show no more of that shit. I can't. The point of me showing this video, right, is why we got to keep getting involved? Why Rick Ross? He's supposed to be a leader, right? He has a lot of money. He's a coveted hip hop artist. Just did a song with Fat Joe and LL Cool J. I think it's LL Cool J's song. I like the song too. It's a nice song. The point I'm trying to make is that the black male image is suffering. I know that Rick Ross was in Canada minding his own business, and they brought the heat to him. But I'm just tell y'all, and I'm gonna tell y'all like this. This might not be a popular opinion, but I don't think Rick Ross should even got involved in that Drake shit. I don't think he should have been making fun of Drake. I think he should have just why can't we just make our money and just sit back in a lawn chair? Huh? Why can't we just do that? Make our money, sit back in a lawn chair, be good examples, just be good examples. Why we got to be, every time we make money, why we got to be, a lot of us got to be thugs, or we got to be either thugs or we got to be GAY, right? Feminine, you know what I'm saying? Why we can't just be upstanding black men, leaders, stay out of the beefs and stay out of the mess? Rick Ross is almost 50 years old. I think Rick Ross is about to turn 49. He a year and a half from turning 50. Shout out to Rural Black. Rural Black, what going on, bro? Shout out to Rural Black. Rural Black say skinhead wearing a Rodman jersey. Okay. Shout out to Rural Black, man. Yo. But it just seemed like we can't take a break. Shout out to Bernard. Bernard, what's going on? Bernard, how you feeling? Thank you for being here, Bernard.
No Cap-tivity.
Thank you for being here. Bernard say that's not how this theater works, my friend. If you want out, don't participate in the fuckery. And I totally agree with that, Bernard. I really do. I totally agree with that, bro. But when it comes to the black man's image, the black male image, when it comes to having more leaders in the black community as men, when it comes to us lifting each other up out of this hellhole, when it comes to us getting out of this dark hole that we've found ourselves in, which we know we didn't put ourselves in it, right? You know, powers that be had a lot to do with it. At this point in time, we're so divided, even when it comes to that aspect, black men in general disagree on if other people put us in the predicament that we're in now, in the predicament that we're in now, or we put ourselves in this predicament that we're in now. There are polarizing opinions that I want to talk about, man, because it's very disheartening, and it's very it's not only disheartening, it's very disturbing, because I don't want to stay here. I don't want to stay here, man. I'm not the type of dude, I'm not the type of black man that separates himself from other black people. When I see Rick Ross going through that, right? When I see other black men, you know, even black men that's incarcerated, I feel like I'm a part of that too. Even though I'm not incarcerated, even though I'm trying my best to live my life right. But at the same time, I do feel like it's a reflection of our whole race. Now I know, like I said, we got people that separate themselves and say, that's not a reflection of me. It's not a reflection of me. But in a way it is, because representation. It's representation. But I want us to try to answer the question of the night. What is keeping the black man down the most? What's keeping the black man down the most? We talked about religion. We talked about hip hop, rap music, right? It's terrible. Rap music is terrible. I don't give a damn. I was in Hamp's chat earlier today. Shout out to This Might Be Risky. Shout out to DJ Hamp.
No Cap-tivity.
A lot of brothers was on the panel talking about hip hop towards the latter end of his podcast, of his live stream. They was talking about how good rap music used to be back in the day, right? In the 80s. In the early 90s, you know, we was talking about how good rap music used to be, and shout out to Podcast. I seen your little podcast. He made a statement which I totally agree with. He said, you didn't have to portray a thug to be, you know, to be a rapper. He said that, and I agree with that. It was cool to be like, now it's like you gotta be on dope, and you gotta be a thug, and you gotta be a gang member. And for you to be solidified, you gotta have all three. You gotta be on dope, addicted to crack. You got to be addicted to crack, and you got to be a gang member. And what else I said? On crack, you got to be smoking crack, addicted to dope. Wait, a gang member, crack, and shout out to Lady Naveau, my sister in the building.
No cap.
I said one more thing. I said you got to be smoking crack, a gang member. What else I said? Oh, a thug. That's four. That's four. A thug. That's three. That's three. A thug. Four is feminine. You got to wear tight clothes. You got to wear tight clothes, and you got to have on nail polish. In order for you to be a certified gangster rapper, in order for you to be a certified rapper nowadays, that's the qualification. This shit fucked up, man. If you want to be a rapper nowadays, man, I'm gonna tell you something. You questionable. I'm telling you right now. I don't know why anybody would want to be a rapper. First of all, you got to sell your soul. It ain't even no question now. You got to sell your soul if you want to be a rapper now. You got to. You got to go in that room. I'm talking about that. You got to go in that one room, and you got to lick some ass, and you got to bend over. You got to practically hand them the Vaseline. You got to if you want to be a rapper now. If you want to be rich and successful. I mean, who wants to be a rapper nowadays? Huh? But let's just get off of the rapper. Let's get off the rapper. Is our rappers the problem? Religion. Is it still slavery, slave-minded? Being slave-minded, right? Is it the black woman? Is it fatherless homes? Is it mental health? What is keeping the black man down the most? Is it not having financial literacy? Is it us hating on each other? Is it us not supporting black businesses? Was it integration? See, I done heard so much talk. I done heard so many I done heard so many causes. I done got lost. I don't know economically and socially why black men are down. I'm gonna tell y'all it's so bad. Rick Ross got money. Rick Ross got money. And I know there's other men that proclaim to have money and stuff like that. And they're just bad examples, man. They're just showing bad examples, and they're not representing themselves well. They're not showing themselves as men of honor. They're not showing themselves as men of honor. And I want to get back to that. I want us to get back to being real kings and queens. Let me put this link in the chat because I need y'all to help me figure this one out. Let me see. Shout out to the No Cap-tivity. Let me see. Join the show. And please make sure you have adequate lighting. And if you're on your phone, make sure you turn your phone sideways like this, so we can get the widescreen sideways. Make sure you put your auto rotator on so your phone can turn sideways. I mean, so your picture can turn sideways or whatnot. Let me see. Join the show. There we go. Let me pin it to the top. Thank y'all for hitting that like button. I appreciate y'all. Let me bring my boys up, man. Hot Sauce, how you feeling, man? Hot Sauce just landed, y'all.
Cap-tivity.
How you feeling, Hot
Can you
Sauce?
hear me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro.
Okay, cool. How's everything going, man? Shalom. Hope everything is well.
Man, shalom to you too, man. It's great. It's great to hear you. It's great to hear you, bro.
Yeah. You're asking a very, very difficult question. I'll give it in two aspects. In the spiritual and in the physical. In the spiritual is God, right? Deuteronomy 20:26 and 28, right? Is God. If we're asking in the physical, I don't think that black men image is all that bad considering where we came from. Considering from Jim Crow to now, from 1968 to 2024, man, that's not that. I mean, we've made a lot of strides. We made a lot of strides, and it's not that bad. And I think that when we try to portray this kind of model minority, it's very dangerous because you're not going to have 100% of anything. There's criminality in every single group. There's poor white trash in every single group. There's going to be successful people in every group. And I think that if we're looking at the progress from Reconstruction to Jim Crow prison pipeline system to now blacks are growing middle class. Blacks are the number one fastest growing millionaires. There's more black boys in college than in prison since 1995. Right, we're making the necessary changes. Right, it takes time. Right, these things take time.
So who do you think, aside from Native Americans, who do you think is at the bottom economically?
Well, for sure, it's gonna be black people because we're second class citizens. That's why no matter what we do, unless we own media, unless we own our own businesses, no matter what kind of achievements we're going to have, our image is always going to be depicted as the bottom because America's psyche depends on black people being at the bottom. As long as white people can see on the news that black people are suffering, they can sleep well at night.
Okay, so if that's the case, what is keeping the black man down the most when it pertaining to that question you just answered? You said so. You saying God?
Well, I just said spiritually God, right? Because you see the curses of Deuteronomy 26 to 28.
Right.
I forgot. But if we're looking at black men keeping black men down, I would say that we're moving up. Because if you look at things in the chronological order, we're improving, right? When me and you were kids in the 90s, there was most boys going to jail than college. That's not the case anymore. When me and you were growing up, there was a lot of us having teenage pregnancies. That's not the case anymore. Majority of black men don't have children out of wedlock anymore.
So
right, if you look at our generation and look at our generation, Generation X, and look at the millennials and Zs, right, you can see a big disparity there, right? There's improvement.
So you're saying we're not going to jail as much, and what was the other thing you said?
So when you look at like Generation X and millennials, right, in the 90s we had the prisoner pipeline system, right?
Yeah.
There was more black men in jail than in college in the 90s when we were in high school. Today it's not the case anymore. There's more kids today in 2024 that are in high school or in college than there are in jail. We're going in the right direction.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to concede to that because you've done your homework on that. But even with that being the case, would you say the black male imagery has gotten worse when it comes to black entertainment? When it comes to black entertainment, when it comes to rap music, when it comes to femininity, when it comes to homosexuality, what do you think about that?
Our image is absolutely it's in the shit, right? Our image is because we're second class citizens, right? And we're always going to be second class citizens in this country. So when we look at our image, of course, our image is going to be the worst that America has to offer, and it's going to be promoted as worse, right? You're never going to see our accomplishments. You're always going to see the worst
with that
of
being
us.
The case, what is keeping the black man down the most? What do you?
Ownership.
Are you saying is this predominantly white society in general? Or that's what you're saying?
I'm saying lack of ownership. Until we own our own media, I'll say it this way: until black men and women, majority of us can work for another black man and black woman, and until we have our own media and our own institutions, we will always be at the bottom. Right? Booker T. Washington talked about this before.
So,
right, Booker T. Washington versus W. Du Bois. They had this conversation before. Booker T. was like, we got to have our own institutions. As long as we don't have that, we will always remain a second-class citizen.
Hot Sauce's definitive answer was basically ownership. I like
ownership
that because I didn't even have that on my list, and thank you. I appreciate that. We needed that. And that's something to think about. Black male ownership is very very important, and I really appreciate you for saying that. Thank you. You just implemented a whole another angle to this conversation. Trucker Yale, are you there?
What's poppin'?
Shout out to Trucker
Yeah,
Yell
man.
again.
Captivity.
Yes, sir. We hear you loud and clear. Trucker Yell. What's keeping the black male image down the most? What's your opinion?
Image or just black man down?
Not image. I'm sorry, not image. What's keeping the black man down the most? I'm sorry, not image, but yeah, in general.
I kind of want to say just black people down, but I guess we're gonna keep it on the men. So
we talking about black men right now, so you know.
Right. That's why I say I'll just keep it on the black men.
Yeah.
Honestly, I think one is unity.
Mm-hmm.
2 is discipline, and 3 is ourself. We are our worst enemy.
So your number one reasoning is unity. That's what you said.
Captivity.
Unity is what's keeping. But what do you mean? Could you elaborate on unity? What do you mean exactly when you say unity is keeping black men down the most?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Back in the day, we were unified, but even when we were unified, we all didn't get along. But we all had a principle and a code, right?
Mm-hmm.
We all knew what it was. We all stood on the same thing, but we ain't like each other. But we all stood, you know what I'm saying, on that code. And that's what we lack very much. We had
a code. We had a code back then. That's what you're saying. Do you think we still do you think we still have a code today? And if not, how is it now? What's the dynamic between black men now? What do you think?
Ain't no code, dog. Ain't no it's no respect on anything. It's a lack of respect. We don't even respect our elders. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no respect on loyalty. There ain't no respect on manhood. There ain't no respect on you know, like, it's weird out here right now, man. It's a lot of lackluster in the respect department. You know what I'm saying? A lot of dudes is too afraid to stand tall. A lot of dudes is quiet now and moving in different circles. Hell, it's a lot of dudes that's afraid to come out and be honest.
Do you think, for the most part, when black men are able to break past a certain tax bracket or financial status, do they still keep a unified mentality, or do they tend to lose it the more they go up the economic ladder?
Nah, if you ain't unified before you had money, you ain't unified when you got it.
Captivity.
I think what I've seen is black men tend to disassociate themselves from what they would call a lower class black society, and they would blame a lot of the lower class black society for the negative outcomes that black Americans experience. It's almost like, you know how we say Africans do that when they say Africans talk down on foundational black Americans?
Yeah.
A lot of times when black Americans, foundational black Americans, get money, they talk like them same Africans.
Yeah.
Nah, Freely, nah, man. Come on, man. Come on.
Because think about it though. Think about it. You got money and you got resources. How are we gonna get stronger if we don't actually operate as a collective? The more money in general black men get, the more of that collective mindset goes out the fucking window. Or for fear of losing the network that they've accumulated and the economic power that they've accumulated. You don't agree with that, Hot Sauce?
No, I think that's so unfair statement, Freezy. I think that, man, listen.
Why do you think that?
Okay, All right, and I apologize for jumping the line, but I'll just say this really quickly.
No, I don't think Trucker Yell mind. Do you mind Trucker Yell?
No, go ahead. I'm listening, dog. I'm listening.
Okay,
It's
go ahead.
interesting. I'm listening.
So here's the situation. When we want to look at the most unified blacks have ever been, there's 2 times in history when blacks have been unified: antebellum slavery and Jim Crow. Jim Crow, we were the most married. We had the most business ownerships, and we were the most unified. But for that to take place, right? Number one, we had to be relegated to a small area that we could never leave. For that to take place, white people could call grown senior men boys. White people could string us up by trees. That level of oppression for us to unify. Meaning that black people do not unify both upwards and downwards. So when you look at successful black people that tried to help, a lot of times black people ridicule them, aka Cosby, right? Who has done more to getting black children into college than anyone in modern day. And what did they do to that man? How did black people step up to him and defend him in his time of need? Look at the kids of Martin Luther King. Look at the kids of Malcolm X, right? Helping is reciprocal. I do for you, but you also do for me. I do as I invest my time, my resources, skills, and money, and you, the masses, protect me. We don't do that.
You said they should have.
So we're not unified.
Right, we're not unified.
Right, but you can't. But then you can't go back and say that you. But you can't go and say that wealthy people or upper class people treat black people like the African immigrants. No, wealthy, successful, upper class FBA, ADOS have tried, and then the lower class has shitted on them.
Well, here's the
consistently.
Chief, you're next, Chief. I'm going to you in 1 second, but I will say this: yes, there is a spectrum of black people that have tried to keep it 100, right? When they get some money and they reach a certain tax bracket, but for the most part, though, hot sauce. For the most part,
Breezy, that's not true.
Listen to what I'm
that's
saying.
That's not true. Harry Belafonte.
Listen to what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. What is it like? How many blacks is it in America, as far as the number goes?
13%, about 40 million, a little over 40 million.
40
million.
A little over
40 million.
Out of that 40 million,
yeah.
how many people would you say that have reached like a 5% tax bracket or something like that?
I would say roughly about 10,000 blacks.
So you're saying the majority of those 10,000 blacks, we've seen a culture of them reaching back, building private schools, going back to the neighborhood, sharing the network, making sure that other young blacks grow up and are conditioned with these same mindsets.
Before 1980, yes, before 1980, yes, you have. You have.
Before 1980.
Yeah, or let's say 1980s back, 2000s no, 1980s maybe early 90s. Yes, you have.
Okay. No, I'm not contesting that. What I'm saying is, what happened then?
What happened is you have.
Are you saying that the rich black folk felt like they were betrayed by the lower class black folk, or do you think the lower class black folk got tired of being betrayed by the rich black folk?
I'm saying this: rich black folk came back to help, like Steve Harvey, Denzel Washington, Harry Belafonte, what's the gay guy? I can't remember his name. Harry Belafonte was like, you can finance the civil rights movement, but you can't say shit because you have a white wife. The other dude, I can't remember his name, but he was a homosexual, and they say, well, you can finance, but you can't get in there because you're a homosexual. Denzel Washington with the Boys and Girls Club donating millions of dollars. Bill Cosby donating millions. It's a litany of people. It's a litany, but the hood gave conditions to it, right? And then on top of that, the hood will come back and tell you that you come here trying to tell us you this, whatever, and you think you're better than us, and so we don't want to hear that. So over time, people just say, all right, F it then. Fuck you, we out.
So you're saying
but
the more a black man actually rises in success, the more hate he's going to get from his own people. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely, especially when he comes back and tries to tell you, okay, hey, this is the way, this is what I learned. Here are the best practices. Oh, you sounding white. Back practice. What the hell? Nigga, we in the hood. Why you talking like that?
Okay. Before Trucker, before you go, I'm gonna get Chief in there so we can have
no,
a round
go
table.
ahead.
So we can have a round table discussion. Because this is good. This is good. Chief, from just looking at it from your perspective, what is keeping the black man down the most? What do you think, Chief?
I think it's a combination of what Hot Sauce said and also what Trucker Yell said. But to elaborate on that further, unity, I agree that that's one issue that we have. Unless it's a common goal, we're not going to unify ourselves on anything. Also, with that unity throughout the years, from that time he's talking about, from the civil rights movement till now, our freedom and rights have expanded. There's only so much that we were able to do, so we had no other option but to kind of stick together, whether we wanted to or not. We didn't
Mm-hmm.
have those kind of options. Now as time has come by, and we have now more black ownership, more money coming to the picture. Now you have more freedom, and now you get that separation, because you also have us as people trying to achieve a goal of success. And what happens is people get lost in that sauce once they reach that success, as far as looking back, from where they came from and giving back. Now, you want to talk about schools being built and stuff like that. I'll give you a perfect example. How many of the basketball players are doing that stuff? Now, you take away the top stars like LeBron James and Steph Curry and them. Now, name all the other black people are inside there that have reached a level of success. Maybe not getting $100 million a year or so, but they've reached that level of success. They're not giving it back, because the real issue is competition, and that's our problem. Is that it's competition. If me and you start off on the same level, okay, we're going to be competing, but it's not that serious. But now when we come to a certain hierarchy level, I can't afford for you to surpass me. We don't allow for somebody to surpass, even if there it's not going to have a conflict. We have an issue of letting somebody else surpass us, and if we feel like they're going to surpass us, even though they don't know us directly, we'll do what we can do in our way to compete and block that situation. So you have a lot of blocking that's going on, that's ruining that separation, because people are trying to reach certain status quos. You can even go back to when the Clippers, Los Angeles Clippers, had that situation with Donald Owner, for his racist comments and everything. And you had a few players that stepped down and they want to play and stuff. But think about it. If this was during the civil rights movement time, none of the black players would have played. They would have unified and they would have boycotted that and made a statement. But you think about it, somebody's like, hey, I can miss a few checks right now to say I'm making a statement, but they're not going to make that sacrifice. So that, going back to like Trucker Yell too, like discipline. Nobody's going to have that discipline. That discipline is gone. And I'll say one other issue though: when you put sports and entertainment into it, they're giving us the platform some freedom. Hey, it's modern day slavery. We'll let you do this and this and that. Just don't agree with them. Just don't do that. And you want to find yourself, hey, if I want to keep on getting this and bettering me and my family, hey, I'm going to do whatever they're telling me and what they're putting in my platform, even though I know it's not right. And that's the issue. Like that's the main issue, is lack of discipline and too much freedom that we have now. So there's no need to stand by each other, and we compete. That's the key thing. We're always competing.
So Santana, when you say unity, I think that's the same thing that I want to say Trucker Yell said that too. Unity, or did I think everybody kind of pretty much went towards unity? But when you say unity, what exactly do you mean when you say unity?
The only time we're going to unify or come together for a common goal and need if it benefits all of us. And when it benefits all of us, it doesn't matter about how much money you have, what your status quo is, because you can put George Floyd. It didn't matter if you were a millionaire, you know, if you hardly had anything. It didn't matter. We were all together because we all believed in that one cause. You go back to what Hassas was saying with the Jim Crow and everything. There was a common goal. We were fighting for our civil rights. So it didn't matter if I was richer than my neighbor, whatever, because I still can't go eat at that diner that I want to, even though I have this much money. So, hey, we're going to fight for the same goal. So that's what I mean by unity. Like, unless it benefits everybody, we're not going to unify. And the fact that we have so much freedom now, there's no purpose for us to unify.
Well, let me ask y'all this. It's when it comes to unity, right? We're talking about black men and even women. We could throw women in there too, reaching a certain level of economic prowess. What I've been seeing myself, I'm just speak for myself, I don't see a huge force of and use of their resources that they accumulated, as far as like how we see the small hats do, or how we see the white community have even from the inception of this American independence, right? How they've fought and established governments. I don't see black people actually establishing we're our own governmental infrastructure. Like it just seems like we get money and we go into our little cubbyhole and we'll do some tax write-off shit, like what Hot Sauce said, like the Boys and Girls Club or something like that, right? We'll acclimate that into being something legitimately that's going to help the black community. But I don't look at that as something substantial. I'm talking about how other ethnic groups operate to pull themselves out of the shithole. I don't see black people when they get money, they're actually, like, we see like think tanks coming together, like we're forming a think tank and saying, hey, you know, even if it has to be secret or in private, because we know we can get a little sketchy if other groups of power influence know that we're meeting together. You know, they will probably try to foil our plan or stick a monkey wrench and whatever. But so it probably will have to be secretly. But I don't even see that shit happening. I don't see it happening. The change that we need to make in order to turn to stop this ship from sinking, because I feel like we're in a sinking ship. I feel like it's getting worse. Now, Hot Sauce, respectfully, he feels like we've gotten better. I feel like we're getting worse.
Can I clarify something with that?
Go ahead, Hot Sauce.
I do agree. I do agree. America's a sinking ship in general. You should get the fuck out of that country if you can. But I'm just saying, from our generation to this generation, we have gotten better. I just want to say that. But you should get the fuck out of America if you can.
I'm gonna let Miss.
And shout out to Miss Polly, the pimp guy. Shout out to her.
I'm about to let Miss Polly go in 1 second, but I want to say, just simply getting better, like, you know, I can get better if I lose. If let's just say if I'm overweight, right, and I weigh 600 pounds, I got better if I weigh 599. That really don't mean shit. You know, you understand what I'm saying? I mean, I understand what you're saying. You know. Shout out to Yaham X. He said, Shalom Freezy. I want to call in about the topic and some ideas. Is it cool? Yeah. Hit the link, Yaham. Hit the link, Yaham X. Hit the link. It's at the top of the chat. Matter of fact, let me put it back in. Let me see. Join the show. I'll put it back in the chat. All you gotta do is click that link and it'll bring you right on up, bro. It'll bring you right up there. Miss Polly, ladies and gentlemen. Miss Polly looking like she got something on her damn mind, and she about to tell us.
Yeah, hi.
What's
yeah,
up,
I was gonna say.
Hey, Caramel Drip. I'm sorry, Miss Polly. What's up,
Oh,
Caramel
no,
Drip?
Listen,
Go ahead,
I think okay. I think a lot of these issues have to deal with the lack of identity. If we're gonna say Americans, so we'll say Black Americans, we are special, and what I mean by that is because we were brought over here a particular way, and because of that lack of identity, we don't even have identity within ourselves. We're mixed with all kinds of different um, countries. You know, some of us are, you know, from 3 or 4 generations of different African countries, and then you have us also mixed with Caucasians. So, and not everyone, but you know, a good proportion. So at this point, like, there's no real union because even when we were here and on plantations between the South and the North, and not even just that distinction, then we also had different tribal traditions through each group. So basically, we're so mixed, there's not a real identity other than the fact that we're American. And then when we try to separate ourselves and join together, it's like we all have so many different takes. You know, someone might be mixed, someone may be, and I mean, not just white and black, I mean, mixed literally from different countries. You know, Africa is a continent, it's not a country. So, talking about different tribes, different traditions, there's no one thing other than being American that really join us together. And when you're trying to find a separation in America, as a Black American, it's almost like you're saying you don't want to be American, but that's the only thing we really do join on, is that we are American, and that we are, you know, obviously our lineages is from being slaves. So you're asking those people who have really a variety of traditions, a variety of mindsets, a variety of education and privileges to come together and agree on large subjects and large things, and none of us have come together and joined together in that manner, and we're not even including religious differences, you know, so people, and so we as a people, as Black Americans, are very special. And I think even though it's special, the special may not be good or bad, it's just there is a lot to unpack. And for us to join together, we would all have to come up with something that we all agree on. And that to me just doesn't seem realistic, when doing that also includes us stripping away the fact that we're American, which is one of the biggest reasons why we have connections with each other, is because we are from America. A lot of us Africans don't even claim us. So at this point, it's really hard to come together and try to build a community, a unity within America, and be separate from America. But say, well, hey, we're American, but we're not American, but we're not also from these different tribes or possibly Caucasian. Like, the lack of identity, I think, really is caused to a lack of unity.
A lack of identity. That's so. Are you saying that's your answer to what is keeping the Black man down the most? A lack of identity?
A lack of identity and a lack of joining on like customs and things like that. We don't have anything where we're like, we all do this. All we have is that we all just are American. If you think, what else are we all conjoined in as a Black American?
You're saying like a concrete culture that we can be identified with.
Yeah, we can't even identify with a country because most of us are mixed from different. You might be Nigerian, then you might be maybe from South Africa family. Like, you have so many. We were so blended, and unfortunately, that is tragic that we don't have an identity other than being American. And then when you're telling us as Americans to separate ourselves in America from the only customs and unity that we have, that is very difficult, because then you're causing us to separate again. And then we would have to basically, I don't think that's possible. But other people come from other countries. They come from Mexico. They have customs and they have an identity. They don't have to guess where they're from. They don't have to guess what kind of customs they're going to choose that's not what happens. If you come from China, you know what you're doing. You come from Japan, you know what you're doing. You know, they know. So when you do that, it's different because you have a foundation. As Black Americans, we don't have a foundation and we don't have a unity on those things.
You think we'll ever have an identity again?
Our identity is that we're just mixed. And I mean that we're just mixed with customs, traditions. None of us have anything on the same level. The only thing we will be united on is that we're American. That's where our foundation would have to be. It'd have to be because we're American. And then if you try to separate us even more, then you're dividing us as Americans, which then causes problems.
Well, this is the reason why, and this is around to Trucker Yell. If you got some on your mind, I want you to chime in too. But I want to say this. This is what attracted me to the Hebrew Israelite faith, right? And this is not everybody's cup of tea, but I just want to share that. That's what attracted me to it initially, because when I looked at how they was moving, it just like, for the most part, their families were intact. It was a lot of order. The women, for the most part, were respectful. And predominantly, the biggest influence for me was I was already in the Christian church, right? I was already in the Christian church, but I had became kind of disenfranchised with the Christian church because it was just a lot of hypocrisy going on. And so when I seen how the Israelites was moving, and then when they went to breaking down the Bible and made me believe, they convinced me that we are the people that the Bible was talking about. They convinced, like, I actually studied, like, because I'm not the type of person that's gonna take somebody's word for it, right? I like to study, I like to read on my own, but I was trying to prove them wrong, but I just couldn't, But like I said, that's just me. But the reason why I shared that with everybody is because I understand exactly what you're saying. Like, identity is very crucial. It kind of brings you to a center. It centers you, and it kind of gives you more of a direction, not just individually, but as a group of people, right? And so, yeah, that I understand exactly what Miss Polly is saying. Let me bring Miss Polly up. I understand exactly what she. No, it's okay. It's okay. Trucker Yell, go ahead, bro.
Nah, I'm trying to figure out what part y'all talking about right now.
No, what she said, I think what Miss Polly is saying, the question on the table is, what is keeping the Black man down the most? And the reason why I said, because I'm going to do another live stream about what is keeping the Black woman down. That's going to be my next one. But I wanted to cover this one first. What is keeping the Black man down the most is because it's, what'd you say, Miss Polly?
The rebellion.
Oh, hold that thought.
Wait, no, you see this, but no, like, come on, who doesn't want to be wild? I mean, let's be honest. I mean, we have to be in order, but I mean,
the reason
I agree with that.
The reason why I put Black men on the table, on the chopping block first, is because I want to believe that the men should be the leaders. So I started with us. I believe that the men should be the leaders. So that was the initial question.
When men
what is
lead,
keeping
it's
the
very
Black man
attractive,
down?
but you also have to have the plan and the thought to do that. And I think even if, so like, they're always like, oh, man has to have this giant plan. I mean, even if he's finding his way in it, it's like, you ever heard someone say, like, even if you're not sure, you try to find out, but when someone asks you, you stand in confidence.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you should be. Like, even I'm a manager, and I be some people come to me, and if I don't know, I'll be like, you know what, I'm not sure, but what I do know is what I'm saying, I'm standing on it, and that's what matters. Like, even if I think, oh, I'm not sure, but this is, I'll even say, hey, listen, I'm not sure, but we're doing this today. You stand on it, so you're also reinforcing that you're standing, and you're in your conviction of what you're saying. It doesn't matter. Like, nothing's changing. So I think a lot of men don't. It could be I'm not going down the road of parenting and all. I'm just saying it could be a lack of that.
From your outlook, do you see the majority of Black men portray that type of image or not? What do you think?
It's a lack
Tell the
of
truth. Just tell the
confidence.
truth. Tell the
Yeah,
truth.
no, it's a lack of confidence and trust in themselves, and they're always questioning themselves, which is valid to do.
Mm.
Even my son, I tell him like, and I know I'm a lady, so I know men reinforce it, and unfortunately, I have other gentlemen in my life more than one, so they reinforce what I'm saying also. But for me as a mom, and I know my boys will kind of look at me too. I'll say, don't go something not sure because I can see it on you. I smell it on you. And as a woman, I definitely see it. You're not sure. And if you're not sure of you, I definitely can't be sure of you because that means you don't know what
Mm.
you're doing. And I can't trust you to lead. I think a lot of that lack of leadership and people following is the lack of trust, or maybe they don't know what they're doing. And that's where I think women get that, what is it called? The arrogant. They think, men are arrogant. Some are, but I like a little bit of it because it means that even if I am wrong, I'm standing in what I said. I said what I said.
No captivity.
That's
So,
sexy to you.
Oh yeah,
yes.
Yeah. Okay.
yeah.
So,
We could disagree. It don't even matter.
Go ahead, Chucky. Yeah. What do you think?
So again, I mentioned that the second thing is discipline. Remember me, I said that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
This discipline comes in different forms, right? When you got a lack of discipline, you have a dude that's very undecisive, confident in himself,
Mm-hmm.
right? That let everything destroy his purpose. A lack of pride of being a black man or just being a man, period. You know what I'm saying? It's a multitude of things in just that one word. So what Miss Polly was talking about is a lack of discipline. And when I mentioned stand tall, I mean stand tall. Like, your word is your bond. What you say comes out your mouth, you mean that shit. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Even if you wrong or you feel like you right, you stand on it. You know what I'm saying? And then you got to have enough confidence to be like, yo, I was wrong. I was wrong. We have a lot of dudes out here that, unfortunately, they ain't self-disciplined, man.
Let's dig deeper into that.
No captivity. Check the cash out, bitch.
Shout out to Rural Black. Rural Black, thank you, man, for the $7.77 cash out. We know if $7.77 gets sent, is Rural Black, my dog, man. The damn crypto guru. He said, great topic for the lights. Shout out to Rural Black, man.
No captivity.
Rural Black, thank you for helping us keep the lights on. I appreciate that, dog. Thank you. Also, we do have a sponsor of tonight's show. It's my dog E Senior, man. E Senior.
Check the cash out, bitch. You so damn dumb. Check the cash out.
E Senior in the building with the $20. He already up on the scoreboard. He already on the sponsorship board. E Senior, thank you, bro, for helping us keep the lights on. I appreciate you. You do get the big light. I appreciate that, bro. You do get the big light. Thank you for the $20 cash cap. He says, salute Freezy. Great conversation. I think so myself. It's an excellent conversation. And E Senior is the sponsor of tonight's show. To be either a co-sponsor or the official sponsor of tonight's show, you have to either give $20 or more. Thank you, E Senior. I appreciate you, bro. Thank you.
No captivity.
So Trucker, yeah, back to taking off from where you just left, man. I just want to say you're absolutely right. Black men need more discipline. We do need more discipline, right? And backing off of what Miss Polly said, she feels like black men need to exude more confidence and just stand on what they mean, even if they make mistakes, even if they might be wrong at times. It's just still, it's quintessential that a man in general stands on what he means and has confidence in his decision making. Now, being that you feel like do you feel like most black men do not exhibit that type of characteristic, Trucker Yale? Because Miss Polly already gave her answer. What do you think?
Honestly, I do.
You think most black men do exhibit those type of characteristics?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of males out here that's trying to pretend to be men. Cause we talked about this the other day about We need more honest, upfront men in the front lines instead of weak ass dudes. You know what I'm saying? That be out here putting on the front and out here lying and deceiving and just, you know what I'm saying? They're just doing the dumb things they doing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So yeah,
so
it's a lot.
So you're saying the majority of black men are exhibiting those type of characteristics, the strong leadership, standing on what they mean, confident decision making. You're saying the majority of black men have those qualities. So if that's the case, why are black men, for the most part, not all black men, but just generally speaking, why are we on the bottom of the totem pole?
Well, I didn't say that most men have it. I said it's a small percentage of men that move like men.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah. It's a lot of it's a lot of you know. Again, we talked about this the other day. It's a lot of weird dudes out here that's just doing weird, weak mentality. Like, you know, they don't stand on nothing. They don't have no respect on the word. You know, word is bond. You know what I'm saying? They ain't proud to be men. They out here moving like females. No offense, but a lot of them is. You really think about it. You feel me?
I mean, I would even go as far as saying, because there are some men, because it's like a what's it called? It's a fakeness, like to pretend that you know what you're doing, and a lot of people don't put the effort and energy into that. So let's say you're like, hey, you might be talking on that good game, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get this money, I'm gonna go get this job, and listen, I got it all planned out. You just need to follow me. And you don't actually have a real plan. You don't have a, hey, in 3 months I have to do this, and this. And listen, babe, I can't talk to you and hang out with you every weekend because I gotta go make this money. You're not putting things that are more important first. Your actions aren't giving the result, and you don't know what actions to do to get the result you need. And so if you're walking like that, because that's a big thing I see in younger men too, is like they're talking about how they're gonna be making all this money, but I'm like, where's your plan? And the plan is, oh, I'm just gonna get a job and I'm like, that's not. It's like they're missing the fact that you have to go deeper. And if you don't know things, like let's say you don't know how to, what it takes to get this brand new car, what it looks like doing research, actually taking the time to look or ask someone who may know. It's a lack of effort to actually put in the work to get the results.
And
yeah, I think.
go ahead, Chucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, she's right, man. I think that because I always say God is first. Number two is a man's purpose, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once you get on your purpose, you know what I'm saying? Shit should, even like when you get on your purpose, right? Can't nobody stop you from succeeding. Only person that can stop you is you. So when you have a dude that's doing his thing,
What happened? You ain't get into no wreck. You ain't get pulled over by the police, did you? Okay, let me take over. Hey,
Freezy.
Go ahead, Chief.
So I agree with Miss Polly, but just to go back on what you were asking originally, because let's say there are black men that do have purposes and that do have plans and that are structured and they are getting that money. But when you look at it as a whole, though, what is the issue? Once they do get that money and stuff, are they really spreading the wealth? Are they really teaching that same knowledge and providing those same resources? It's not like, oh, because the black men that do get money, if they're not uplifting us and they're not, teaching us and sharing this knowledge and these resources, that's keeping us down as well too. Yeah, they had a plan and a purpose and their discipline and stuff, but That's only for their own self-interest, and that's the issue.
Gatekeeping.
Okay, you have
Yes.
you have 15 millionaires and stuff. How many of those 15 millionaires are actually all coming together so they can better their whole community or the black people and stuff? They're not sharing that. It's for their own self-interest, and that's the issue. That's what keeps us down, and it's the competition. Take America out the situation. You can go to Nigeria. I lived there for 12 years. You can go to Ghana or anything else. It's the same thing. It doesn't matter about being mixed or not. It's just within the black gene. It's the competition. It's the competitive drive. I have everybody wants to be a hustler. Those that have the go get it mentality, they're hustlers. And if I'm a hustler and you're a hustler, I gotta out hustle you. That's the mentality. And with that mentality, that's always going to keep you down because you guys cannot both flourish at the same time. That's the issue.
So can I respond?
Yes, go
My
ahead,
bad.
House. Go ahead.
Yeah. All right. So I got a couple points that I would like to respond to. So the first point I would like to respond to is I would like to quote W. Du Bois, where he talks about the Negro is only Negro in skin, but to have a white mind. So when we're looking at America, right? African Americans, ADOS, FBA, whatever you want to classify us, are the same as white Americans, right? White Americans do not go around helping everybody. You have the elite class that do not have anything to do with the trailer park class. So when we're talking about helping one another, some type of community pride or social responsibility, probably social responsibility is probably the most accurate term, right? The African American or the ADOS doesn't have social responsibility because the community didn't instill that in the beginning, right? So when we talk about building wealth and putting it into the communities, you do have that. You do have the Jack and Jills, where you have these selective groups where these middle class and upper middle class Black America go to your Morehouses, go to your Howards, go to your Ivy League schools, right? And they marry each other, and they continue to push the wealth. So you do have that, just like you have the WASP in Greenwich, Connecticut, right? Now, do the whites interact with the trailer parks in like Missouri somewhere? Hell no. Right? The one thing that Black people do not like and detest is hierarchy and also class. But in America, America is a class system, and we are Americans. Second point, Black men are not the leaders of the Black communities. We are absolutely not. Systemic racism, lack of equal rights, lack of paternity rights, second class citizen as far as marital rights ensure that Black men are cannot be leaders. And for someone to tell me that because I'm a man, I'm the leader of the Black community, that is insulting to my skill set as a great leader. We are not leaders of the community. We never were leaders of the community. And to put that on us is a deflection. It's a deflection and a way to excuse bad behavior, because Black men were never the leaders, right? If you know the true history of FBA ADOS in this country, you cannot sit here and say this and be genuine in saying that Black men are leader, right? And that is an absolute insult to my competency as a leader. And I'll pass the mic on that.
I want to say this before somebody else takes off. I want to say that, yes, you're absolutely right. White people practice elitism, right? And they do separate class when it comes to economically. Economically, they do separate themselves, right? I get that. But I think what white people have figured out is that there should be a hierarchy. There should be, right?
And there should be a hierarchy in the Black community as well.
Right. So let's start there, right? But I think that the point that you made does not correlate with Black folk, because white people have made their establishment already. You understand what I'm saying? Like, they've created a hierarchy. If you want to be white trash, that's your goddamn fault. You growed up looking at white Jesus if let me tell you something. If I growed up going to church and all I knew about was white Jesus, black Jesus, black Noah, black God, black Santa Claus, everything was black, my chances conditionally are going to be higher for success. It might not be, it might not be a larger percentage higher than other races, but it's going to be higher because of my the morale. Just the morale.
But Freezy, we do have certain. Okay, we don't have enough black institutions. Yeah. I agree with you because that's the point I made earlier. But we do have enough, and we don't support that. There's 50 black banks, right? There's. You
made this point on another live stream too. You made that point.
Right. There's 50 black banks. There's at least 100 equity institutions such as Robert Smith that manages billions of dollars in equity. Right. Let's start there. There's also black ran schools, private and free schools. Right. Let's move to those areas.
Okay.
We're not doing our part.
And guess what? I don't take the accountability off of us. As a matter of fact, I think most of the accountability should be on us, but I don't think black folk even have enough fight in them. That's the point I'm trying to make, right? I just don't think that we have enough fight in us in order to actually accomplish what needs to be accomplished. And I think the reason why black men don't have enough fight in them is because, for one, we're too divided. I think that's what Miss Polly was the point she was making earlier. We're too divided. That's me. Okay, you too, Trucker. Yeah.
Hold on. I want to make that leadership point. Please, I just want to make that leadership point that you guys were talking about as well. But after you go, I want to make that point.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, we're too divided, and secondly, I think that when black folk get into a higher tax bracket, I think what Chief Santana said was vital. Black folk adopt this mindset of gatekeeping and elitism. Black folk adopt this mindset of gatekeeping and elitism, and it's just not going to work for us at this level that we're on right now. We ain't got time to be gatekeeping shit. We need all the goddamn person. We need all the information we can get. Right. Let me listen. This is what I'm saying. And shout out. Hold on. Wait. Shout out to Angry Man. Shout out to Angry Man in the building. Super chat. Shout out to Angry Man in the building. He showed up right on time because Angry Man don't gatekeep. He don't gatekeep information. Angry Man. He's a huge He's a huge live streamer, huge YouTuber. One of the if not the one of the biggest compliments that I have about my dog Angry Man, if you need some information, and when it comes to especially being not only a YouTuber but a black YouTuber at that, man, he's a fountain of information. He don't hesitate getting it to. But I don't think a lot of black people practice that. I think we like the gatekeeping. We like to be them. We like to maintain this most important person in the room persona. We want to be the most important
because a lot of times we put somebody on and they fucked up our position. Right? A lot of people have that experience. We put somebody on and they fucked up our position.
Shout out to Angry Man. Angry Man for the $10 super cat. Angry Man said black people do practice hierarchy. We just do it backwards.
Well, then that's not hierarchy then, is it? Well, and I just want to make this last point about leadership, if I could. I just want to make, because we're up here talking about how... You want to
finish your point about black male leadership?
Yeah, well, I definitely want to finish that point.
Okay, then Trucker can go after you. Go ahead.
All right, so we were up here, like Polly made this point about we don't have a plan and stuff like that. Talk to any entrepreneur, talk to anyone who has a successful business. Sometimes you need to do it, right? Masculinity is not so much in the planning. That's more a feminine trait. Sometimes you just do it and you learn on the fly. You learn through trial and error. Experience is always going to be the best teacher. Anyone who does business will back me up on that. Second point. when we talk about leadership, like first of all, not everybody can be a leader, right? You need people to follow you if you're going to be a leader. Not everyone could be a leader in the civil rights movement because then nothing will be accomplished and nothing will get done. But to say that black men are not leaders, I would definitely say that's just not true. I would say the people that that you experience are not leaders, or if you have, right, most of the time, especially for black women, and no disrespect to Polly, black women really just don't like black male leadership. When a black man knows his value, they can't stand that, right? It's bitter medicine, and they often repel. They repel each other, right? Because I would say I'm a fantastic leader, right? And every time, a lot of times, majority of times I'm on the panel when black women get on here, they're cussing me out, right? It's a repellent.
Would you say the majority of black women that you've encountered would say you are a fantastic leader as well?
Well, I don't. Oh man, this is gonna sound horrible. I don't think black women have. I don't think black women even know what leadership looks like. So for them to even give an assessment on that is ridiculous. It's ridiculous. That's why I said never call me, never ever say I'm a leader of the community. So that is an insult. And for the most part, honestly, no disrespect to black women, but they don't even know what leadership is to give a proper assessment.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey yo, hold on. Wait.
Man,
I'm gonna let Trucker, you go, and then I'm gonna let AM take off. Go ahead, Trucker. Go ahead.
So here's my thing, bro. We was supposed to be keeping it on the men. So how about we start there first?
We
can talk about the women the next day.
No Cap-tivity.
We can talk about the women the next day.
The women is tomorrow. The women live stream tomorrow.
Then secondly, I don't know how, some way we always figure out a way to bring white folks or another race of folks in this situation, when technically most of the shit that they actually doing came from us. The only difference is with the hierarchy and all that other shit is that we don't follow that same principle anymore, which is why Angry Man said the shit is backwards. And that's where the fuck we need to get to at this point in 2024. Go back to the shit that actually worked and stand on that shit. That's
We
it.
need
Plain and
hierarchy. Hierarchy. If there's no hierarchy, I think it's impossible to even have an infrastructure, right? The level of hate that I've experienced as a black man, I mean, from my own people, to me, it's kind of telling on why it's very difficult for us to maintain a concrete hierarchy that we can actually pinpoint, right? But we'll elaborate on that later. Let me get my dog AM. AM just landed, y'all. AM is in the building. AM, what's going on with you, bro? Look like you got something on your mind.
So I wasn't gonna come up, but I super chatted, and my man said, "Then that's not a hierarchy." No, that's exactly what it is. Like it doesn't really matter what culture, race, or background you have. Hierarchy is inherent. Even if you're not trying to create a hierarchy, one gets created naturally. So the problem with black people is our hierarchy is backwards. In other words, in the black community, the worst of us is the best of us.
Could you elaborate on that, AM? What do you mean by that? The worst of us is the best of us.
It's simple. In the white community, the people who are considered the top of the hierarchy are the people in their community that have achieved the most, financially, academically, just overall success. In our community, it's those of us who've actually did a pseudo version of achieving something. So in our community, like in a white community, a guy that's a college professor or a guy that is a hedge fund runner or a guy that is the CEO of a company, he's considered top tier. He's considered at the top. Or a guy that's a politician, right? In our community, it's the kingpin drug dealer. It's the gang member. It's the dude that has the worst reputation for, you know, deleting people or committing certain types of crimes. If you grow up in the black community, you know, it's the pimps, the hustlers, and those individuals that are the top of the hierarchy. If you're a kingpin, if you're a kingpin drug dealer in the hood, right? Or, you know, let's say you're a rapper who actually emulates or either engages in that activity as well, you're the dude get top choice of the women. You're the dude that, you know, people look up to, either they revere or fear. So we have a hierarchy. It's just backwards. It's even backwards with the women. So the women who are the good women, the women that are, you know, wife material or whatever, they're last. The women that are the ratchet ghetto hoes and shit, they're at the top of the food chain in the black community. As far as the women,
in the black community, we've heard on several occasions, money talks and bullshit walks. We've heard that. If you got a rapper holding up a money phone, full of $100 bills, or you just got a dope boy holding up, you know, a dope boy driving in a foreign car, he's flashing a lot of money. A lot of black people take that as evident that this dude is successful just because he got a lot of money, right? From my experience, that's how a lot of black people move. If we can see the money on you, we're going to log you in at a higher position than your average black person, as long as you can show that money, right?
That's because black culture is anti-white culture.
Okay, explain that.
Okay, so whatever white people do that is considered the measure of success, we do a version of it, but it's the opposite. So, like I said, you know, you see Jerry Seinfeld, who's damn near a billionaire, you're never gonna see him holding up money. You're not really gonna see the money on him like that. Same thing with Warren Buffett, same thing with certain, you know, there's a lot of name brand clothing that are brands that white people buy, but those brands are very understated. In other words, you don't the name of the brand is not tattooed all over the shirt.
It's not a billboard. Yeah, it's not a billboard. They're not a walking billboard. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be a plain white shirt, plain colored jeans, plain shoes, but the shoes will be like a couple $1,000. The freaking shirt will be $500. You know what I'm saying? But with us, it's the other way around. We got the $500 shirt, but you know what kind of shirt it is because it's a billboard, like my man said. It's tattooed all over the shirt. You know what I'm saying? It's like what Billy Hoyle said to Sydney in White Men Can't Jump. He said, "Black men, you're preoccupied with looking good first and winning second."
Yeah, just like Canadian Goose Down versus a Fat Farm, right? Fat Farm is written all over the coat. Canadian Goose has a small emblem on the left hand shoulder, and that jacket is $2,000.
Wait, before we go to your hum X, you there? Let me make sure your mic is working, your audio is working.
Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, I'm going to you next. Before I go to you, I'm gonna ask Angerman a question of the night, because I want his opinion on what he thinks. Since I got my dog up here, what is keeping the black man down the most? AM?
The black man.
No Cap-tivity.
You gotta elaborate on that. What do you mean by the black man? Because that's a broad answer.
He's his own worst enemy. He thinks that the average black man thinks that if he does the things, that white men do that make them successful, it's going to make him a sellout, or it's going to make him not true to his culture or whatever, right? So if the black man decides, you know what, I'm tired of the police tearing up my neighborhood, so I'm going to become the police. He doesn't want to do that, because that's him being police, and he's anti-white culture. So if white culture depends on the police, he doesn't want to depend on the police, right? Or he doesn't want to be the police. If he's tired of the way his community is being run, he doesn't want to run for city council. He doesn't want to be a congressman or a senator or anything like that, because again, that's what white people do. Black men literally base their lives off of not doing what white people do. The only problem is some of the shit white people do is actually correct. That's the only problem. So if you're a white guy, you're going to focus on your finances. You're going to make sure you're trying to build, a future for yourself financially. You're going to get life insurance. You're going to, have a living will. You're going to freaking invest in the stock market. You're going to save money in a high interest bearing account. You're going to make sure that your credit is straight. On the flip side of that, you got a lot of black folks that don't do any of that. And if you bring up stuff like that, some of them will even tell you, man, that's white people shit. You know what I'm saying?
Do you think it's more so? Do you think it's more so not wanting to be like white folk, or just having a deficit of information and information and understanding on the things that white people do, as far as like how they set up trusts and will and bank accounts and economically being financially literate? Do you think it's just a fear of not knowing, and then they just do what they know? Like I got some homeboys that used to sell dope. They be like, man, Freezer, this all I know, dog. And I guess what? I'm good at it. I done had homeboy tell me that. Like, and I try to get them to, try to elevate their mind and say, hey, man, you ain't got to do that all your life. Trust me. Let's do this. No, dog, this all I know. And to me, I get the understanding that, to me, my opinion is, my understanding from when I talk to people like that, it's be like, I don't know if it's that is just don't want to be like the white man, or it's just intimidation, because the white man's image is so elite to them. They feel like it'll be hard to even achieve what white people have achieved, so I'm gonna just stay in my lane. That's what I get from a lot of black people. They just want to stay. They feel like they gonna stay in their lane and do what they good at, like playing basketball or selling dope or rapping. Or do you understand what I'm saying? I don't think it's just not want to be like white folk. I think it's just lack of information.
It's fear of education though, Freezy. It's like you can't really always say because lack of education, because now it's 2024. So I mean, there's so many resources that are out there. You have Google, internet. I mean, it's the fear of that education. Like if you put yourself in that fear of wanting to know and understand it, because okay, shoot, I'm afraid of, I don't want to be like the white man. They're going to school and getting college and stuff, education. But if you take that fear away and get yourself educated, then that's how you're going to learn about invest your money properly. That's how you're going to learn about how to spread the wealth, how to run your business, how to do anything. You have to educate yourself, and that's the first step right there. Is being fear. It's having that fear of education, and then the bounce off of Angry Man with that hierarchy as well too. When we're at the very bottom, that's when we're all together, and as we start doing better and stuff, that's when the separation really occurs. And now those people are still stuck at the bottom. They're not comprehending how we made it out to another level and stuff, because of that fear of educating themselves. The lack of resources, we could go back to the 60s and say, yeah, lack of resources, we don't know. We have too many resources out here to not know. Is you actually stepping up and taking that discipline, like, I'm going to teach myself. But if you're afraid of teaching yourself, yeah, you're gonna keep yourself down forever.
Okay, PJ Austin wrote an excellent. Shout out to PJ Austin in the chat. Shout out to PJ.
No Cap-tivity.
He also said a lack of identity. Also, so Angerman, just levy backing off of what you said. And I'm going to you next. You Yaham X. I'm going to you next. Do you think it's a total just don't want to be like white folk, or do you think there are other things that might be playing a part in why black men it's hard for us to for us to pass certain ethnic groups economically, or do you just think we just hate white folk?
It's a desire not to be the oppressor. It's a desire not every other group that comes from another country that comes here, Asians, people from the Middle East, whatever ethnic group you can think of, whatever nationality you can think of, they have the ability to come here and maintain their culture, but still assimilate into American society and do the things that white people do that actually benefit. It's only us that are fighting like hell not to assimilate into the damn country we were born in. It's only us that's doing that. And when it comes to information, to answer your question before my internet started tripping, it's not a lack of information. Information has to be sought. Information has to be pursued. You feel what I'm saying? And you're not going to have the desire to pursue the information if, one, you don't want to assimilate into the society. Let's just be real. Black people don't want to play the game as it's being played. They want to change the rules of the game. They want to reinvent the game because they don't like the fact that they've been losing at the game for so long. It's like playing Monopoly and you don't like the fact that you're losing. Black people want to slap the board up in the air instead of learning how to play the damn game. You feel what I'm saying? It's that in addition to the fact that, aside from black people not wanting to be like white people and not wanting to assimilate into what they believe is white society, which is really just American culture. In addition to that, black people have this thing where it's really weird. It's a weird dynamic, but we just have this thing where we want to pretend that we live in a bubble inside of America. Like we live in our own little world. Like, and if you think for one second that it's something other than not wanting to be like white people, right now as we speak, what's the biggest song in the world? They not like us.
They not like us.
Okay, so that's them making the statement that okay, like you got black people still running around here talking about the revolution will not be televised. Black people still think they're gonna revolt in this country and take over the country, at 13% of the damn population. Like it's ridiculous. Like we don't even live in a day and time where people typically do that anymore. You feel what I'm saying? You literally have people, you have Asian people that will come here. They will go to universities here. They will become engineers. They will become doctors. They'll become all of these things, and they have no problem assimilating into American society while still holding on to the culture from their the country they come from. Like we act like we can't compartmentalize. We act like we can't assimilate into American society and still hold on to whatever we deem blackness to be.
Let me get you Yaham X. You Yaham X, man, what's going on? What's on your mind, bro? Appreciate you. No
Cap-tivity.
I know you got a lot of bullets in the gun. Just let them fly. Go ahead.
Oh, you good? You good? Hey, man, I appreciate the platform, man. First and foremost, all praise to the Most High.
All praise.
You know what I mean, shout out to the boy Freezy and
all
the
praises
crew. Man, the biggest problem with our people is actually biblical prophecy, but most people don't understand. So to push that aside, I feel like it's a couple of things. the definition of a black man is also the problem, because now we looking at this as, do they get down? How do they get down? What color are they? And that completely defeats what we're trying to do, because we're trying to rebuild a group of people who have no identity. And then we handing out participation trophies to people who want to be or act like it or assimilate to what we doing, because we ain't got no culture. We just got things that we can make hot. You know what I mean?
No
And then
captivity.
the lack of accountability, not just from the individual. I'm talking about your mama, your brothers and sisters, your daddy, your grandma. Ain't nobody holding accountability to their family members no more, because we all want to be exclusive. The community don't hold us accountable for the things that we doing. We not even holding ourselves accountable, because what we doing is idol worshiping. I'm a man and I got two daughters. But if I had two sons, do you know how disrespected I would feel for my sons to just LeBron? That's somebody else, dad. Let that man raise his children. What we doing for our children, and we allowing them to fall fanatics, which is one of the reasons why we ended up in this situation.
I gotta interject something.
Okay, go ahead, Angry Man, because I was about to say, go ahead.
I disagree with us not having a culture. And we got to stop saying that. We actually do have a culture. We have art, we have music, we have thespians, we have literary giants, we have philosophers. We have all of these things as a black culture. The problem is we have been abandoning our culture. That's what the problem is.
Bingo.
We've had a culture. You feel what I'm saying? We've had a culture. I could start running down the list of people who are cultural icons within the black community that a lot of these young folks, they don't even know who they are. You feel what I'm saying? We have broadcast giants that people don't even remember, like freaking P.D. Green. We have thought leaders like James Baldwin. We have artists like Ernie Barnes. We have jazz legends like
James
Miles
Baldwin was
Davis.
the guy from
Like
I was talking about earlier.
we,
Thank
yeah,
you.
we have a culture. The problem is we have been allowing our real culture to be erased and replaced with this new bullshit. That's what
Facts.
the problem is. You feel what I'm saying?
That's
So
facts.
we can't say that we don't have culture. We do have a culture, and I get I get why you're saying that, brother. I get your frustration, because if you look at it as it stands right now, it looks like we don't have one, but we definitely
No,
do.
Go ahead, you Yaham.
Oh man, I wanted to make a small interject. You know what I mean? And I understand what you're saying when you say we do have a culture because we got these things. But like I said, if I go to a Chinese restaurant and they cooking a Chinese dish, just because I'm able to go in the kitchen and do it better than somebody else, to put my own twang in there, they don't necessarily mean that it's our culture. And the thing about that is, what about our culture can you raise your children to? What about our culture did your grandma raise you to? Because that, to me, we got people. We always had people, and we always gonna have history just because of that. So they are gonna involve themselves in music because that's music. But when the music industry is telling you if it's our art, how are we limiting our capability of our artistic expressions because of financial opportunities? You see what I'm saying? We being sold out, and that ain't culture. That's just a crime in my
No,
eyes.
no, actually, here's where you're wrong. Because see, the analogy you're using about the Chinese dish, I get that, because the Chinese invented their cuisine. So you're going in there and you're mimicking what they're doing. But here's the thing, and y'all got to get this out of your head. White folks did not invent music. They did not
Exactly.
invent art. They did not invent language. They did not invent writing. They did not invent any of these things. Okay, we invented these things.
Exactly.
We've been on this planet for a very long time. They just got here recently. Okay, they just got here recently. All right, you can't, like, number one, you can't. The Europeans learned certain musical instruments from the freaking Moors.
The Moors,
Okay,
right?
the papyrus comes from freaking Africa, which is what we now call paper. Okay, the languages, mathematics, science, all of these different things. Like there, you have the Dogon tribe in freaking the Dogon tribe in Africa that already mapped the freaking stars. Like we got to stop acting like. See, the problem is our point of reference as Black Americans is slavery is our beginning. That's not our beginning. So if you look at us as slaves from the beginning, then you think that everything we're doing is mimicking what white folks did. No, white folks is mimicking us.
Preach that shit,
So
brother. Preach that. Yes, sir.
I have to interject. I'm sorry.
Talk that shit.
When you look at the FBA, ADOS, whatever you want to classify us today, we do not have a culture, and it is clear. And then when we talk about Africa, let's understand something. You have three big tribes. You have the Bantu, what are the Hebrews? You have the Cushites and the or Cushites or Nilotes, right? Or Hamites, right? And just because someone that looked like us did it doesn't mean it's to contribute to our culture. We had our own culture. We had our own rules, laws, statutes, and commandments. We had our own language. We had our own wedding ceremonies. We had our dietary laws. We had our customs. Those things were taken away at the advent of chattel slavery or the slave landing slave the what is it the during slavery, whether it was the Atlantic slave trade or the Arab slave trade. Those things were taken away. So
Okay.
today we do not have that culture anymore.
Let me
We
stop.
do not.
So how were we even able to go north if we weren't able to understand the stars and astrology?
Hold on. Let me address that. Hold on. First of all, check this out.
That was taken away.
Culture is not static. So just because we don't do something that some niggas did in Africa back in the day does not mean we don't currently have a culture. Not to mention the fact, I'm not even talking about just Africa. People of color are all over this damn globe. There's a lot of our history. Hold on, there's a lot of our history that is lost to history because whenever conquerors went to certain places, the first thing they did was burn the libraries, burn the monuments, get rid of everything so that they could rewrite everything. It's the whitewashing of history. Okay, so to say that we don't have a culture is ridiculous because we are a people, and wherever people exist, they're going to create a damn culture.
So you just proved my point.
Hold on for a second. And see, I'm gonna tell you what it really is. What it really is, see, Black folks don't really understand, and I hate to bring it up because I don't really like talking about it that much, but Black people don't really understand what the concept of white supremacy is. The concept of white supremacy is when you believe that simply because white folks enslaved us, it means they robbed us of everything. If they took something from us or they prohibited us from practicing something that we used to practice, guess what human beings do? They adapt. They're going to make a new fucking culture, which is what we did here in America. We made an entire new culture that touches every part of the globe. Our culture is the only thing other than the British Empire that has touched every part of the damn world. Our culture is so infectious that you got white folk running around here calling each other nigga. Like, stop saying we don't have a culture, man. That's not true. Y'all got to stop pathologizing niggas, man.
You proved my point there when you talked about whitewashing, which is called Hellenization during the time of the Greeks, where they washed and recreated history in their own image.
Yeah.
Once that has happened, and once during chattel slavery, they prevented you from doing your customs, cultures, and practice your religion and speaking your language. Everything you do moving forward is called coping mechanism. That is a coping mechanism. That is not a culture. And the second reason why this is not culture, whoa. And the second reason why it's not our culture is because our lifestyle doesn't agree with us. There's a reason why we're number one in cardiovascular disease. There's a reason why we're number one in diabetes. There's a reason why life expectancy for Black people are shorter than the rest of the nation because the things we practice is not our culture because your culture would agree with your physiology and
Hey,
what we
so
do
so
does not agree with our.
so
Whoa, whoa,
but
whoa, whoa, no,
No,
let me finish.
hold on for a
And when
second.
someone
Hold on for a
stops
second.
you, and when
Hold on for a
someone
second.
stops you from practicing that, then you start quote unquote adopting, which is a coping mechanism that is no longer your culture, and your
Okay.
culture is something that should
Okay.
not kill you. And the way we
Okay.
eat, the way we behave kills us. And that is
Okay. Check this
undisputed
out.
fact.
Check
well,
this out. Check
That
this
is
with
out.
the
Hold on for
cultures
a
are
undisputed
second.
fact.
always
Hold on for a second. Let me
evolving. Are you going? Go
let
ahead,
me
Angry
address
Man.
that. Let me address him. Let me address him. Okay, again, you're doing the same thing again. You're doing the same thing again because what you're doing is you're inadvertently glorifying white culture by not acknowledging black culture. First of all, white people's culture is also something that they didn't invent. It's also something they adopted. That's number one. Number two, when you're talking about, oh, we don't have a culture because the way we eat and what we eat and the way we live is killing us. Guess what? It's killing everybody else too. We're not the only ones with sicknesses. You're acting like white people and other groups of people in America are actually living better as far as the diet. The American
No, no, no.
diet is
I did not
horrible.
compare. I
Wait,
did not
wait,
compare.
hold
I
on,
did
hold
not
on.
compare. I compared diet to our physiology. I did
But you
not
can't.
compare to what white people was doing. I did not
The
compare.
physiology, go
But
to
you.
Alabama or Mississippi. It don't matter what race you are. The physiology is by the environment that they're in.
Yeah, so then they're not eating according to their culture either.
So
Then
that's that.
then
So that goes
fine,
against
they're
what you
not eating
just said.
according
Then
to their
with black
culture
people,
either.
that's for all races. Then that's for all races. You just proved yourself a disservice because that's for all races there in that particular environment. And then culture is always being involved.
No,
If everything started out of
Mhm.
Ethiopia, is everybody in the world doing what people are doing in Ethiopia? No, culture always
No.
adapts and evolves constantly.
that's
Are
that's
the
not
white
true. That's
Americans
not
doing what they're
everybody
doing
being
in
set up.
England
That's
right
not true.
now?
But now we're going down a rabbit hole.
The white
We're going down a
Americans are not
rabbit
doing.
hole.
The
We're
white
going.
Americans
The
are not
point.
doing
The
what they
point.
did in British England right
The
now as well too, because the culture has evolved. Culture is always evolving, so we have our own culture. That's the whole part where you're getting twisted.
that's
Culture is
that's
a
just that's
constant evolution.
That's not true because they still practice the same things they did 1,000 years in Japan as they do today. They still practice the same thing they do in China
There,
as
there,
they did
there's no
five
kings and
thousand years
queens in America, are
today.
there? No, there's no kings and queens in America.
Right?
They're not
They
Okay,
do.
practicing all
They're,
those
they're
and
doing.
cultures.
guess
They're
what?
doing the
And guess
same
what?
thing as
And guess
they did
what?
in
Black
England.
folks.
Come
And
on,
guess what?
stop,
Black folks. And guess what? Black folks
stop.
are still doing things that we did thousands of years ago. We are still
No, we're
doing
not.
certain things. Yes,
Not
we
not
are.
not the Hebrew. Nope, not the Hebrews in America. Maybe you, but not the Hebrews in America. That's
Yo,
for
yo,
sure not.
you know
That is
what your
for
problem
sure
is?
not.
You know what your problem is, bro? You know what your problem is? This is what your problem is. Your problem is you got freaking educated at a fucking white university. That's your damn problem.
Well, okay.
That's
Well,
your
I'll take
problem,
my
bro.
Harvard
That's
education
your
anytime
problem,
over
bro.
your education.
You've been
I'll
trained.
take
You've been
my.
trained. You have been
See.
trained.
Thank you,
You
Freezy.
have been
Freezy. This
trained.
is
Check this
he
out,
highlight
bam,
exactly.
bam,
He
bam. You
highlights
have been
exact.
trained,
This is
bro.
perfect.
Bro,
This is beautiful. This is
you have been
Freezy.
trained.
This is
You have
why.
been trained.
This is
You have
why
been trained
blacks who come
to explain to me.
from
Hold
Hold
on,
elite
on,
hold on.
one
Let
levels
me
mic,
ask
one
you.
mic,
don't
one
come
mic,
back.
one mic,
Hold
This
on,
is
one mic,
this is
one mic.
hold on,
perfectly
hold
this
on.
Hold on, hot
perfectly
sauce,
Hold
hot sauce,
highlight.
on for a
hot sauce.
second.
This
I'm gonna give you,
perfectly
I'm gonna give you a
highlights.
chance to
Hold
respond.
on.
I'm gonna
Hold
let Angry
on.
Man finish his thought,
Hold
then I
on.
give you a chance to
Let me
respond.
say this. So what you mean to tell me is that the people, the so-called white people in America right now that are numerous tribes of Europeans, what you're telling me is they're in America doing the shit they did thousands of years ago.
Go
Hey,
ahead, hot sauce.
Oh, can I go now?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't give a fuck what you just said. This pretty much highlights exactly what I talked about. Why when we talk about the elite or
I'm not a
millionaires coming back, this highlights that. This perfectly highlights that.
I'm not
Case
a white
done.
professor.
Close.
That's
Wrap it
why you
up.
don't give a fuck
We're
about what
done.
I'm saying. That's why you don't
We'll
give a
wrap it
hey, I
fuck
up.
got
about what I'm
something to
saying
say.
because I'm not a that's why you don't give a fuck about
Right
what I'm
there.
saying
Perfect.
because I'm not a white
Perfect.
professor. If I was a white
Perfect.
professor saying this shit to you, you would be
Uh
eating
huh.
it up
Uh
right now.
huh. Uh huh.
You
Yep.
sound
Yep.
crazy. You
Let me
sound
get
crazy. And
you
that's the
Right.
reason why
you
that's the main reason why I can't stand college educated Negroes. Because you think you know
Mm-hmm.
every fucking thing because your
Mm-hmm.
children taught you something.
Look at it. Look at it. Everybody observe. Look at it. This highlights
Yeah,
perfectly.
everybody
Keep going.
observed.
You're proving
Everybody
my point.
observed.
This is
Bro, what you're
gold.
saying,
This is
Everybody
gold.
you're acting like you've
observed.
been
Everybody
brainwashed
This
at the
is
observed.
same
gold.
time, man.
Everybody
I went to
observed
a
the
highly,
ignorant Negro. That's what he want to say. That's what he
This is
want to
gold.
say.
Gold. Golden.
I
Golden.
disagree with hot sauce as well too, and I went to Purdue University, and I've been educated, but I haven't been brainwashed, brother. You got to understand what true culture is,
Golden.
and I think what you're doing is you're just going off of
Golden.
a textbook that has been written by the whites, and you've been allowed yourself
Mm,
to separate yourself from
mm,
what real culture is. You're telling me what they were doing back in the 17 and 1600s, they're doing that still today? They're still
mm,
practicing that culture? And you're just gonna go
Before I
because you
get,
know it's true, bro.
before I
Come on
get,
now, let's be real. Let's
before
be
I
real
get Trey
now.
Ferguson, you Yaham, did you have something you wanted to say? And I'm gonna get Trey Ferguson. Go ahead, you Yaham.
Yeah. Hey man, I know we agree to disagree, and that's absolutely cool. But you know what's funny? I bet you can't tell me how to fix the problem without saying we got to get money.
No, I can't tell. I can't tell you how to fix it. I can't tell you how to fix it without saying that.
Go ahead,
I
AM.
can't tell you how to fix it. Well, number one, we need to go back to what black people were back in the day, which means we actually value
That's the
family.
Bingo.
point.
We
That's
actually
the
value
point.
family.
That's the
Hold on. Let me finish. We
Boy,
actually value
AM cooking
family.
right now.
We actually value
Cooking, sir.
family. We actually had values. We actually had some sort of standards. We actually gave a damn about the progression of our people instead of partying all the goddamn time. That's all we got to do.
Bingo.
All we got to do is fix the black family. That's all we got to do.
Hey, Freezy, didn't I say that earlier?
Yeah, you said that.
Damn.
Trucker, yeah, did say that earlier. He said that. Yaham, did you have anything to say after that? Or,
Hey.
I'm gonna go to Trey Ferguson in 1 second.
Hey, that was exactly what I was trying to point out to you. Because when you say we was family and we was this and we was that, the only reason I feel like those things stopped from the was because of the manipulation that was thrown upon us once again. Because when we had family, some went to North America, some went to South America, some went to Australia, some went to Europe. You know, we went everywhere. And then when we got a chance to rebuild our families and we was doing that on our own, the manipulation came again. And then they started telling us, oh yeah, you could do this music industry. And then we started idolizing those opportunities that they did present to us. I'm not saying that, oh, you got to go back to slavery. But what I'm saying is when we talking about the black man, where does your definition of a black man come from?
Okay, well, first of all, the definition of black is already problematic in the first place. Number two, when you talk about idolizing celebrities and idolizing music, I mean, what do you expect black people to do when you don't have a God?
You just proved me
Can
right,
can I
brother. We
can I
got to
can I
go
can I
back to
say
our
something really
roots
quickly?
to when we
Can I
did
say
have
something
that.
really quickly?
What do you expect to do? What do you expect to do when every God that you pray to don't look like you? What do you expect to do when you pray into when someone says Allah, you think Middle Eastern man. When you say Jesus, you still got a picture of a blonde-haired, blue-eyed white guy in your head. When every other group pray to a God, the God they pray to looks like them. Some Asians pray to Buddha. Buddha looks like them. Hell, even Latins pray to Jesus. Their Jesus looks like them. We don't have a God. Every every religion we have is something that was given to us. Even if you
But
look
we
back
do,
in
brother.
Africa and you look at the religions of Africa, it's called folklore. While everybody else's religion is a religion. So you can't, what else are you going to worship other than celebrities or something that looks larger than yourself when you don't have a God to look to, which is another reason why our women don't respect us, because they don't go to church or any religious place to practice religion where they look to a deity that is the representation of their man.
Hot sauce, go ahead. Hot sauce,
we-
go ahead, and then I'm gonna get Trey Ferguson. Go ahead, hot sauce.
So I'm just gonna highlight something because actually with some things Angry Man said he's spot on. He is actually spot on. and I will definitely agree with him
I ain't
there.
totally
But I
crazy,
just want to
bro.
say this. What?
I said I'm not
Okay,
totally crazy. You feel what I'm saying?
okay, no, you spot on. But I just want to say this, right? Because when we're talking about culture, especially for the Hebrew brothers on this panel, right? The scriptures are extremely clear, right? The environment that we live in, this is not our culture and it's not conducive to our physiology. Isaiah, your women will rule over you, and your children will be wild boars in the street. Hosea, right? Israel will sleep for 2 days, and on the third day I will wake. So for 2,000 years we will fall asleep. In the land of your captivity, you will remember yourselves, right? And then pray to me. Then for your forefathers' sakes, I will remember the promise I gave to them. Talks about dietary laws, talks about how you should treat your brother, right? If your neighbor cow is in a ditch on the Sabbath, do you practice the Sabbath or do you help your brother out? The love of your brother is the highest commandment of all the commandments, right? It teach us about the dietary laws. Teach us about gluttony, not overeating. This is why we don't live long. It's because we're not practicing the customs of the Most High, which He gave to us for long, healthy, abundant life. And that's why I'm saying that this is not our culture, because what we practice now is killing us. And what our true culture is that was given to the Most High was given us for life. And I will agree with you on that. Everybody has their own deities. Well, I mean, religion came after Constantine, but everybody had their way of life worshiping certain deities, and again, that was taken away from us through chattel slavery. So I will agree with you on that, and that's
Well,
part of the reason why we have a problem with our women, because women pray to a white god, meaning that the white man is always going to be over us in their mind. So I will agree
Well,
with you on that, and I'll
The
pass
women
the mic.
tomorrow, the
well,
women
well,
tomorrow,
check
Hassan.
this
No
out.
captivity.
Check this out. Just to show you how powerful that concept is, right? And I could go even deeper into it. Even as boys, you don't grow up looking at black superheroes like that. At least if you were a Gen Xer, you didn't. You grew up looking at He-Man. You grew up looking at Superman. You grew up looking at all of these different characters that don't look like you, that did
The
amazing things,
Thundercats,
right?
my nigga. The
So,
Thundercats. The Thundercats.
so yeah, that's the other thing they do. They give you a black character, but they make him an animal or some other shit, so you can't really identify with him, right? So look,
No
That's a
then
fact.
captivity.
then you got when you really look at it, you feel what I'm saying? Just to show you how powerful it is,
The
right?
Ninja Turtle.
The brother Orlando
Then none of
Jones.
the Asian.
Check this out. Check this out. The brother Orlando Jones played in the show American Gods. He played Anansi.
Yeah.
He played Kumpa
That was a
Nansi,
deep.
right? So guess what?
Yeah.
He was in that show. He was the
On the slave ship.
representative deity. He was the like all of those deities on that show represented a specific tribe, a specific group. When you see them in their literal deity form, Anansi had locks and had lashes on his back. So that meant Anansi was the
Stop it.
representation of the deity for the foundational Black American or whatever. And every show he was freaking preaching. And guess what? They took his ass off that show because they understand how powerful that is.
Yeah.
Like people got to
Yeah.
really recognize and pay attention and peep that. You feel me?
Hey,
Let me
Freezy.
go ahead, Chucky. Yeah.
Is there any way where you could play that clip what's his name, Anumsi, where
Oh, when he was
he
talking to the
was actually
slave.
spitting a verse? Yeah,
Yeah.
he was talking to
One of
King. Is
y'all
there
have to
any way
find
that you
it.
could play that clip so people can see it?
One of y'all would have to find it and share it. Then I can play it if you share it. If you find it and share it. Go ahead, Chucky. I mean not Chucky. Yeah. Trey Ferg. Appreciate you being here,
What's up,
Trey
Freezy?
Ferg. As always.
Captivity.
What's on
man?
your mind,
Can you
Trey
hear me,
Ferg?
man?
Yes, sir.
Can
We
you
hear
hear
you
me?
loud and clear.
Hey, I'm gonna say this. First of all, shout out to my Gen Xers, man. It is what it is. I agree with Angry Man because there's been a lot being said as far as learning what I was even having a conversation with my wife about this. I said ever since I was a kid, and when I learned that they try to put the white man as far as being these great inventors and creators and all this shit. I wanted to learn everything they was fucking doing. Everything. And I don't even like white, I ain't gonna say that, but I don't like white women. I think they the ugliest creatures on this face of this earth. I don't know a white
Ooh,
person's
crazy.
song. I don't like the white person's smell. I don't like, I can talk to them, communicate, you know what I'm saying? Because it's just part of being in America. But I think it would benefit brothers 1,000% if they would learn all of the different skill sets that they are going to put out here as a man, man. That'll change our life. You can't be a 35-year-old man working at Amazon and Walmart because those jobs can just throw you to the curb. Then you start throwing your fucking back out. And if you have children, you're not teaching your children how to be a step above you. You're just teaching them how to exist. As far as, um, education, fuck you, angry man. God damn it. Shout out to Mississippi State class 2001. You know what I'm saying?
Been
Shout
waiting
out
for the
to my,
thug.
but shout out to those people that didn't go to college, because there was a time, man, young men and young women, man, they got out here, got in these fucking jobs, man, worked and shit. Now half of them in their 50s, they like, shit, we ain't got to work hard. You motherfuckers who think it's shit's a game, and you in your 30s, you better hope and pray your motherfucking ass can get through your 50s and 60s, because they don't raise the retirement age. That shit gonna be rough in the motherfucker. They not gonna give no black man no handouts. Y'all see that shit. They'll see it. And the family is the way to go. Every other culture does that. That's why our income in the household is 50,000. Theirs is 150,000,
Yeah,
because everybody's building together. If you a single man, if you still playing the spending game, and you gonna lose, man. I'm telling you, man. Y'all gonna think about it when y'all get in y'all 50s. You playing this game in your 30s and shit, and you ain't really doing nothing to elevate your life, trying to accomplish the American dream. This just doesn't come to you. You got to put out and work. This is my last story. If any of y'all know of the Pullman Porters, right? Again, the Pullman Porters only worked on the trains. They couldn't live. He built a whole 5,000 home housing facility in South Side of Chicago, and all the Pullman Porters worked on the train. They couldn't even live in the city. Those people back then were making equivalent to $85,000 today. Those men working on the train by themselves, cash money. All their children went to college, all the families, were gone on to be successful, and they worked together. Today, everybody's individualized, and it's going to hurt the black man, especially the young black man. If you in your 40s, your ass is aging out. If you can look at your work history, and you can, and here's how you can change your life. Go look at your social security statement. Just set you up an account and go see what your work history is like. And if you ain't got no work history, you might be one of those dudes that walk in the streets looking for housing at 50 and 60. You go look at your work history, because they keeping a running log of that shit.
I want to
So,
say this. I want to say this. It seems like we kind of did. All of us met in the middle when it comes to. It's pertinent for black folk to have a unified mindset, right? That's pertinent for us to have a unified mindset, and I think one of the biggest influences of having a unified mindset is what deity you serve, or religion or whatnot. If you want to put it in those type of terminology or whatever, right? And I think it's safe to say that at one point in time, we did have a unified mindset, and we did worship an agreed upon deity that we felt like was our God. And I think that most people know that even before slavery, the transatlantic slave trade happened. That's if you even believe in this some people don't even. Some people are trying to just, I don't know. It's just we all over the place now. But even before that was recorded, images of our own deities was being changed, because Anglo-Saxons during the Renaissance era, they understood the importance of imagery. They knew that whatever a people worship, if we could change the image of that, then we could change a people's mind, right? The changing of minds started happening a long time ago. So even white folk,
during the Greeks.
even white folk understand the importance of a unified mindset and how it's important for us not to even have one, right? I can go back to just recently when Martin Luther King died. Everybody know his famous quote about the burning house. You know, he was pushing immigration for majority of the nonviolent movement. Shout out to Bayard Rustin, who was the one that actually convinced Martin Luther King to go nonviolent. You know, because before that, if I don't know if y'all know this, Martin Luther King used to be like Malcolm X. He used to have armed motherfuckers on his porch while he go to sleep, ready to kill. You know, but I'm just saying a lot of stuff got changed, right? Now, the reason why I'm saying this is because early on, Angry Man said that black folk do not want to be like white folk, right? But he's saying that I think what he's saying is it's still possible. We don't understand that it's still possible to maintain us our culture, but still kind of integrate some of their ideals and the way they do business and stuff, just so we can move up into society. Do you think integration, Angry Man, I'm posing this question to you. Do you think integration was a good thing or a bad thing for black folk?
It was both. It was both.
Go ahead. Explain yourself. Go ahead.
It was bad in the sense that it took away our sense of self-reliance. You know what I'm saying? So because of integration, you stop having black schools, you stop having black grocery stores, you stop having black banks, you stop having a lot of black industry. So that was the downside. The upside to it was the fact that there's certain things that we've benefited from being in proximity to the, what you would call the greater society. It's certain things that we've been able to do because of integration. You know what I'm saying? But it's like a catch-22, man. It's a goofy trade-off because for some reason with us, we don't know how to retain something while we're doing something else. We don't know how to compartmentalize. You feel what I'm saying? We don't know. Like if you were a basketball player, you go to the game, you put on your uniform, play basketball, you do everything you're supposed to do when you play basketball, but you playing basketball ain't got shit to do with your personal life. You know what I'm saying? For some reason with black people, we think that if you do certain things, if you become a police officer, if you become a politician, you become a senator or whatever, that means your whole outlook on life is supposed to change. You still supposed to. It's like the people that come here from other countries, and they'll have the American flag, but they'll also have the flag of their other nationality. You know what I'm saying? They know how to participate in America without being so Americanized that they lose themselves in it. You know what I'm saying?
Do y'all think the biggest thing that we need is money? Because I hear that more so than anything when it comes to
No.
black folk and
No.
Okay, explain yourself, hot sauce. Why do you say no?
Well, I mean, because this conversation goes all the way back to Du Bois and Booker T, right?
Mm-hmm.
You need institutions. If you don't have institutions, you don't have power. And when we're talking about integration, I would say it did more harm than good. I mean, because you lost your economic prowess, and if you don't have economic prowess, what do you have? And so that's why I would say overall it's a harm to integrate. And number two, without institutions, what power do you really have? Right? With proper institutions. So
And
for example, the reason why we don't have the right political power in government is actually because of Howard University. Howard University and Morehouse should be the black think tank for Black America. They should be writing academic papers and white papers on laws and legislation that that will help the black that will help the black community move forward. Harvard does it, Princeton does it, and Yale does it. Those are the Harvard, Yale, and Princeton are the think tanks of white America. Morehouse and Howard and Howard Law is our think tanks, and they have failed. You need
But also,
institutions.
First of all, Morehouse and all of those historically black universities, they'll never be your think tanks.
never.
Ever. They'll never be that,
And that's why
right?
we're failing. And that's
And
why we're
No,
failing.
the
but
reason why is because most of the thought leaders or the real thinkers of the black community refuse to participate in colleges because, quite frankly, it's a shit show. Like it's black people are going to these colleges to try to have a better life, to try to get whatever skills they need. But once they get there, there's a black culture within the college that, quite frankly, is bullshit. It's
yeah,
bullshit, and it creates this sort of elitist minded group of black people that are focused on the wrong fucking thing.
yeah.
Well, then there
Freeze
needs
it.
to be a check and
But,
balances. But at
but,
the end of the
but,
day, you cannot succeed without institutions, without your own academia, without your own media companies, without your employment, where 60 to 70% of job seekers are being employed by someone that looks like them. If you do not have that, you're not going to be able to succeed. This is
But you
but
can't.
fundamental.
But you
but
Go,
here's
can't
the
go, I'm
do
gonna
thing.
let,
This
that.
go
is
ahead.
where we are,
You
though.
you can't
This,
create. You can't
but,
in this day and age. You can't
You next,
create.
Trayford.
You can't create institutions or any of the things you said without money.
but,
Go ahead,
but
Trayford.
Freeze it. In reference to your question, it's a yes and no because any young African American male today, I don't give a fuck what social scale you came on. None of us can say we came with a silver spoon in our mouth. We've all had to pretty much work. Now, in this day and age, there's 10, I mean, it's 10 times more information exposed, good or bad. It's so many opportunities that I could say for myself over the last 15, 20 years that the young crack era adult male, I'm telling you, a lot and some and see a lot of them are starting to see that now that they older and in their 40s and they starting to come into that age of reason. But a lot of males spent 15, 20 years sort of just spitting by the wayside. They didn't want to go to the military. They didn't want to go to college. Some of our brothers even sold drugs to the sisters, brothers, and mamas that we even on these panels talking about. A lot of brothers are starting their life over, and that's great because now you have an opportunity to take advantage of all the skill sets. And a lot of this information that could change a young man or young woman's life is right there in the school, the books, the AI now. You can ask a question. It's going to give you pretty much the good, the bad, and the ugly. But then you got to take those things and figure out how you're going to move. As a black man, the worst thing you can do in your early 20s is worry about how other black people are moving. You grew up watching that dumb shit. Get the fuck away from what's comfortable. Go learn how to put some shit together. Pull your pants up a little bit, buy you a suit. It's a whole mindset that you got to take on. Learn some skill shit. You
Yo,
know what I'm
check
saying?
this out.
Because if you don't, it will catch up with you at age 40, 45. Your ass is too old to work. And if you ain't, look at your social security history. That's going to tell
Let
you
me
how your
let
ass
me
going to live in
let
your
me let
50s.
me let me add to that because Travel One is saying I disagree with Angry Man. Education is necessary. No, you're not talking about education. First of all, college institutions now, colleges are not institutions of higher learning anymore. They're institutions of indoctrination. Okay, you Negroes going to college, it's a status thing. You're going to college in order to feel important or be more important than the rest of the Negroes. You could literally change the black circumstance in this country in a generation or two by promoting black people going into the trades instead of going to freaking universities. You can literally turn the shit around by having black people go into skilled trades such as carpentry, freaking plumbing, electrician, learning how to build things, learning how to fix things. You could change black people's circumstance overnight. Part of the reason back in the day, black folks were so prosperous in the freaking 40s and 50s, go look it up, is because black folks coming out of slavery, coming out of Reconstruction, they knew how to do all of the skills. They knew how to do all of the skills. They had all of the skills. They were freaking farmers, sharecroppers. They could build shit, all of that shit. You had people back in the day that literally had a third grade education that was more successful than we are today with all of these college degrees and PhDs and shit. And I'm gonna
So
tell you something right now. I'm gonna tell you
let
something
me
right
say this
now.
after you're done.
I'm gonna tell you something right now as far as the freaking PhD shit. Like, yo, y'all can go get as many PhDs you want to get. And my no college education, no PhD having ass will run circles around you academically. Circles.
Okay, so I just want to make 2 points. First of all, when we're talking about institutions, institutions are not only exclusive or exhaustive to academics, right? We're also talking about things like the ADL, which the small has have. We also talking about enterprises, right? And so let's look at Reconstruction and let's look at sharecropping, right? After slavery, the most talented workforce were actually the ex-slaves, right? But how come they couldn't? How can they use that momentum to become one of the strongest economic blocks uh, in the country? It's because they didn't have institutions, right? They still were relying on people that did not look like them to hire them. So yes, even if you get trades, that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Trades are absolutely needed, especially in a time of AI where hard skills are needed. But if you don't have the institutions that to have our own people to hire to our own institutions where our own people can go, and we don't have the infrastructure to where we can hire our own people, it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
Okay, but
Right
here's the
now, do you
problem.
need money? Well, hold on. Do you need money to start these institutions? Absolutely, but you need money for all things. So that's a non sequitur. But the point is, we're never going to get anywhere if the majority of us cannot hire the majority of us. If
Okay,
the majority of us don't educate the majority of us, that is the
okay,
baseline,
okay.
and
You
you
can't.
get that through institution.
Okay, first of all, that wasn't a non sequitur. Because what's going on is Negroes keep on pushing. Negroes keep beating this drum. Everybody keeps saying it's all about money. It's all about money. Niggas, get this through your brains. You ain't gonna do shit broke. Not in this country. This goes back to what I said about slapping the monopoly board up in the damn air. Learn how to play the damn game. As far as what you're saying about institutions, I'm not limiting the concept of institutions to colleges. I would never say anything that freaking ridiculous. Okay. The problem is you cannot, number one, if you have more black people going into the skilled trades, right? What is involved in the skilled trades that is also an institution? Unions. Okay. You don't have enough black people in the skilled trades to be enough representation in the unions. People don't even realize how much power unions have. You feel what I'm saying? That's a
A
start.
union
That's
is an
a
institution,
start.
but again,
That is
you
a
need
start. But
my point, because I'm not disagreeing. I'm actually not disagreeing with you, because trades, I do agree with the trades, so I'm not disagreeing with you. All I'm saying is that it's going to fall flat if we are not the primary hirers of us, meaning that there has to be enough black people in position to hire black people.
okay, the problem
Because
is
I'm not even disagreeing
look,
with you on that,
hold on, but
on the
this is the
trades.
problem. This is the problem. The problem is this is a seven. The problem that black people have is a seven-headed hydra. It is a multifaceted problem. And what we do a lot of times, we misdiagnose the problem because we pinpoint one particular thing and we ignore the other things, right? First of all, you're never going to get to this space where you have enough black people in enough black people to have any institutions. You're never going to get into this space where you have enough black people to where they are leaders of industry, where they're hiring, where we're hiring our own. And the reason why is because it goes back to fixing the black family. As long as you continue to have people that are not in family units and these women are still engaging in Planned Parenthood, you're always going to be 13% of the population. As long as you're 13% of the population, you're never going to fix any of these problems. One of the biggest problems we have as a group is we're too damn small of a group to be in the circumstances that we're in. Being a small group may work for other people, but that only works for them because they have the complexion for the protection, for the connections, for the motherfucking collection. You feel what I'm saying? For black people, one of the things we need to do, we need to take a tip from the Latin community. The Latin community still has intact families. While everybody else's birth rate is below, is flatlining, the Latin community is still having children, right?
Well,
They are
above
now
2.1.
they're now getting ready to pass us. They're now getting ready to pass us as a voting.
As the majority minority.
Yeah, as a voting block, right? So you already seen it where the majority of what we have in this country is always two languages, English and Spanish, right? So
Yep.
you already have the Latin community getting a foothold slowly but surely. And we're not paying attention to the things that they're doing. There's a couple of things that the Latin community is doing we're not paying attention to. One, they are in damn near all of the skilled labor. That's number one. Number two, they have intact family units, and you'll agree with this, hot sauce. Not only do they have intact family units, but they are very religious, which goes back to what Freezy said, where they're following rules within their culture that is a guideline to how they're supposed to operate and live their life. They stick together. They look out for each other. They're basically doing everything we did in the damn 50s before the freaking,
Right. Well, I mean,
before the civil rights
we all
movement.
agree. We all agree that it's unity. So if we're saying more important than money, because what I'm saying about money is not secular, means that no matter what you do, money is going to be the blood, right? It's the lifeline. But if we're saying that, okay, before institutions or before trade, it needs to be some type of family unit going back to the family, then sure, I definitely would agree with that. But if it comes down to the family in this condition, during the matriarch of America, man, shit, you might as well move to another country because that shit ain't never happening.
Well, I think in order for any society to build an infrastructure, you got to go to the basics, right? You know, electrical.
Right, everybody needs to have a sense of social responsibility. Absolutely right? Because that's one of the things that we're taught in corporate culture, right? Is you need to have companies need to have social responsibility to its clientele or its members or whatever, and then the community needs to have a sense of social responsibility. Black people do not have a sense of social responsibility. 1,000% agree. That is absolutely.
Yeah, and I think, and I also think it would be dismissive if we don't acknowledge that the majority of those. I mean, shout out to college, man. Shout out to college, but the majority of the degrees that these people be getting, that shit be
man,
useless.
Y'all gonna stop shitting on college, man.
No, I'm just listen. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. What we need to do as far as like to where we need to come from, because we're at a deficit, right? And a PE degree ain't gonna help us. All I'm saying is
that's facts. That's facts.
Yeah,
that's facts.
So I do deem like your more substantial foundational educational, like the trade education would be more beneficial as far as building infrastructure. Now, I'm gonna tell you something. Now, I don't know if nobody would say this or agree with me, but I do think tech will be considered a new age trade as well. You know, I think we could consider. I think
tech
we
is
could
trade.
consider tech as a
yeah.
new age trade as well. Because I mean, it's just pertinent. You gotta utilize that in today's society. If you're not some type of tech savvy, You might
you're in
you might
trouble.
be walking dead. I'm just saying you might be walking
Yeah.
dead.
Well, I will say this: tech is both trade and college, because you can get a computer science degree. Like CMU, Carnegie Mellon has one of the best computer programming programs in the nation. But you also can go to trade school and learn cybersecurity, so you can do both.
And just for the record, like I don't have a problem with college educated individuals. In fact, y'all are the only ones I can have a decent debate with. But at the end of the day, like there's a disconnect between college educated black people and everyday black people. Like black people that are non-college educated.
What is
Like
the disconnect, AM? Where is the disconnect? Go ahead.
the disconnect is non-college educated black people feel like college educated black people think they're better than non-college educated black people. So there's a disconnect there where it's kind of hard for college educated black folks to be the thought leaders when the non-educated black folk ain't gonna listen, because they're gonna be like, oh, y'all some niggas, y'all think y'all know every damn thing, blah 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 blah. That's a stigma that is there. You know what I'm saying?
But see, I will agree with him on that. But this is where I have the issue, because when you're talking to college educated, okay, my elk or my cohort versus the everyday cohort.
Mm-hmm.
If you want our help, you gotta fall back and just let us do our thing. Just fall back and just let us do our thing. I don't need your input. I don't need, especially the group that came from the hood like myself. I don't need the input. I just need you to just go somewhere else and come back in like an hour or two and shit be ready for you. Just
Back.
Yeah,
don't
but
just fucking relax.
yeah, but
Fuck.
the,
Real. That's
but the
real.
thing about it, is you have some autodact black folks such as myself that are here for the sole purpose of keeping you niggas honest. You feel what I'm saying?
Look,
Because
we do
y'all be on
not
some
need your checks
bullshit
and
sometimes.
balances. God damn it.
Nah,
We can
we
check and
do.
balance ourselves.
Nah, you
We
do.
can check and balance ourselves.
That's
We do
just
not
needed.
need your help.
That's just needed.
Cause look,
Cause you young
I'm
Hey,
looking
niggas be
at it.
spewing that bullshit out there to these younger boys, and they need somebody that has some experience and some knowledge about a lot of shit to get these young guys something that they can hang their head
no,
on.
but no,
Brothers,
no.
just
Like
stop being
with all
fucking
due
hard on
respect,
yourself.
with all due respect, if like say for example, all due respect, if Robert Smith comes in here and says, "Okay, here's the plan for America," you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to shut the fuck up. I am not a billionaire. I am not going to check and balance shit. I'm going to shut the fuck up and let him do his thing.
I would
Are you
listen.
going? So,
I would
angry man, are you going to backseat drive Robert Smith?
No, I wouldn't at all.
Okay.
I would literally listen to what he has to say, and I would pick his brain. But let's be
No, no.
honest. But let's
I'm
be
saying.
honest though. You're using an extreme example when you go to
No,
Robert
no,
F.
no,
Smith.
no. But I'm not. Because what I'm saying is this, right? There's 50 black banks in America. There's over 100 private equity firms that are all black. And so when we talk about the Jack and Jill people, I'm not even including myself because I'm not a Jack and Jill person. But what I'm saying
They
is
still
when you're
got that.
taking people who have experiences and revitalizing neighborhoods and communities, millionaires, multimillionaires, right,
Hot sauce. With hot
come back
sauce.
in the hood. No, but hear me out. If they say go away and come back later, I'm going away and come back later.
And I don't blame you for doing that. But
Oh,
here's the
I
thing.
have.
Let me say this from the other side, right? If you are college educated and you have information that's gonna help the community and you go there and they curse you the fuck out, fuck them niggas. That's how I feel.
Hmm.
Okay, that's how I
Yeah.
feel. Right? However, at the same time, I understand why they feel that way, because for every one Robert F. Smith, there are 1,000 Roland
Thousands.
Martins.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? There's 1,000 Roland
That's
Martins. There's
I
a
don't know
bunch
about that, but
of
I hear you.
there's a bunch of pseudo. You know what I'm talking about? There's a bunch of
Yeah, I hear
pseudo
you. I hear you.
elite Negroes that they've drank their own Kool-Aid. And it's like, bro, you're not helping as much as you're hurting when you
Yeah,
do some of the things you're doing. You feel what I'm saying?
no, but I agree, but I'm talking about people with real skill sets that can have like that can really make impacts in a community. Roland Martin is just a fucking entertainer. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about people with hard skill work. Like for example, the people who own construction companies, the people who own different businesses and enterprises, the people who have tangible evidence of success.
Mm-hmm.
And when you see that, then you need because I mean Roland Martin doesn't really have tangible evidence of success. He just has tangible evidence of being a broadcaster. Now, even with Roland Martin, if the case was is he going to open up a journalism school to teach black people for how to do journalism, even in that, I would fall back on that, right? You got to put the right people in the right places. But as long as
So
people in the right places, then you got to fall back.
the tangible evidence, I agree with that. I like that as well. But at Hot Sauce, on that same part, that tangible evidence of success, they don't have to be educated though to be able to provide that though, at the same time. So I think
Okay, well, fair enough,
there is a
fair enough.
line.
But if you right, but I mean, but we made the
Because
comparison of the educated group and
we
why
use
the
Robert
educated
Smith
group
and we
don't
can
get
use
along.
Jay Z.
Can
We
we
can use Jay
say
Z as somebody who never had a college education and look at him, and that is as well tangible evidence of success. And he never was
But I mean,
educated. But I'm pretty sure if he was in the
but
building, we will
normally,
fall back as well too.
can
but
we say
normally,
we're doing there's a bit of a misnomer here. And it's one of my pet peeves. Instead of saying educated, can we say degreed? Because there are a lot of educated people
okay,
out there
fine,
that are not college graduates.
That's a good point.
fine.
Hey, but what
So
happened
so
when you fit
degree
both
people,
categories, man?
right? So
But what happened
degree
when you fit
people.
Oh, wait,
But
wait.
normally degree people have or like so for example, let's take accounting, right? Accounting, you need to have a licensing. Lawyers, you need licensing, right? These are degree people that are licensed. And if
Hmm.
you're educated but you're not licensed and you don't have tangible work experience and things like that, then you got to fall back. You got to let the experts do what the experts do.
See, I'm not talking about. See, here's the thing. I'm not. Um there is a cohort of individuals that are not college educated, but they are educated and were able to
Mhm.
actually, for lack of a better phrase, pull themselves up by their bootstraps and be,
Yeah.
owners of companies and things of that nature. I'm
Mhm.
not talking about the lumpen proletariats, the dregs of society that they don't have any education and they have entry level bullshit ass jobs. That's not what I'm talking about.
Yeah, they
You
got
feel
a
what I'm
suit.
saying?
They got
I
a
know.
suit in the
Yeah.
closet.
Right. I hear you. No, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, but the point I'm trying to make is that if you want the help of the quote unquote degree people who are skilled in what they do, and you're not degreed, but you're educated. And certain times you're going to have to fall back because is there a level of arrogance? Yes. Is there a level of well, if you're not degreed, then you shouldn't be having input here? Absolutely, but I think that is fair. Just like, for example, let's look at trades, right? If we're building a city, an angry man, you trades, you're trading HVAC, plumbing, sanitation, stuff like that. I don't have experience in that. Maybe I know a little bit, I've read a little bit, and I studied about how to plan a city. But when it comes down to making sure the city doesn't flood, making sure that we have proper sanitation and reservoirs and stuff like that, I need to shut up and let you do it. You're the expert.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
a
I
lot of
agree with
times,
that. I don't have any issue with deferring to the experts on certain things, but when it comes to a college educated individual that has a
Right.
master's degree in, social sciences, you know what I'm saying?
Oh
Like,
well, we're not talking about those. I'm talking about people who got degrees in accounting. People have degrees in business. People have degrees in law. Stuff that's going to be beneficial.
well,
Hard skills, right? I mean,
of course,
sociologists, they're not going to help the situation,
I don't argue with my CPA. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
right?
I don't go back and forth with my accountant. So it's, I get what you're saying.
Well, I think the main thing is that whatever kind of education you choose to get, which I do agree with AM, I think more so as far as the blue collar stuff is really what's most needed. Other than tech, right? I think like you need to be able to a group of people need to be able to build a house. A group of people need to
Right.
know something about electricity, and this is why the Hispanics are such a powerful force, because they that's what they go to, that's what they migrate to. They migrate to more so the trade, uh foundational type of work, right? But no matter what kind of education you get, I think it's still to build an infrastructure as a people. I think that it's important to keep a certain unified mindset. We got to go back to that right there, a unified mindset. And I think earlier, Angry Man said one big problem is that black people do not, they just don't want to be like white folk, right? But I think when it come down to these yuppie white collar divas, black yuppie white collar divas, when they get these degrees, they trying to be too much like what they think white folk will accept, or white folk,
That's more black women, man. That's more black women. That's not black men.
you got some black white collar diva men in there too. But I'm just saying,
Yeah,
I think I think
yeah,
what it boils down
not a
to,
lot.
I think what it boils down to is mindset, right? Mindset. But if you going to school, for I don't know, I'm trying to think of a degree that just if you go,
Sociology degree or history or English.
yeah, that's
A
what I'm
general
saying.
studies degree.
Look. Here's the funny thing. So Travel One said employers still value education. Do they? Do they really?
The right degrees, yes. The right ones, yeah.
Right. Yeah, yeah.
The right ones.
Hey,
I hear you. I hear
hey,
you.
man, I wanted to say, it's like I'm on both
Look,
sides of the fence because
let me
I'm
say this.
college educated, and at the same time that I'm college educated, I also was in the streets. So when I was in the streets, that was a whole different person. I learned a whole different thing. But when I went
No
to college and
captivity.
I got those accolades. Those accolades didn't do jack diddly squat for who I am as a person and when it come down to my people. But I do feel like if you ain't educated in the topic and if you selfish, then you shouldn't have a say so because there's a lot of people be like, man, I'm gonna do it like this. I don't care about that. I'm gonna long as I right. Those people shouldn't have no say so because they have been indoctrinated through experiences in life where they think that it's about the individualism and they put themselves before us. Any conversation that I have is going to be about me first and my people. Anything that go against me and my people, man, we're not going that route. I don't care if it benefit 20,000. If it's 40,000 left out, man, we're not doing it. Because that's the reason why they choose these celebrities to stand on the stage and influence us. They can be bought. They can be paid for. Now,
But
if everybody had the
before
same
you
accolades,
go, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You finish it, and I'm gonna say something now. Anger making. Go ahead, bro.
yeah, but if everybody had the same accolades and opportunities, they wouldn't be paying no rappers no money to say or do anything. They just paying them for their opportunity to influence us, and they doing it in a negative light. Those HBCUs, man, you was right, angry man. They not gonna do it. But what I said earlier was the lack of accountability from our people and our community. How you gonna be an HBCU and you ain't doing what you supposed to do? Those young
Mm-hmm.
bright minds should be sitting in in book clubs where all they do is sit down and say, hey, we like a shadow Congress, right? We're going to come up with our own legislation that will work for our people. And when we come up with a perfect solution and we present it to them, it ain't nothing that they can say except, yeah, that's the truth, but we ain't fucking with it. Then at that point, right, you can't throw a rock and hide your hand. I'm just a regular dude who sit at home, and I sit at home trying to come up with legislation for my people on a regular basis, not based off what I think or what I feel, but based off of my people in entirety. Totality is the system that we need to be working for, because we always left out. Man, Martin Luther King didn't feel like he was sending his people into a burning house for no reason. It's because all of those things that we've been indoctrinated and incorporated into were all against us, including the financial system, the education system, the job industry. Name something that we wasn't sitting in the back seat on. And those are reasons why, it ain't just about college educated brothers. My education in college has nothing to do with what I'm trying to do for my people. And when I say that just because you didn't go to school, that don't mean shit. I know some geniuses who didn't even graduate high school. So we got to go with what's the mission? The mission is our people. So then building upon that, I don't care about your old lady. If the man is strong, that woman wouldn't even be your old lady. You feel me?
Well,
And
if the man
before you
was
go,
in charge,
AM,
the kids wouldn't even be in the street.
But before AM goes, I want to say there's power in developing your own conglomerate or infrastructure, because, like, I remember my homeboy, he got into HVAC, right? And he started out with the county, but he said it was very hard for him to learn certain things. And in HVAC, he was trying to be a part of the county court. I mean, I forgot exactly what umbrella he was falling up under, but whatever he was trying to do, he said it was very hard to get information and move up the ladder because the white boys had a good old boy system. Like it's very hard to get. They had a lot of that information in lock and key, and I think the trucking industry used to be like that too when it come to logistics and brokering and stuff like that. Because I was, I had accumulated a lot of knowledge. Actually, I was ready. I had my gun loaded, ready to get into that industry. You know what I'm saying? Till I got into something else. But to my understanding, that industry was very lock and key, and it was based on the good old boy system. The reason why they're able to center that, make a good old boy system with industries like that is because they understood the importance of a unified mindset. Go ahead, AM. And then shout out to Mark, tax coach in the building.
No Cap-tivity.
Yeah, like the whole thing with them in the chat saying that employers still value education. They really don't. We don't live in a day and age where, people have the same type of job security they used to have if they had a college. That's not a reality anymore. Y'all need to stop telling that lie. Okay? It just cut it out. You know what I'm saying? Number one, you have way more people attending college in this day and age, which means the degree that you get is not as valuable as it used to be because you have way more competition. Now, when it comes to college educated, like I'm one of the black sheep of the family. Most of my family is college educated. Like I have engineers in my family and all types of shit. And I've had conversations with them where they have caught hell when it comes to employment and shit. And despite how many freaking college educated family members I have, I do better than all of them. So like it's not a reality anymore. And I don't care what anybody says. At the end of the day, black people need to get back to getting into the skilled trades. You feel what I'm saying? And not just one aspect of it, all aspects of it. You feel what I'm saying? That, like, if you talk about infrastructure, if you become one of the groups that is key in the infrastructure of whatever country you live in, there's power in that.
And another thing is any education that's built off of sheer, let's just say, words and information, man, AI finna be taking a lot of that shit. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, Like they about to have AI teaching school. They finna get rid of these teachers hogging up these class. They finna have AI. They finna have AI chalkboards, digital AI
AI is gonna
chalkboard.
take a lot. AI is gonna take a lot of jobs.
It's gonna take a
AI
lot
is
of
gonna take about
jobs. I'm
85
trying to
million
tell you.
jobs.
Yeah.
AI is gonna take about 85 million jobs.
Shout out
They
to
get ready to
Mark,
take
tax
over.
coach. Mark, what's up, bro?
No captivity.
Mark, what's on your mind, dog? Mark, you on mute. You on mute, Mark.
Hey, Freezy, can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you now. I hear you now, bro. Good
Yeah,
to
I
see
was
you.
trying to set my camera up. And I'm not sure if that's the same thing that you used to do on your platform. You had to turn the camera sideways. I was trying to turn it sideways, but I couldn't see how to unmute myself, brother.
Nah, you good. What's on your mind, bro?
Okay, good. Hey, so I just tapped back in. I know you've been on several subjects, but I heard something that really perked my ear, and I want to holler out at Angry Man first of all, and say, man, Angry Man, you don't know me, but I love you. Um, keep doing what you're doing, brother.
No
Okay.
captivity.
Let me tell you something. Freezy, let me tell you something about these so-called uh, professionals. And I'm not throwing no shade on anybody's opinion. Okay, trust and believe me. This is no shade on anyone's opinion. Okay.
Let's talk
Um,
about them ragged ass so-called professionals, Mark. Let's get it in. Come on, let's get it in.
No
So,
captivity.
so Freezy, you gotta let me reply after this because y'all ain't
I
shitting on
am,
my
man. Go
classic
let
people,
Mark cook,
motherfucker.
man. Let the man cook.
see,
Let the
see,
man cook,
see.
man.
Look, I ain't even said nothing yet. I ain't even
Go
said
ahead,
nothing
Mark. Go
yet.
ahead. I ain't gonna let him do you
So
like that. Go ahead.
first of all, let me start out by saying, okay, um, I respect everyone, everyone that has taken the path to go to college and get a degree. Okay, I'm not taking anything from anyone that has put in the work to get a title behind their name. Okay, at all. So please don't take it that way. Okay. Um,
I was just joking too.
but I'm
I'm
gonna
sorry.
tell you this. Yeah, no. But I'm look. So I want to set that foundation first. Okay, that if you're someone that decided to go to college and get a degree, okay, that's what we were trained to be taught that we needed to do. Okay, don't miss the word I said train. However, I'm gonna tell you from a real life experience. Okay, I've been teaching me personally, and people ask me all the time, okay, why I never sought out to go get a title to be a CPA. I've been teaching tax education since 1994. Okay. It wasn't something that I sought out to do. It wasn't something that I was desired or I desired to do. It wasn't something that I was even interested in doing. It came by way of an IRS audit. I'm not going to make this long. Okay. And at that time, I thought it was the most devastating thing that could have ever happened to me. And it turned out to be the most blessing that I've ever had in my 56 years of my life. Okay, well, maybe not 56 years because we got to wipe maybe 18 years of that out. Okay, so whatever that math is. However, here's my point. I have had the pleasure, or I should say the blessing, to talk to some of the most educated CPAs over the last 30 years, which I've had many. I won't put a particular number on that have reached out to me and asked me, where did you learn the information that you learned? I got a YouTube station. I don't need to blast it out, okay? But where did you learn the information that you learned? What school did you go to? What university did you go to? And it didn't dawn on me. It didn't dawn on me that there was educated people that went through a school system, that paid to go through a school system to learn about the very thing that robs most people of their wealth, which is called taxation, that didn't even understand the rules of money. And so when these CPAs asked me this question, I kind of took it as you know, a compliment. But then it started to really resonate with me. Why these people that are telling me I've been in the industry for 30 years. I've been in the industry for 20 years. I've got degrees in this, and I didn't even know that. And I started asking myself, why are these people asking me the questions and they're supposed to be the professionals?
Mm.
I work at a current I work at a current location right now where I've had HVAC professionals come and tell my employer that we're going to charge them this is recent, $13,000 to repair and replace 4 motors at a commercial building on 4 exhaust fans. I don't know. Excuse my language, but I know we can keep it real here on no Cap-tivity station. I don't know shit about HVAC, but I got common sense. I went up and looked at those 4 motors. I saw that the belts were off on all 4 motors. I saw that the pulleys were misaligned. And in 2 days, I had all 4 up and running. We haven't replaced any motors, although they bought 4 motors for $7,000. And I went and told my employer, you can send those motors back. They sold you a bag of rocks. But those were the professionals. I can't tell you the countless of plumbers that have come to my home, as well as multiple people that I know, the professionals, including the house that I currently live in right now, that I rent by choice, and try to sell the landlord on $3,000 worth of work that didn't need to be done. That's the professional. On a part that they told that they had to order that you could not even order. It had to be specially made and specific to the line that's in my house. However, they told them it would take 2 weeks to get it shipped, and it was impossible. That's the professional.
Mark. So I think Mark is saying he's expressing the importance of these tangibles that that a lot of people don't possess. I think he's expressing the importance of what Angry Man was saying. You know, trade industry is very important, and I think a lot of black people are not even, when I was in school, they used to have somebody got a I hear, oh, that's Mark. Go on
That's not
mute,
me.
Mark,
That's
until you
somebody
get.
else.
Yeah, that's you.
That's somebody else. That's somebody else.
Okay. But when I was in school,
I'm a mute. Let's see if that's me.
Okay, yeah, that was you, Mark. But when I was in school, they used to have Votech. Like they used to have like trades. You could actually like sign up while you was in high school. You know how they have dual enrollment for college. They used to have like you could do dual enrollment to a trade school. I don't even know if they got that no more. But
No,
they used to
prison.
have
They ain't had
vo-tech.
that.
But
Yeah, they ain't
for
had that in
something
about 25 years.
something in me is telling me they did away with that, right? They did away with
Yeah,
that
yeah,
because they seen the benefit that it actually had towards towards like having giving young
yeah,
kids a real
yeah,
skill, especially in the hood. You
yes,
know, especially in the hood, it was giving kids like real skills and stuff. And
yes,
also even with the home ec with young girls and stuff, they took
yes,
all that shit away. They took it away. You
yes,
understand what I'm saying?
yes.
Direct centers, all of that.
Yeah,
The,
But
exactly,
Freezy, but
exactly,
Freezy,
exactly.
but Freezy,
that's,
but I'm making a point. Again, I'm not knocking. I want people to hear what I'm saying. I am not knocking someone that got a college education or degree in a specific subject, but I want you to understand this. Same thing with law. I went through an annulment. Okay, after three attorneys, me and my wife said, you know what, this ain't working. And guess what? We were able to represent ourselves by going to the law library and learning what we need to learn to get myself through that situation. And
Yeah.
the judge actually stood up and said he didn't even know that he was telling me the truth. He was trying to tell me a lie. He held up the he held up the brief that me and my wife put together with no college education, no law education, okay, and said to me, I'm sorry, let me change that. Said to the other attorney, praised him about this brief, and he held it up in his hand. And I'm looking at that and I said, that's mine. And when he finished, I said, excuse me. And he said, no outburst. I said, no, no, no. I said, that's my brief. And the other attorney said, Your Honor, that's his. What's the more of my what's the message that I'm trying to say there? The message that I'm trying to say is that the Bible says that my people are destroyed from lack of knowledge. And I want to let you know, I don't care what you believe. I don't care what you believe. You can believe whatever you want to believe. But the school system was never designed. If you don't believe me, go to Wikipedia and pull up. Go to Wikipedia. Don't believe me. Go to Wikipedia and pull up the General Educational Board philosophy.
It was to teach us to be workers. That's what school was
Okay?
for.
Don't believe me.
No. I think everybody's inclined to believe you, Mark. And I you gave some jewels
No,
right
they
there.
don't need to believe me.
No, listen. You saying
They
go
don't
look
need
it
to
up them.
believe me.
You saying go look it up themselves. That's what you're saying.
I want them to go look it up themselves because here's why I want them to go look it up themselves. The reason that I can tell you that I can run circles
I'm
around
gonna get you to
most
land your plane.
CPAs,
I'm gonna get you to
I
land
don't
your plane
care.
so I can go to RBB too. Go ahead, Mark.
Yep, you got it. The reason that I can run circles around most CPAs is not because I'm smarter than them, is because I learned directly from the source. I learned directly from the IRS. The reason that I can run circles around plumbers is not because I'm smarter than them, is because I learned from the trenches. I learned by doing the work. The reason why those HVAC people told my company that it was going to cost them $13,000-$14,000 to replace those motors, and then I decided to go up on the roof and just kind of be a little nosy because it didn't sound right to me. Not because I got paid to do that extra work, because that's who I am. It's because I got into the work. And until we decide to stop depending on other people to come and save us, we're going to be on a life raft with a hole in it. That's the problem. It's not to say that other people can't help you. It's not to say that other people can't help you. In fact, I'm gonna leave you with this, Freezy. My wife took her car today to go get her air conditioning system in her car recharged. Guess what? Guess what's happening right now tonight? It's blowing out. It's blowing out hot air.
Yeah, that bad right
She
there.
took it to the professional. She took it to the professionals. Okay, $200 later, it's blowing out 7 hours later, hot air. But tomorrow that's going to change. You know why?
Cause she coming to you.
Because my people don't perish from lack of knowledge over
Hell yeah,
here.
let's get y'all heard what my dog Mark said. Hell, Mark gonna get that AC right. Shit, I might need to call you. Shout out to RBB, what's up, man? What's on your mind? What's on your mind?
What's going on, Freezy? Can you hear me?
Yeah, Mark just said all that and dipped on my ass. Ain't that some bullshit?
It's way for the thug.
Go ahead, RBB. Go ahead. What's on
What's
your
up?
mind,
By
bro?
the way, it's Ruel Black. How you doing?
Okay. Oh, Ruel, this is Ruel. That's my dog, Ruel, man. No Cap-tivity. Ruel, what's up with you, bro? Hey, man, it's great to see you, man. I'm happy you hit the panel, bro. What's on your mind, bro?
Yeah, I had to get in here on this, but I think you know what? I think we gonna have to do it ourselves. Like, I don't think we gonna have to like depend on the old guard, because we don't know if the old guard is really with us for real. You know, you got some people out here like, you know, your channel, Freezy. You know, you got like people out here doing a man's conclave. I know, like Angry Man, you might be like a little part of that. And you know, I think we gotta depend on things like that for real. And you know, channels like, you know, mine, like where we trying to teach brothers different, you know, learn crypto, learn a different way. You know, I have my degree from Michigan State, but I can see a lot of reason why you would do a trade for real instead of you know, going to get your computer engineering degree like I did, because Chat GPT is definitely going to be taking jobs. So, you know, I think it's all in our hands. Like, what can you do? What can you do to make your community better? Can you start a channel? Can you teach brothers something? Can you, you know, can you spread knowledge? I don't know. That's kind of how I feel.
Man, shout out to Ruel, man. Hey, you're absolutely right. I think black folk have become they've developed a fear of actually learning something new. A lot of times we get conditioned in being comfortable with the same old thing, and this all I know. I was just talking about some of my homeboys, you know, that I used to run with. They was afraid of actually venturing into different stratospheres of knowledge, because they said, Freezy, this is all I know, man. I'm good at this. Yeah, they became good at selling dope. You understand what I'm saying? They just and guess what? It got them the girls. It got them some nice cars. It got them nice clothes. And you know, a lot of the problem is we want to feel validated today. We want validation from people. And what's a lost art is actually just stand down for the come up, right? Like, you know, it takes time to study, just like what Mark Pirates Tax Coach was just saying. He's accumulated all of these know-hows and trades and stuff. You yourself, Rural Black, you know, have done the same thing, along with most of all the black men on the panel right now. Angry Man, you know, he when it comes to content creation, and he's also very, I don't know if anybody paid attention to Angry Man channel, but this nigga very tech savvy. I be seeing shit floating all on the screen. I be like, yeah, he be doing that shit, right? So the thing about it is that it takes time to learn this stuff, but we want instantaneous success. We want microwave success. We want the girls to like us now. Right? We talk about these conversations that we have on YouTube as far as like when it comes to you know, getting girls and getting women and stuff, the high value man, right? And all that kind of stuff. We talk about everybody, all of a sudden, you know, everybody, the thing is to make 6 figures. If you ain't making 6 figures, you need to do better. You know, Kevin Samuels made a lot of these niggas drunk when it came to 6 figures. And yeah, like Kevin Samuels made a lot of these guys feel like, man, listen, I'm not really worthy of, you know, really being in certain rooms and stuff. And, you know, but I think later on he started, you know, kind of preaching that, you know, the average working man is important too to women. Women need not look over these guys too. But the point I'm trying to make is that everybody wants to be validated now. Everybody wants to feel important now. Everybody does. And I think that's the problem with, you know, us actually adhering to a strict hierarchy. We don't, you know, we don't want to respect the people that's actually done the work, the people that's actually got way more traction over the years and way more notches under their belt than I do. Right? You know, me, I think I deem it a privilege to be in the presence of somebody that got more experience than me, especially in the same field that I'm trying to excel in. I think it's a privilege. So a lot of people pay for that type of you know, connection or you know that type of network, right? But I'm all I'm saying is that I just feel like the reason why a lot of black folk, the culture that we've accumulated, right? A reason why a lot of black folk it's not popular to learn these skills is because it's gonna take too long. It's gonna take too long. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I don't want, like, people, a lot of these guys, when we look at, and let me tell y'all something, the biggest poison to us, this is just my humble opinion, the biggest poison is these glorified, the rappers, the glorified, the hip hop, the rappers and stuff nowadays, because when we see, really, the rappers nowadays ain't nothing but dope dealers on screen. That's all it is. They dope dealers on screen. And they got, you know, they got the jewelry, they got the cars, they got the big booty women. And dudes want that shit right now. They want it now. Right? And so it's hard to convince your average generation alpha, bruh, you need to sit your ass down and read and develop these skills and become a regular ass electrician, a regular ass plumber, a regular ass general contractor or some shit like that, right? That shit is not popular no more. These kids don't want to do that shit. Go ahead, RBB. Use by the ad. Go ahead.
And see, that's all I'm saying. Like, too, you got to look beyond just like the old guard and like some of what you were saying, Freezy. Like, if you just looking and listening to what media tells you, you know, I'm not a financial advisor, but I have a crypto channel, right? And if you listen to what mainstream media tells you about crypto, it's like this fake stuff. But if you look at it and you really look at it deep for real, you'll see that all of the real good cryptos are actually by the same people who run the banks anyway right now. It's by the same people. So if you really, really do your research, and it's going to take doing research on a lot of different things, right? Not just cryptocurrency, but a whole bunch of different things, right? That you get, and you will learn, like, a lot of stuff ain't what the mainstream media says it is.
Right. It's a lot of it is scare tactics, right? Fear mongering and stuff. But the people and shout out to you, Real Black. We still have yet to have our phone call. But the thing about it is, the reason why I say shout out to you, a lot of people with your type of knowledge, black folk, they gatekeep that shit. And this is my qualms I have with, you know, certain black folk. We like to feel like it seems like we just have this. We have this lack of feeling important. We will always want to feel important and stuff. And to me, that's a internalized issue. If you didn't leave your house feeling important, our parents, like me, you know, my dad didn't do a good job at me feeling like, you know, I was important, me leaving the house and all that kind of stuff. I fell into the same trap that most of these kids fall into. You know, I need money, you know, selling dope and all that kind of stuff. I need, you know, if the girls ain't checking for you, if you ain't one of the most popular guys in the room, you ain't really important. That is so far from the truth. That's so far from the truth. But that's what but just like what AM say, you know, white people be wearing they be wearing clothes They because they, white people with money. You can't really. It's hard to pinpoint a lot of these white folk with money because they be wearing clothes, and you don't even see the logo. The logo be so small, but the shirt might cost $500 or so. You understand what I'm saying? But I think the reason is because they've already established their position in society as a powerful force. So they don't really have what is it called? They don't really have I forgot what that shit called. They don't have a I forgot what it's called. I forgot. A
Yeah, a
complex.
lot of
What is
times
it called? It's called something complex, whatever.
inferiority.
Yeah, they don't have inferiority complex. Black folks still suffer from that. You know what I'm saying? So anything we wear that's expensive, a bitch need to know that a bitch need to know that it's expensive. Like if I wear Gucci, you need to see Gucci on my forehead too. That's how far the damn hoodie and the shirt need to stretch.
Yeah, but Freezy, don't you think that complex really only comes from black people when it comes to things like that? Because we the only one judge each other on the amount of flash that we have. We don't judge each other on whether or not we can buy a house. We will judge each other on whether or not if you got the latest Jordans. We don't judge each other on um, just being able to take the skill sets within itself and build within that. My skill set is construction engineering.
Right.
And in my youth and the time that I was really putting in the work, I wasn't talking about, oh, I'm construction and I can do this and I can do that. I just think that most brothers are hard on themselves too early. They take themselves out of the game before they can really understand their true worth. And if you look at it, and like I said, I was shit in the height of my youth between 80 and 86. I didn't have a lot of people talking, especially black people talking negative about what was happening. I saw a lot of young people taking advantage of those skill sets in high school. Shit, home ec was one of my best classes. I learned how to make some fucking green beans. So when I learned how to sew a button on my shirt, my mother didn't have to sew shit of mine no more. I've been sewing buttons. I got to a point where I got me a fucking sewing machine at 21. And me and my wife, I got two sewing machines now. But those skill sets, even in America, you got four lanes. You got traditional college, you got fucking going to a regular job. And back then, you could get out and make $35,000 a year working in the factory as a single man. That's good fucking money. You got the military. Now they got this entrepreneur. And an entrepreneur is 100 different avenues because the technology is advanced. But I don't think, and this is where I feel, and I feel it and I believe it, because I think if brothers really looked at their lives and how they want to be better, they need to be tapping into all of this shit right now. Because without affirmative action, you don't get in those fucking positions. Without you learning those skill set, at some point your ass gonna age out. And at 35, and if you think you're gonna get out there and start over, they done already X your ass out. You will be broke for the next 40 years of your life. When you look at that fucking Social Security statement, you can get one right now. It's gonna tell you how much your ass gonna get when you retire as of today. It's gonna tell you all of that shit. So if you want to make $1,500 a month when you retire, then goddamn it, you better understand the life you're gonna live. That's below the poverty level. So
Can I
put in the
speak
work,
though? Can
man.
I
4
speak?
years
Feel me?
after.
Yeah, you next, Rob. I got you right now. Cap-tivity. You on deck. What's going on? What's on your mind, Rob? Appreciate you being here, bro.
No question, fact. I want to say thank you for even allowing me to be on the
This
platform to be with your
OTC, you
brothers and
same
speak.
person?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, shout out to OTC. Okay, my bad.
Fact. I just wanted to thank you for even having me on this platform, Freezy. Thank you to
Most
all the
definitely.
black men on this platform. Uh, I guess I want to start with the youngest and why they don't listen to the older heads. I could base it off of, it's like, and I know angry man, I know a lot of people like Myron, they like to say, well, you know, us black people, we call ourselves victims. But the things that's levied against us, the strategies that's levied against us, they're so complex that they're successful. And in the chat, I had made a note of the fact that during slavery, you know, the black family, the black man and the black woman, we were still together. That household was still strong. They was getting beat, they was getting raped, they was getting
Say
abused.
graped.
Oh, my fault,
That's a
forgive me.
trigger
They
word.
was getting raped,
Yeah.
and and the love was still there. And what I'm proposing is that what's separating the black community now is these celebrities, because we the community falls in love with these celebrities and worship them like I see it all. We see it all the time. Your family member, a celebrity will have a birthday, and they telling that celebrity happy birthday. They didn't even tell their mom or their brother or their sister happy birthday, but they telling these celebrities happy birthday. They worshiping these celebrities, and it's like when they have these little bouts in front of the world initially, like it's like us as a black community, we defend them, and it's like we got to start looking at the people is what make them powerful. We need to start feeding back into each other, and then we can all rise. It's because we actually give the lower percent, the majority of the population gives power to these structures. All we need to do is start giving that power back to the community. We don't even see it in front of our faces. It's right in front of our faces.
I think a lot of what we're saying, it even plays into content creation. Man, I was talking about these white folk. I watch them from time to time because it's just it astounds me how they can keep on an average of 35,000 to 40,000 people watching them, and they be talking about nothing. Dog,
Nonsense.
they be talking,
Bullshit.
bro. It's I don't know if y'all ever heard of H3 podcast, bro.
Yeah.
They might be talking about like some a brand name coffee that they drunk this morning or some shit. And they be holding like 30,000, 35,000 people. I started listening to them. What kind of took notice for me was how many people was watching them, and I ain't even know these people. Like usually people that carry them type of numbers, you know, they be like celebrities or something, you know, whatever. These some no name crackers, dog.
Well,
bro, I'm talking about, bro. They holding 35,000 people, and they be talking about nothing.
In all fairness, that particular platform, that channel has been around
for
almost
a while
since the beginning of YouTube.
Oh, really? Okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why. Another issue that black people have on YouTube specifically is you're just not a large population. So anytime you see white folk on YouTube talking about nothing, you know, there's 200 million white people. So it's easier for them to get those type of numbers. You know, with us, we're a smaller portion of the population. So, and then on top of that, with black folk, all you gotta do is say one thing that a nigga don't agree with, and he be like, "I ain't watching him no more." You know what I'm saying? Like,
no Cap-tivity. Unsubscribe,
you
unsub.
gotta deal with that. Like they could be praising everything you said, Freezy, for the past 6 months to a year. And then that one day you say something they don't agree with, they be like, "Huh? I'm unsubscribing."
That nigga like the color
White folks
blue.
do
Oh,
that
I'm
too,
gone.
though, angry man.
You said what?
I said white folks do that same shit too. They picky and choosy. You
Yeah,
say
but
But
they
they
it
don't
don't
walked
affect
in the white
it don't
room.
affect their dollar like it do us
they
either.
don't feel it. They don't feel it because, like I said, they have a larger. It's like Eminem selling music. Of course, he's gonna make way more money and have a bigger tour because look at look at the audience he has to pull from. You feel what I'm saying? With us, we have a smaller audience to pull from, and that's why it's so difficult for black people to have a self-sustaining economy within the black community where the money cycles in and out because we're such a small freaking portion of the population and we're fickle as hell, man. I'm telling you, like black people are super fickle. Like
Yes.
the only way you can be a smaller group, like that one particular group, the only way that you can really prosper being a smaller group is you have to be die hard dedicated to your group. In other
Yes.
words, it don't matter what Freezy said, I'm gonna support him because I know there ain't a lot of Freezies out here. You feel what I'm saying?
No
Like
That's it.
captivity.
And
that's
then
that's
even
the only way.
sometimes like when you talk in like general subjects like EYL, for instance, right? Everybody knows that they're stock and they're very successful, right? But even general subjects like people will see, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it's like a racial thing. It's just like people will see a black face and they think, okay, it's for black people. So
Yeah,
I would think that EYL, like a lot of their audience is probably black, even though they're talking generically stocks that could be applied to anybody. But
yeah,
people see the black face, so
yeah. Because a lot of like in this day and age, um, it's hard for black content creators to get a more diverse audience because all you have to do is have a topic where you're talking about race. And a lot of white people will tune off of it because let's be honest, some white people they don't want to hear the white guilt. You know what I'm saying? So as soon as you start going into certain topics or whatever, because if you notice, there's some black people that do numbers, and the reason why they do numbers is because they never bring up race. They never talk about it. But
Or if you gonna talk about race, you got to go all in. Like Umar or Tariq, you got to go all
yeah,
in.
yeah, you got to be extreme. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? You can't be balanced. You feel what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
gotta you gotta
But
be you gotta be on some uh uh always the black queens, but never snow bunnies. Like you got to say some crazy shit.
right.
You feel?
But another thing you could tell me, y'all can tell me if I'm wrong. Another thing I've noticed is the window of interest for black folk is smaller. Interest, like
Yeah,
the interest, like if you ain't cousin, if you ain't talking about relationship, black marriage relationship, or if you ain't talking about sports, or if you ain't talking about, y'all know what black folk like. If it ain't in that small window, man, them niggas ain't looking
Drama.
at your ass, man. They
Some
see what you
chaos.
talking about.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it'll be
see,
some
that's
chaos.
why I say,
But
like, if
but
you look at some of
if
Earn Your Leisure's numbers on stuff, like, it is very low because they're just talking about finance. And, that's just a
mhm.
tough area to pull a lot of our people to. Like, it
But
is
let's
what it
but
is.
let's be honest and address why that's happening though. It's really because like when you really get down to it, our community is taking advantage of, like the older gentleman said, because lack of knowledge. Like if you go into these schools, like I remember even when I was in school, the textbooks was 10 years old. You know what I'm saying? You learn something in first grade, and then you get to third grade, and they tell you what you learned in first grade was wrong. And then, you know what I'm saying, you get into high school, it's just a whole relearning process, man. And then it's like now since COVID, the youngest was out of school for a year or two. Like imagine we didn't care about school when we was going to school, and then these youngest wasn't even in school for a whole 2 years, no development. You know what I'm saying? Like how many of these kids was actually learning during that time? But then they try to put it on the youngins like, oh well, the youngins is slow, but the white people got the money to uplift the sexy reds. If black people had money, sexy red wouldn't be the woman that we uplift. It's because the white people have the money to make these people powerful and the kids see it. They ain't been in school. They don't know nothing about crypto. They don't know nothing about real estate. They don't know nothing about no trades or anything like that. All they see is the dope boys, the niggas that's getting money, how the bitches is reacting to them. That's all they see. That's more attractive. So it's like we can sit here and be like, okay, well, we know what's good for them to do, but it's like, what is the white people put in front of their face? The rapper, like he said, like, and that's why they doing it. But the difference is, they dying. Ain't no other genre of music where we dying like that. But they letting it go
Man,
on.
shout out to the fucking crack era, man. I'm gonna tell y'all, man. The crack era changed the fucking game. I don't know how many of y'all old y'all was when the crack really was out here running wild in the streets, taking advantage of y'all uncles and aunties and mamas and dads. The crack era changed the game. I'm trying to tell you. Since then, man, brothers have been violent towards each other too much. And the only thing that I've seen the white people do is put that shit out there in our faces. That's the problem. They put it in our faces. It's not like they saying do it. They just putting it in our faces. And then when we get into it, it's not even in our nature to be violent like that. Because what other race are we violent with? We violent with other poor men and women that look the same. So unless we can find a way, you know, I look at sometimes, you know, I worked in education. I worked in social services, man. A lot of times we make excuses too fucking long in our own lives. We have children, but we don't teach our children how to move different than we do.
That's true.
We're not trying to say, you know, despite me fucking up my life, I want my children to be better, and I'm going to do everything in my power to make that dynamic different. You listen. I don't know, man. You gonna have to make a choice on what side you want to be on as a young black man. You know, you don't have to
I get
give up who
right.
you are and your culture just to be smarter, to move differently, to think differently, to understand how to build for yourself. You know, how to shit, add, multiply, subtract, and divide your own fucking money. You know, a lot of us, we go too long trying to hang it on to the little boy in us. And then sometimes you just got to be able to sit back. I'll give everybody this, and this is what last thing I'm going to say. Thank you, Freezer, man. Listen, between now and the end of the year, stop buying that bullshit out there. Save your fucking money. Pay yourself first. And then by your next birthday next year, look at what's profitable in America. Follow that shit. Do your homework in the meantime. And if you done save $5, $10, $15,000, you fucking spread that shit out in your portfolio and move that shit accordingly. Stay educated on the new shit. Stay educated because technology is moving, and black people, we still arguing about whether or not I can be in a relationship with a motherfucker. Whether or not I got I spent 50 bands on this knockoff bullshit. If you ain't going over to the country where they took that shit over so you wouldn't make $30 an hour, they got another motherfucker making that shit for $5 an hour, and you buying it for $300 an hour, and that shit fall apart soon as you get the shit, because you don't know how to put the shit together right. So as a man,
Yep.
just move differently as you get to that age of reason. None of our great leaders got to live to between age 40. When your ass get to age 40, teach your dumb ass sons and daughters how to read and write if the school ain't doing it. Go to school, make sure you represent as a man for your son and your daughter. Women, if you got a good man to your child, let him have him for the summers. Force that shit on the nigga. It'll change his life. He just don't see it yet. And brother, stop being so fucking hard on yourself. You getting older. Do things different. Don't smoke from Monday to Friday. Wait till Friday and Saturday to get high. Don't spend all your money on the bullshit. Save a little of that shit. Work out. Do some push-ups, some sit-ups. Because when you get old and gray like me, goddamn it, you're going to wish you did all that shit. And your kids still going to be a little dumb as hell. Break that curse for yourself, man. That shit would change your fucking life. Appreciate you, Freezy, man. Appreciate you, man. Angry man,
No.
fuck you, goddammit. We educated. We military, goddammit. We fucking all that shit. Brothers, do all that shit. Learn everything the white man is doing so you can know how to move accordingly and still listen to your black music. Fuck that
No,
shit.
man.
Don't shave
Man,
your fucking mustaches and beards, man.
man, shout out
I'm
to
out.
you, Trey. Shout out to you, Trey. For always cooking, man. Always, just always full of substance. Trey, thank you, man. I appreciate you. I'm gonna get Rob, since Rob is down there. Rob, let me get your last words before we get up out of here. What's your last words, Rob?
Facts. No, I'm good. All right, man. You have a good one. All right. You too. Man, I'm gonna just say that I do agree with what the elder had to say. You know, I think that we can overcome what we going through. Um, you know, and it's just gonna take time, and it's gonna take patience. You know, and unfortunately, a lot of us ain't mentally built. You know what I'm saying, to overcome like the rest of us. And I just think we should have a little bit more sympathy for us, that for the ones that, you know, they may have a parent, they may be with some parents, stuck with some parents that really just ain't really a benefit in their life, and then they growing up, you know, and they're taking on their parents' traumas as well as the new ones that they living through. And you know, when they go out into the world, there is no safe haven. There is, when a white boy, he crazy, he go shoot up a school. Oh, he's got trauma. He's got ADHD. We gotta take care of him. When a black boy do it, they kill him. Give him 30, 40 years till he dies. And we just think that's right. I don't think that's right.
Man, shout out to OTC, man. No Cap-tivity. Bro, don't be a stranger, bro. Don't be a stranger, man. Hey, I'm about to do this marathon. I need y'all. I need my brothers and sisters. Thank you, Ralph, for coming up, man. Let me get no problem, bro. Let me get you Yaham X last words. You Yaham, what's your last words, bro?
What's good with it, dog? Hey, man, you know, our people, right? We've been through this front was backwards. Nobody else can really say that they've been through anything that we've been through. And we could take slavery, ball it up, and throw that shit out the window, right? It ain't your grandma's time frame that Bank of America was sued for their treatment of people like me. Um, these things that we going through are real current events. And then a younger generation always say, man, throw that slavery shit out the window. And it's not that we using slavery. We using the totality of what's going on with our people. Um, we have been here and we can't figure out what our problem is, but I feel like one of the biggest problems is migrants can come here and they can bring their cultures and their customs and their heritage with them, and their home country is always a checks and balance system for them, because they always know that the Italians are looking at us. Even though I'm an American, I'm doing it the American way. My home country, if I make it to a certain level, they're gonna look at me and they're gonna condemn me for my action. We the only group of people that nobody's there to condemn us for what we do. Some of the things that as they say, the black culture, which I disagree with. I don't think that if my grandma can't tell me that she raised me to these principles and I can't raise my kids to it, then it's not our culture. Those are just waves. Niggas can ride waves all day, every day. But hip hop ain't our culture, to the point where some of the shit that Puff did, niggas still ain't even condemning him publicly, because as a black man, I might be able to slap the shit out my old lady, but that's gonna be a fucked up move for a black man that's trying to raise a strong black family. How I'm gonna break my own broomstick sweeping my floor? We gotta keep our houses clean. We gotta get our houses in order. Man, sometimes I feel like some of us need to put the seatbelt on and enjoy the ride, and some of us need to get out because the crash coming. And a lot of those fellas that need to get out because the crash is coming, those aren't Martin Luther Kings. Those aren't Malcolm X's. Those are motherfuckers who sit on the sideline and bitch and complain about how far another man can throw the fucking ball when your ass can't even make it to the practice. You know what I mean? We can't always give the platform to everybody who got something to say. If it ain't something to say that's in a light for our people, then it's entertainment. And I don't like to be entertained. I do the exact opposite. A lot of dudes only listen to certain people who talk about, well, who popped the balloon first? Man, I don't give a fuck, yo. One of the things that brought me to this channel is the titles that you put on your joint, man. And it ain't no places for a brother like me. I'm a Hebrew man. I claim that. A lot of brothers don't claim that, and they look at me and they try to judge me for what I believe, but they won't go to no Muslim and talk to them like that. They won't go to no Catholic church and talk to them like that. They only talk to me, right? When you go to a Christian church, when the pastor's speaking, everybody else shut up. Don't nobody rebut nothing, even if you disagree with 99.9 things that he say. The one thing that they gonna do, shut up and listen. Then when a Hebrew Israelite get to speaking about our people, right? Even if what I say don't hit 100% with you, you can't go to the facts, refute the facts, and then give me another opinion that makes more sense. So as a group of people, man, like I said, I sit at home, I come up with legislation for my people, and I'm doing this from the mud because ain't nobody never gonna pay me. I'm gonna be that martyr. I'll be the one soaking the blood into the soil for my people because that's what we have to have. It can't be no fear. When they say slavery, when Kanye said slavery was a choice and everybody went crazy, I said, you know how crazy it is that when I was back then, a young thuggin', and I pulled that thing out and put it to this boy head and said, run that pocket or your kid finna get popped. You know what he did? He made a choice. Now, how you gonna tell me you made that choice with me, but you ain't made that choice with nobody else? I wasn't even gonna do it. I just was in a situation where I had to be who I was supposed to be according to what I learned from TV. So if that culture ties you to my people, man, cut yourself off because that's what it say in the scripture. As a nation, we can't be them kind of people. I made a poem and I'm gonna just give y'all the start of the poem and it go like, my nigga, we should prepare for the fight. We on the battlefield, everything wrong and we dying for rights. But niggas is still at home telling us, nah, man, we all equal. We all equal. When the last time you seen a motherfucking Chinese man going to Congress talking about some, my people ain't being treated fair? Even the immigrants that come into this country know that they ain't gonna be treated fair, but they also are being brung here behind closed doors for a intention, and that intention is going to be revealed here in the short future. Man, this is the stage of Babylon, fellas. The whole world is going to want to come to Babylon to see this great show because they don't believe and they don't understand. They want to be a part of the building blocks of this foundation, and this foundation is falling apart. And the craziest thing is when we talking about this foundation falling apart, none of it has anything to do with us. We didn't come up with the legislation. We didn't come up with the laws. We didn't come up with any of it. The financial situation that this country is, they ain't have nothing to do with us. None of the wars that we've been in, they ain't have nothing to do with us neither. When they came here, the first thing they did was murder to get it. When they brung us here, they murdered to have us. So what make you think that that's your first option as an ally? When we talk about college and trades, you know it's crazy that I never knew cutting grass was a profession because men did it in my neighborhood.
No
Men cut their grass in
captivity.
my neighborhood. And now we in a situation where we talking about, oh, this career versus that. Tell me one job in this world that ain't needed, man. Everything is needed. Working at McDonald's, how about Popeyes? Y'all boys love chicken, get your ass back, because I'm not talking racist. I'm just saying that all of the structures that built this country are the same thing that we're going to need for ourselves. So what we need to be doing, instead of talking about how to fix their broke system, is we need to be looking at them and saying, don't do that. No, no, no. Get your ass over here because they did that and you see what happened to them. You see how this worked for them? We can mirror some of their shit, but we supposed to mimic to be better, not just to mimic, to replicate. That's foolish. We could never be that evil because even in those, listen, what gangbanger live his life think that he's supposed to ride or die, but he ain't even out there target practicing to make sure that he's efficient at his fucking job, bro. We just lost, just running around doing weirdo stuff. Man, back in like, was it 2012 or something, 2014? My man came to me and was talking to me about Bitcoin. And it's just me. I'm a college educated brother, but I'm also a street savvy sucker. You right? Why would I invest my United States currency into something that's designed to replace United States currency with my idea being I'm going to make money off of this? What the fuck? I'm going to make money off of this, but it's designed to replace money. This is the same kind of thought process that we got when we look at our people and say, I'm going to do this. And it's going to destroy your people, but you're going to have everything that you want. And I hope that on heaven and in earth, you can find a better solution because ain't no way in the hell you're going to make it nowhere else with that kind of mentality. Not as my people, not as y'all's people, and not the people that look themselves in the mirror and know that they better than what they've been told. BET couldn't cut it. 106 in Park wasn't designed to teach us nothing about anything except what the new idol wants you to worship. Now we're a bunch of consumers. Name a rapper that sell more music than products for my people. Can't do it, can you? Because that's all they there for, is to continue sending us further and further down that little Red Riding Hood into the forest. Jump your ass up in here because the wolf gonna devour you. And if you haven't seen my people being devoured, then you ain't even a nigga. What you probably would be somebody who's appropriating my culture because the complexion of your skin, or because of the naps in your head, or because the moves you could twerk to after you practice 50,000 fucking talks. But you know what you ain't? You ain't gonna have no brothers and sisters to stand beside you after your selfishness take us all out. Because that's what we've been doing to ourselves. And the only reason they allowed us to do that was because it was destruction. Niggas won't let you go to college equally. Niggas won't let you do a damn thing in the United States of America equally, except make music. And then when they say you can make music, but one stipulation: you ain't killed nobody in this music. Your bitch ain't fucked nobody, right? So now this is our culture. This what you telling me that I'm supposed to raise my kids to? They supposed to be cozy and comfortable with that? Nah, man. This is what led us way into the crack era. Crack era would have just been a thing that blew past. But yo, they had a whole agenda. And the idiots, the dummies, the people who didn't understand then, today is different. Now you know. Get your ass up. Do something for your people.
Shout out
Put yourself,
to
your
you,
needs
Yahan,
second.
man. Shout out to
Man,
you.
hey.
No Cap-tivity.
Hey,
You, Yahan, man, you
I'm gonna
cooking,
hit
man.
you. I'm gonna hit you on some back end shit, Freezy, because I got some shit, bro. I go from platform to platform trying to spread this message, bro. I do this little legislation and shit, man. I'm coming up with things that'll change the world for our people, and it'll probably get me killed. So I'm gonna put it in somebody's hands that's gonna be able to stand up with a crowd of people, 200 people, 300 people. That's enough. Ain't nobody gonna fuck with you if you on the stage and you saying some of the same things that I'm saying. They can kill Martin Luther King. They could take away a dream. Hell, they gave him a dream, and we've been sold out, fellas. I love y'all.
Love you too,
Shalom.
man.
All
Listen,
praises to the
if you want
Most
to get
High.
in touch with me, do you got IG?
Nah, bro, this the only social media I got, man. I don't see no niggas in my
Okay,
life
but you
except for
got
when
an
I come
email.
on
You got an
YouTube.
email, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, hit me up on, and one of the mods leave it in the chat. Freezy is Freezy76 at gmail.com. Freezy76 at gmail. Matter of fact, let me write it in the chat. Freezy76 at gmail.com. There it is.
Yes,
It's in the
sir.
chat. That's my email. Just hit me up on Freezy on my email, bro.
I
Hey,
will.
you Yahan, thank you, bro. I hope you don't be a stranger, bro. I appreciate you, man. I really do. I
I'm a
appreciate
shadow
you.
watcher, bro. I be watching you in the shadows sometimes, but hey, you gave me a lane today where you asked a question and I had to jump in there because it's just our people, bro. We lost, and I don't think they're gonna get no directions back unless you continue to be that lighthouse, flashing that light. And I gotta come in every once in a while with other brothers like on this panel, and we gotta ring that bell because niggas ain't going to short no more. Next time we going home, fellas.
Man, shout out to
Yeah,
you,
but
Yahan. Shout out to you, Yahan. And shout out to PJ. PJ, what's up, bro? Shout out to PJ. I see you. Listen, we got 98 likes. 98 likes. We need that 99th and 100. Who gonna be the 99th and 100? Who gonna beat who to it? 99, 100. 99. Only 2 more likes we need just to break that threshold. I appreciate y'all in advance. It's been an excellent discussion. Rural Black up next. What's your final thoughts, Rural Black, man? Man, it's a privilege to have you up here. What's your final thoughts, bro?
Just something real simple. I heard rap music come up a lot, but when you think about like content like mine, like check out my channel. You think of content like Earn Your Leisure and stuff like that. Like, not too many people is out here looking at like financial content. Like, and if we want to make a difference, so that content is pushed by the YouTube algorithm, like, go check it out. Continue to check out and support shows like this. If we want to make a difference, we got to stop supporting the sexy reds and all of that they throw in our face and start supporting the stuff that we want to see. Right. So that's all I got.
No Cap-tivity.
Man, boy, short but sweet and powerful. Thank you, Rural Black. I appreciate you. Rural Black is He's a family. He's no cap crew. You know, he ain't going nowhere. I'm gonna tell you something. And guess what? Real Black, hey, that's my brother. That's our brother. And he's a crypto. He's a crypto maniac. And I appreciate you for being here, Real Black. We still gotta chop it up on a personal level. I'm talking about on the phone, bro, because it's kind of crucial times right now. It's bloody out here in these streets, but we gonna figure it out. You understand what I'm saying? No Cap-tivity. Shout out to Real Black, man. I appreciate you, bro. I think oh, he went to go do some. Listen, man, I'm gonna close out the show. I'm gonna go to my solo screen, and I'll see y'all later. Appreciate you, Trey. I appreciate you, bro. Man, shout out, man. Shout out to my brothers, man. Just came up, man. I wish some sisters would have came up, but hopefully tomorrow we'll have sisters, cause tomorrow, guess what? It's the same title, but we're gonna replace man with woman. It's what is keeping the black woman down the most. That's what's gonna be the topic tomorrow. What is keeping the black woman down the most? So it's almost like a sequel. We just gonna be talking about the black woman tomorrow. Yeah, it's a 2-part series. This is a 2-part series. Shout out to the Drip Show in the building. Appreciate you being here, Drip Show. Shout out to PJ Austin. Super chat. PJ Austin with the $10 super cap. PJ said, great show, fam. I appreciate you, PJ, for helping us keep the lights on, man. PJ, we go way back, man. Shout out to PJ, man. PJ Austin in the building. No Cap-tivity. Man, I appreciate you, PJ. I appreciate you, bro. PJ, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think PJ, you was the one that coined, I seen your little, whatever came after that. I seen your little, well, you know, Pete, that's podcast now. I seen your little, but PJ, weren't you the one that coined, you was the one that made that popular. I seen your little, and then somebody else, then you, I think you coined that, PJ. I think you coined that. Shout out to PJ Austin, man, in the building, man. Shout out to PJ Austin. Let me see. It's most definitely, you, Yaham, most definitely, we locked in. Shalom, bro. We locked in for real. No Cap-tivity. Got to stay locked in with my brother. Hey, look, PJ say I did. PJ, boy, PJ, you a legend. You a legend, PJ. They forgot about that, PJ. We go way back. They forgot about that, PJ. Go way back. You had to be here to know that. You had to be here to know that. Yeah, you had to be here. Shout out to OTC Rob too, man. He said, appreciate you, Freezy, for giving me a platform to speak. No, bro, listen, man. I appreciate you. We brothers, man. Listen, this is just the beginning. And we're gonna continue to have discussions like this because it's very important and it's much needed. We need a voice. And I just want to say this also before I do the benediction, right? I want to say this. I meant to say it earlier, but everybody was giving their final thoughts. I didn't want to interrupt. I want to say this, right? The reason why it's so important for people that actually leave impoverished neighborhoods and become successful, especially when they reach a very high tax bracket and they accumulate all of this valuable information and resourceful network. That's not your usual black accepted activity like sports or rapping or hip hop, right? Or music, right? I'm talking about something that will be deemed unconventional with black folk, but still very resourceful, very informational that could play a part in building a powerful infrastructure. The reason why we need y'all to come back to the hood, right? And I know a lot of black folks like, man, once I leave, I ain't coming back to the reason why we got so many athletes, so many guys want to be rappers is because the dope boys and the athletes that didn't make it out didn't excel academically in school. They stayed in the hood, and they are probably the biggest influence that these kids have. The dope boys, I don't know if y'all understand this, but the dope boys are the little league football coaches. The guys that come out of prison, a lot of them, they the rappers that we look up, that the kids look up to. This is why we need more black folk that actually ventured out and adopted other unconventional trades, network, activity, professions, unconventional professions. Somebody please make enough time to think about that, make enough time to just reach back and say, you know what? I'm going to be an influence to these kids as well. No Cap-tivity. They need to know what I know. Not just rapping and playing football and basketball. Because we already know the window to success in all of those things is very small, very minute, probably half of a 1%. And I'm just encouraging y'all. This is what has to happen. This is what has to happen. We can't afford y'all to be no damn gatekeepers, and you want to be the most important black person in the damn room. To hell with that. Them days over with, man. Them days over with. And like the Bible say, lay up your treasures not on earth but in heaven. You can't take that shit with you. You can't take it with you. Not even the information. So share it while you're here. Let's see. I think Angry Man gone. I'm gonna drop Angry Man. I think he gone. I'm gonna drop my dog Angry Man. Appreciate that. Angry Man. Appreciate the Angry Man, man. Appreciate Angry Man showing up. It's time for the benediction. Let's see. It's time for the benediction. We're gonna read a Bible verse most people done heard already. Here we go. But it's still significant nevertheless. Here we go. Today's benediction come to us from Hosea 4:6. Hosea 4:6, King James Version. And it goes on to read, shout out, and all praises to the Most High. All praises to the Most High. We appreciate you. He says, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge. Lack of knowledge. Because thou hast rejected knowledge, I will also reject thee. That thou shalt be no priest to me, seeing thou hast forgotten the law of thy God, I will also forget thy children. No Cap-tivity. Shout out to the Most High, man. Knowledge. One thing we can all agree on is is when it comes to what is keeping the black man down the most, no matter what we say, it's a lack of knowledge. It's a lack of knowledge. No matter what umbrella you fall up under, it's a lack of knowledge. But the key is absorbing the right knowledge and not the wrong, right?
Give you one more time.
You feel me?
And you're through.
The right knowledge. Shout out to everybody who contributed tonight. I appreciate y'all. I really do. Shout out to Love W for the $5 cash cow. Shout out to Rural Black for the $7.77 cash cow. Shout out to Rural Black. Nobody do it like Rural Black when it comes to that cash cow. $7.77. You know it's Rural Black. You know it's RBB. Right? Shout out to Apollonia Beauty for her $5 super chat. Right? Shout out to Apollonia Beauty. Sister always holding us down. Shout out to PJ Austin for his $10 super cap. Appreciate you, PJ. He said it's a great show. I think so too. Thank you, PJ Austin. Shout out to the Angry Man, right? Shout out to the Angry Man for his $10 super cap. Appreciate Angry Man. I appreciate you. That's my dog. Thank you, Angry Man. For being one of those huge content creators that do reach back. They can't take that from you. Appreciate Angry Man. Like I said, shout out to PJ Austin and shout out to Apollonia Beauty for both of their super caps. And last but not least, right? Last but not least, shout out to my dog E Senior, man, for the $20 cash cap, which also made him the official sponsor of tonight's show.
No Cap-tivity.
Which also made him the official sponsor of tonight's show. There's the sponsor, man. There's the sponsor, man. Shout out to E Senior for the $20 cash cap, man, and the official sponsor of tonight's show. Let's see. I should have been brought up the sponsor, man. That's the sponsor, man, y'all. Should have. Sponsor, man. My bad, sponsor, man. I should have been brought you out. What's going on with your sponsor, man? Sponsor, man, smelling that money, man. Sponsor, man, got a money suit on. He don't give a damn about nothing but money. Sponsorship, just sponsors. Shout out to the sponsor, man. Shout out to the early No Cap crew. Shout out to the late No Cap crew. Shout out to all the mods. Shout out to all the top tier mods, man. I appreciate y'all for being here. Like I said, man, this month been hectic. Well, June been hectic, but it's July. It's July. I got a lot of things. I had to take care of a lot of things in June. But we finna rock and roll. Thank y'all. Appreciate y'all. Y'all know what I always say. To free yourself. No, wait. And make sure y'all share this live stream. Shout out to everybody that's a part of the No Cap campaign. Whatever you share this live stream. Whatever you share about this live stream to any one of your social media platforms. Share to any one of your social media platforms, as you see on the right. After you share it, screenshot it and send it to freezy76@gmail.com. That's freezy76@gmail.com, and I thank you in advance. I appreciate y'all. Y'all know what I always say. To free yourself, you must heal yourself. And until the next time, we out of here. Let's get it.
No Cap-tivity. Freezy.